Раз, два, три, четыре, пять. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Әлем қарқынды дамуда. Технологиялық ілгерілеу үшін металдар мен электр энергиясын
Один, два, три, четыре, пять. Раз, два, три, четыре, пять, шесть, семь.
Отлично слышно, Первый канал. Раз, два.
Раз, два, три, четыре, пять.
Раз, раз. Два. Раз. Приветствую. Да. Раз.
Раз, два, три, четыре, пять. Проверка казахского. Раз, два, три, четыре, пять. Проверка казахского.
Раз, два, три.
Раз, два, три, четыре, пять. Раз, два, три, четыре, пять. Казахский. Раз, два, три, четыре, пять.
Слышим наше шуршание. Раз, два, три, четыре, пять. Раз, два, три, четыре, пять. Раз, два, три, четыре, пять. Вышел зайчик погулять. Раз, два, три, четыре, пять. Мы можем пошуршать. Раз, два, три, четыре, пять. Пошуршать, так пошуршать.
Ой, Герке до обеда, да? Она будет есть в этом зале, это хорошо. А ее может это... В тот зал? Нет, Лешку сюда. Пускай там будут все старшие женский коллектив.
Как это прозвучало? Старший женский коллектив.
Так, Рома, вы мне скинули, да?
Так, нет, я сейчас вот перекидываю бюллетени, как все вывели. Так,
Желательно, чтобы не было путаницы, можно чисто тренинг.
Первый зал.
Да, все три искать.
Руслан.
Телега или WhatsApp?
Телега, так, Руслан, Паша, Замат. Да. Ссылки того зала. Дальше. Да, все три. Это первый зал.
Это тот зал, да?
Не, вот это второй зал. Это второй.
Это второй
А нет.
Короче, мы можем тренинг.
Вон тот.
Тренинг. Да. Актуально?
Да, он зал один. А это второй зал. Первый, да? Да.
А пошли бы вас телефоны одинаковые?
Где?
Что говорят?
Нет, смотри.
Досмотр зала сейчас будут делать.
Зови, пожалуйста.
Securities? С собаками? Так неинтересно. А что у нас с Wi-Fi? Что говорят? Отключился, да? Угу. Кого? AFD guest? Да. А ключ безопасности? Welcome 2 AFD. А? Welcome 2 AFD. Welcome to AFD. Ага, по-английски, да? Да.
Давайте мы одного. Не выделяй от себя. Я от себя оставлю.
Ого, подключено и защищено.
Или, Вань, подойди туда тоже, ближе к плану.
Блин, чешется горло. Еще аллергия плюс к тому, что это ангина. Ужас какой-то. Давно себя не чувствовала такой разваленной.
А что, вы ничего не пьете от аллергии?
А
чё?
Но она у меня такая,
Зачем мучиться?
она то бывает, то не бывает. Вот какая-то трава появится рядом, так она появляется.
Ну, вот так сразу закинулся, и все, и легче станет. Что, прости нам.
Я просто бываю не готова, она меня застает врасплох. Вроде так нормально, все, ходишь. В какой момент где-то прошел, и все начинается.
Ну все, нам больше включены микрофоны интересно.
is evolving rapidly, and the human need for resources is increasing every day. Metals and various energy sources are particularly important for our technological advancement. Eurasian Resources Group, ERG, provides the world with these materials. Our group is a leading high-carbon ferrochrome, copper, and cobalt producer, and one of the largest suppliers of iron ore, alumina, and aluminum in the CIS region. The group supports global initiatives to promote a green economy and develop alternative energy sources. ERG operates in 15 countries, with the majority of our production assets located in Kazakhstan. Today, ERG represents 1/3 of the mining and metals industry in Kazakhstan. ERG is the first and largest producer of alumina and high-grade primary aluminum in Kazakhstan. The company's electric power assets account for 17% of all electricity generated in the country. And the key overseas markets are Europe, China, Russia, and Japan. ERG's Metal Coal RTR, a major copper and cobalt tailings reprocessing operation in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, is ramping up its Phase 2 of production. It is now the second largest standalone cobalt producer in the world, as well as a major supplier of copper. In Brazil, ERG's Bamin subsidiary, a large integrated iron ore mining and logistics project, has started commercial production of iron ore with the launch of its Pedra de Ferro mine in January 2021. ERG has also started the construction of Porto Sul, a deep-water port in Ilhéus, and has won the auction to complete and operate the first 537-kilometer stretch of the Fiol East-West Integration Railway. In this spirit, ERG is accomplishing its mission of responsibly unlocking the potential of the Earth and its people, ensuring the prosperity of those who rely on us. The world is evolving rapidly, and the human need for resources is increasing every day. Metals and various energy sources are particularly important for our technological advancement. Eurasian Resources Group, ERG, provides the world with these materials. Our group is a leading high-carbon ferrochrome, copper, and cobalt producer, and one of the largest suppliers of iron ore, alumina, and aluminum in the CIS region. The group's
We know it's going to take many forms of energy to meet the world's needs while creating a cleaner future for all. At Chevron, we're lowering the carbon emissions intensity of our operations, investing in lower carbon technologies, and exploring renewable fuels of the future. We work hard to care for the homes we love, but it's only human to protect the one we share.
ведущий мировой поставщик информационных коммуникационных решений, использует новые технологии в диверсифицированных бизнес-моделях, повышая их ценность для наших заказчиков. Новая, подвижная, гибкая и безопасная платформа ИКТ обеспечивает нашим клиентам простой и быстрый переход к цифровым технологиям во всех отраслях.
Вне зависимости от того, кто вы и чем занимаетесь, должно быть что-то, что объединяет нас всех и дает энергию творить будущее здесь и сейчас. Зебра кофе. Здесь и сейчас. Для всех и каждого.
The world is evolving rapidly, and the human need for resources is increasing every day. Metals and various energy sources are particularly important for our technological advancement. Eurasian Resources Group, ERG, provides the world with these materials. Our group is a leading high-carbon ferrochrome, copper, and cobalt producer, and one of the largest suppliers of iron ore, alumina, and aluminum in the CIS region. The group supports global initiatives to promote a green economy and develop alternative energy sources. ERG operates in 15 countries, with the majority of our production assets located in Kazakhstan. Today, ERG represents 1/3 of the mining and metals industry in Kazakhstan. ERG is the first and largest producer of alumina and high-grade primary aluminum in Kazakhstan. The company's electric power assets account for 17% of all electricity generated in the country. The key overseas markets are Europe, China, Russia, and Japan. ERG's Metal Coal RTR, a major copper and cobalt tailings reprocessing operation in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, is ramping up its phase 2 of production. It is now the second largest standalone cobalt producer in the world, as well as a major supplier of copper. In Brazil, ERG's Bamin subsidiary, a large integrated iron ore mining and logistics project, has started commercial production of iron ore with the launch of its Pedra de Ferro mine in January 2021. ERG has also started the construction of Porto Sul, a deep-water port in Ilhéus, and has won the auction to complete and operate the first 537-kilometer stretch of the Fiol East-West Integration Railway. In this spirit, ERG is accomplishing its mission of responsibly unlocking the potential of the Earth and its people, ensuring the prosperity of those who rely on us. The world is evolving.
We know it's going to take many forms of energy to meet the world's needs while creating a cleaner future for all. At Chevron, we're lowering the carbon emissions intensity of our operations, investing in lower carbon technologies, and exploring renewable fuels of the future. We work hard to care for the homes we love, but it's only human to protect the one we share.
ведущий мировой поставщик информационных коммуникационных решений, использует новые технологии в диверсифицированных бизнес-моделях, повышая их ценность для наших заказчиков. Новая, подвижная, гибкая и безопасная платформа ИКТ обеспечивает нашим клиентам простой и быстрый переход к цифровым технологиям во всех отраслях.
Вне зависимости от того, кто вы и чем занимаетесь, должно быть что-то, что объединяет нас всех и дает энергию творить будущее здесь и сейчас. Зебра кофе. Здесь и сейчас. Для всех и каждого.
The world is evolving rapidly, and the human need for resources is increasing every day. Metals and various energy sources are particularly important for our technological advancements. Eurasian Resources Group, ERG, provides the world with these materials. Our group is a leading high-carbon ferrochrome, copper, and cobalt producer, and one of the largest suppliers of iron ore, alumina, and aluminum in the CIS region. The group supports global initiatives to promote a green economy and develop alternative energy sources. ERG operates in 15 countries, with the majority of our production assets located in Kazakhstan. Today, ERG represents 1/3 of the mining and metals industry in Kazakhstan. ERG is the first and largest producer of alumina and high-grade primary aluminum in Kazakhstan. The company's electric power assets account for 17% of all electricity generated in the country, and the key overseas markets are Europe, China, Russia, and Japan. ERG's Metal Coal RTR, a major copper and cobalt tailings reprocessing operation in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, is ramping up its Phase 2 of production. It is now the second largest standalone cobalt producer in the world, as well as a major supplier of copper. In Brazil, ERG's Bamin subsidiary, a large integrated iron ore mining and logistics project, has started commercial production of iron ore with the launch of its Pedra de Ferro mine in January 2021. ERG has also started the construction of Porto Sul, a deep-water port in Ilhéus, and has won the auction to complete and operate the first 537-kilometer stretch of the Fiol East-West Integration Railway. In this spirit, ERG is accomplishing its mission of responsibly unlocking the potential of the earth and its people, ensuring the prosperity of those who rely on us.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. والله الذي أرسل الرياح فتثير سحابا فسقناه إلى بلد ميت فأحيينا الأرض بعد موتها كذلك النشور من كان يريد العزة فلله العزة جميعا إليه يصعد الكلم الطيب والعمل الصالح يرفعه والذين يمكرون السيئات لهم عذاب شديد ومكر أولئك هو يبور والله خلقكم من تراب ثم من نطفة ثم جعلكم أزواجا وما تحمل من أنثى ولا تضع إلا بعلمه وما يعمر من معمر ولا ينقص من عمره إلا في كتاب إن ذلك على الله يسير صدق الله العظيم.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Good morning, and I would like to extend my very warm welcome to all of you. We appreciate you taking time of your busy schedules to join us today. My name is Ali Bek, and it is my pleasure to be your Master of Ceremony for the AFC Islamic Finance Conference. The main goal of the Islamic Finance Conference is to hold a broad discussion about Islamic finance as an alternative way of financing and investing in Central Asia and CIS. The sessions will discuss issues of social responsibility of Islamic banks, different challenges of Islamic banking in the CIS, and opportunities in the AFC. In addition, top-notch experts in the field of Islamic capital markets will discuss the values of social responsibility, inclusiveness, equitable sharing of risks, and shared benefits for society, and attractive proposition to Sharia-conscious investors and individuals in the AFC. To begin our conference, we are pleased to have Mr. Yanuris Magambetov, Chairman of the Management Board of Astana International Financial Center Authority, to deliver the welcome remarks. Please welcome.
Dear brothers and sisters, Assalamu alaikum. On behalf of Astana International Financial Center, I would like to welcome you all to Astana Finance Days 2022. I think it's very symbolic that our conference this year, which consists of more than 70 panel sessions, workshops, and roundtables, is starting right now with the Islamic finance session. This is our 5th annual conference, and as an ecosystem, we have been in operation for 4 years, of which, by the way, 2 we were in pandemic. But despite of the challenges, I am very happy to share with you that our ecosystem has been growing steadily, and now we have more than 1,400 firms that joined our ecosystem. And moreover, our ecosystems help to attract more than $6.5 billion to the economy of Kazakhstan. I still remember 2018 during the first Astana Finance Days, and I'm very happy to see some of you who attended that conference. And I would like to thank all of you for sharing interesting ideas and actually helping us to navigate. For us, it was the first experience of building a financial center. And most of those ideas that you shared with us actually helped our management teams to navigate through this turmoil. So I believe conferences like this can be very useful, not just meeting each other, not just growing our networks, but actually synchronizing our strategies and coordinating our joint efforts for building not just a new Kazakhstan, but also unlocking the potential of Central Asia and overall contributing in building a better world. This year's theme is titled Sustainability, Social Responsibility, and Growth. And I believe especially those 2 first ones are already embedded in the fundamental principles of Islam and Islamic finance. And despite the fact that we are very pleased in the growing number of Islamic finance firms in our ecosystem, I believe we have a much bigger potential to grow Islamic finance industry, not just in Kazakhstan, but overall in the region, especially in the areas of Islamic banking and Islamic capital markets. So that's why we have prepared an interesting 2 panel sessions for you, and I hope the speakers and experts will help us to better understand how we can jointly develop those 2 areas. Thank you very much. Enjoy Astana Finance Days, and we are here. Hope you have a good time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tirner, for your welcome remarks. Now we start our first panel session, Opportunities and Challenges of Islamic Banking. The session will describe how Islamic financial and socially responsible markets can learn from each other. The social responsibility of Islamic banks, what kind of challenges Islamic banking in CIS faces, and the opportunities of Islamic banking in AFC. We would like to start our session with the opening remarks of Dr. Adnan Ahmed Youssef, Chairman of the Board of Directors, Bahrain Association of Banks. Mr. Adnan Ahmed Youssef holds over 4 decades of international banking experience during his presidency of Al Baraka Banking Group. Since its inception in 2004 and until 2020, Mr. Youssef led the group to developing into one of the largest and most diversified Islamic banking groups in the world, operating a network of around 700 branches in 17 countries, with its head of office in the Kingdom of Bahrain. Please welcome Dr. Adnan.
Dear brothers and sisters, it is my honor to be with you today to participate in Astana Finance Days. And I would like to thank the Astana International Financial Center for inviting me for this important event. As I mentioned to you, due to other prior commitments, I was not able to participate with you and attend the conference there. In fact, this event provides a unique networking platform to engage key economic policymakers and business leaders to exchange ideas and share thoughts together. I have to say first that the Islamic capital market can play a critical role in helping the country recover from the COVID-19 issue and provide avenues to achieve the sustainable development goals for the future. Both Islamic and finance and sustainable and responsible investment share positive principles and values such as social responsibility. Globally, Islamic finance assets are expected to reach 3.7 trillion, which is about RN 15.5 trillion in 2024. Sukuk, for example, has far-reaching effects in achieving both social and green goals. Impact investment is another growth avenue for Islamic capital market. By integrating impact assessment with Islamic social finance instrument, investor will be able to measure its payoffs and outcomes. This also aligns with the Islamic views of reinvesting profits back into the society. This is very important issues for the Islamic banking. The COVID-19 offer a great opportunity for nations to rebuild the economy and society with a greater resilience and having prepared for it. I always believe that if there is a crisis or if there is any kind of issues, always there is new opportunities available for us. And we have to gain and we have to rebuild our economy accordingly. And this is, I'm sure that what's happened in many countries, and we see it in, for example, in China, they have refocused again on their exports, and I believe that they will be able to achieve it by 2023, 2024. I see Islamic finance having a major role in fulfilling this gap. Most of it, or most, if not all, the 17 SDGs are aligned with the objective of Sharia, making Islamic finance naturally advanced and spread ahead sustainability goals. And this is what we did in our institution, the Islamic banking. I believe that we, as an Islamic banks, we are part of the society, and we have to make sure that we are pushing the economy according to the Islamic principle. Once again, I would like to thank you very much. And as I mentioned in my speech that I was not able to attend due to royal commitment I have it, and therefore I really miss this opportunity to be with you. Once again, I would like to thank you very much, wish you all the best, and Eid Mubarak to all of you. Thank you.
We are grateful to Dr. Adnan for these wonderful remarks and wishes. We continue our session, and I would like to invite the presenter of our session, Mr. Arsen Mustafin, Head of Loan Programs Department, Damo Entrepreneurship Development Fund, Kazakhstan. Please welcome Mr. Arsen.
Good morning, dear participants of the conference. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to participate. Today, I would like to share the experience of the Damu Fund in implementing the Islamic financing program to support SMEs of Kazakhstan. The Damu Fund in April 2020, as the pandemic began, for the first time has implemented a transaction on funding our partners based on Sharia principles. And the first transaction was signed with our partner, Al Hilal Islamic Bank. According to its structure, the fund does not directly provide the funding to the SMEs. We rather allocate the funds to our partners, and then the partners fund the SME projects. The Islamic financing projects were underway for a while. We've looked at experience of other countries in these matters, and we found an optimal scheme for us through the Islamic finance instrument, the commodity murabaha. Our fund has developed a comprehensive support for businesses who receive Islamic financing. In our program, we can also provide guarantees and subsidies under Islamic loans, so meaning subsidizing the price increase. And we've developed separate rules for these loans. In our program, we've also faced some legislative limitations because the Islamic finance transactions in our legislation are considered a commodity transaction, a trade transaction. Therefore, changes were initiated to the procurement rules of the national companies, and there were exemptions made for Islamic financing transactions. As we came up with the idea of developing this program, we did take into account the fact that there are ethical rules of Islamic finances. This was one of the key aspects in developing the program. And in this sense, I think the Islamic financial market is probably the closest one to the socially responsible market, because in Islamic finance, maximization of revenues is not the main goal. And as you know, there are limits set on certain allowed transactions, and also there are rules related to prohibited transactions. As the financial institute, we also took certain commitments that if there is additional revenue received in excess of the specified revenue, this should be then focused on charity purposes. And in other words, the impact investing, the socially responsible investment, is the foundation of Islamic finance. So along with obtaining the revenues, there are also ethical requirements to follow. I should also mention positive socio-economic effect from implementing this program. Right now, according to the midterm results, over 1,200 jobs were created. In the projects that we support, 6.4 billion tenge was the tax revenue, and the amount of production in the projects was over 25 billion tenge. In conclusion, let me note that over 70% of the population of the country are Muslim, and part of the population are practicing Muslims, and for them it's not acceptable to get support through conventional financial institutions. So by implementing this program, we gave equitable access for different populations to the state support tools aimed at small and medium enterprises. As of the end of last year, the Islamic financing in the loan portfolio of the fund was 4.3%, and the share of Islamic assets in the banking sector of Kazakhstan in total right now is only 0.24%. To give you some background, the global indicator of Islamic banking in the total amount of assets of the banking sector is about 1%. So therefore, we see great growth potentially for this Islamic financing sector, and we will try to assist with its growth by developing this program. Thank you. That's all I had.
Mr. Rasim, for a very informative presentation. And now I'm pleased to invite our moderator of the session to the stage, Ms. Leila Shamel, Associate Director, Business Development and Sales, DDCAP UK. Leila joined DDCAP in 2016 and leads on business organization in Europe, Levant, Central Asia, and Saudi Arabia. Leila is also part of DDCAP established working group, responsible for overseeing sustainable and responsible financial products to support our corporate sustainable and responsible financing practices across the company's business offerings. Leila has over 15 years of experience in economic and financial advisory in both government and private sectors. Please welcome Ms. Leila.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very honored today to be moderating a session on Islamic finance and responsible and sustainable financing, because this is something that I'm particularly personally passionate about, as well as my company. Without any delay, I would like to introduce my panel speakers to the stage, and then we will continue. So the first speaker, I would like to invite Mr. Aydin Tairov, member of the Management Board, Chief Financial Officer at Al Hilal Bank, Kazakhstan. Mr. Bahajan Kozhrakov, Chairman of the Management Board, Al Sakov Finance Company. Mr. Bahrom Numonov, Chairman of the Supervisory Board, Apex Ijara, Chairman Board of the Islamic Finance and Takaful Association, Uzbekistan. Mr. Bakhtiar Tolbayev, CEO of M. Bulak Microcredit Company, Kyrgyz Republic. And we have Mr. Nurhat Kushimov, Chief Executive Officer of Astana Financial Services Authority, Kazakhstan. Thank you very much. So this morning when I was thinking of my welcoming remarks and in parallel trying to book taxi online, by the way, I've noticed there is no Uber here, and when I was looking for the taxi, in the UK we have the opportunity to choose electrical vehicle when you choose the car. Unfortunately, there was no option of electrical cars here, but while doing this, I just realized that I have my first question to my distinguished speakers. Do you think that sustainable choices and sustainable finance practices can be driven by consumer awareness, by the demand from consumers, like, for example, when I was looking for a taxi, or it's actually coming from the government requirements when they impose certain regulation? Anyone, please, welcome to answer. And by the way, I would like to have audience to be engaged as well. So if you can answer this question, or if you would like to answer this question, you're very welcome. Yes, please.
Добрый день.
Good morning. Let me start with answering the question. In our company, we always try to study the demand. So we like the bottom bottom-up approach. So whenever we work with our clients, we first start from what our clients need. So that's the way we look at it. And all the products that we present, they all are grown bottom-up, be it agriculture or daily life or whatever. Then the follow-up question: is there demand among population for this product? Yes, there is. Speaking about this Islamic finance in Kyrgyzstan, about 90% people are Muslim, and there is bigger demand for Islamic finance there. I think that the demand is there. Okay, do we have anyone from Kazakhstan who'd like to answer this question? Do you think that there is demand in Kazakhstan, and is the population aware? Well, in terms of Kazakhstan, well, as a regulator, for me, it would be difficult to say or difficult to evaluate the specific demand because I don't think that we've looked at the market in depth. But in my personal experience on the awareness of the consumers and whether the consumers take into account the ethics of consumption, and not only about in finance but in other sectors as well. Well, you gave an example of a taxi and the way we think about carbon footprint and whether it's big or not. In general, I think that the consumers right now in many areas, in many sectors, in many commodities have become more ethically conscious about what they're buying. And I should especially note younger generation in this regard. They are quite clear about what they want to consume, what would be the good thing to consume. And it's not only about consumption, the same goes for work, education, and many other new things. And that is something I'm happy about. And from the standpoint of the regulator, we should probably recognize this trend, understand the trend. And as the colleague mentioned, this probably shouldn't be just the bottom-up approach. As our colleague mentioned, it's a good trend. But I think that this bottom-up approach should be reinforced by the actions of the regulators and by promoting this agenda top-down.
Thank you very much. I very much agree with you. And in this regard, I have a question to Aydin, as a representative from Islamic Bank and from the banking sector as a whole. What do you think? Do you think that the Islamic Bank is easier to promote the standards and practices of responsible financing or ethical financing, or does it make your life more complex? And if you could also provide some examples, in particular from your bank, in this regards of what has been done. Good day, distinguished guests, speakers. Indeed, it's a very good question. The Islamic Bank, per se, assumes the ethical approach to the clients, to the shareholders. The basics of the Islamic banking is, as you know, the refusal from wasting money, partnership, risk sharing, and profit sharing, such as zakat. All these elements make Islamic banking more moral-based, because Islamic bank is not just maximizing profit, but it's also about more fair distribution and just distribution between the borrowers, the bank, and community. And this is the first component. Al-Hilal, as a part of BCB Group, also follows the strategic approach that ESG is the key component that is also practiced by the global companies, by the banks. And this is one of the principles that we follow. And I would like to give you one example. During COVID, we received guidelines from the regulator that the banks should favor the borrowers from the point of view of delays of payments and vacations, and many banks would provide the delays, but they will continue adding interests to this period. When we discussed this option with our Sharia board and how we should support the clients, we decided that we should first support the retail client and SMEs, because this segment suffered most during the quarantine when many companies did not operate and the clients did not get any salaries. And we discussed at length with our Sharia board, and the Sharia board said that we cannot just revisit the interest rate. And following the recommendations of the Sharia board, we decided that for all our clients, we will forgive the debt for 6 months, even though it would infringe the financial interests of the bank. But our bank, compared to many other conventional banks, we just did not impose any interest rate and forgave the debt for 6 months to many clients. And this is something that differs our bank from many conventional banks. Yes, the bank had some losses, but we supported our retail businesses, retail clients and SMEs, despite the damage that the bank suffered. So we refused from receiving the interest payments during this lockdown period. As I said, that we are a part of BCB, and green energy is one of the most important priorities for us, and we invest a lot in green energy. And the bank financed a major project in wind farm in the western regions, and this is one of the examples of such projects being welcomed by our bank, because they are in line with ESG and sustainability principles. That's all from my side.
Your example with the covering risks of a consumer, because I think risk sharing is something that Islamic finance particularly endorses, as well as the ethical finance. So I can see the clear convergence here. Okay, this was an opinion from the banking sector, but as far as I'm aware, and I might be wrong, correct me if I'm wrong, that in the CIS region, Islamic finance is mostly represented through finance companies, Ijara companies and Takaful, rather than the banking Islamic banks, because I think regulation, and I think regulator will correct me later, regulation probably in different countries at the different stage of adoption, and probably it's not widely adopted, therefore it's easier for smaller finance companies to operate. However, I know that there must be some challenges, and I would like to address this question to representatives of finance companies. What are the challenges you're facing in the region? Maybe there are no challenges, that would be great. And what opportunities you see in this sector, and what help you would need from the regulator, from the government to develop further?
Assalamu alaikum. Спасибо большое.
Good morning. Thank you very much. Speaking about the practice in Uzbekistan, for the last 4 to 5 years, the Islamic finance is paid special attention, and we as the financial sector, managed by the Takaful Association and together with the Refax Group, we are working a lot towards the Islamic financing, including insurance, leasing transactions, HR, and also with the stock exchange. We are collaborating closely with AIFC because we see that AIFC have done a lot of work in this respect, and we study their experience, working closely with them. What I would like to say about the changes. At the moment, we are the only insurance company that provides takaful products. Apex Jara, who at the moment prepares a number of products and services that will further expand the Islamic products and Islamic services. If you allow, I would like to comment on your first question that you raised about the role of Islamic finance and regarding the offer and demand. At the moment, 35 million reside in Uzbekistan, which is half population of Central Asia. 85% of them are Muslims, and the biggest number of them are the practicing believers. Therefore, the demand for Islamic products is vast. And this is not only Uzbekistan, but looking at the whole region of Central Asia, the capacity is pretty vast, but the offer at the moment is only 1 to 2% of the total volume of the financial services. Bahram, let me interrupt you. When you are saying there's a big demand, do you mean to say that the people are aware of Islamic products and they know what the difference between them and the conventional ones? Yes, they do. Yeah, they do it pretty well. No. And they even require that the banks provide such products to them. But unfortunately, in Uzbekistan, there are no Islamic banks yet available. And some banks would do it through the so-called Islamic windows. But the impediment here is that the source of financing is important. The cash that can be provided through these windows is very limited. And the only thing that Islamic banks can do that is, which is ICD, ICRCS. But these resources can only cover maximum 2 to 3% of the total demand. That's why we decided to start a little. That is, in particular, with Ijara transactions. We are now preparing a project, and within 1 month, we can launch this. As for the demand, let me provide some statistics. In fact, you surprised me that people are aware of the Islamic products, because I personally, before I came to Islamic finance, I didn't know the difference between these banking products and to what extent they are applicable. So it means that in your country you raise awareness pretty well. Yes, yes, I understand perfectly well what you mean. I cannot say that the entire population is aware that there are some people who are literate in finance, but there are some people who are just consumers. But even those who do not know the details, they are at least aware of that they don't want conventional. Yeah, these are just Sharia approaches, that everything needs to be halal. But there is a category of people who study these very deeply. They provide seminars, they start training centers, the entrepreneurs explain how to run your business based on Sharia standards. And these initiatives provide the impulse to the development of Islamic finance. Bakhtiar, what is the status in your country? Hello again. Our company during 5 years have actively promoted Islamic finance in Kyrgyzstan. If you look at the statistics, we have signed so far more than 6,000 Islamic transactions with more than 2,000 agents. We have a big client base, and 1,200 staff are engaged, and we are represented in all regions, in all territories of the country, and we have a lot of products, not only Marabach, but also a lot of other products, and a wide range of them. And before pandemic, we digitalized them all, and the whole process is carried out through the digital platform of document circulation. And the question you ask about the challenges, it's a great question. The first challenge is that the people do not believe in such products. So what I mean here, people wish to have something halal, but they don't know what is halal. And we have to do a lot of awareness work. And the second issue is the religious leaders. They do not have good knowledge about finance products. They know practice, they know hadat, but they do not know how it works. And they have a very superficial understanding of Islamic finance and everything about that. And during the 5 years, we and me personally had lots of meetings with the religious leaders, and they say that they need some training, and the government do not provide any support or raise awareness raising support to muftiyats, and we have to do it ourselves. So we travel around to meet with people, and we meet with people face to face, and we explain that the products are halal. And when we introduce the new products, so we do not only provide financing, but we also provide services in medicine, in tourism, in agriculture. We provide supplies of fertilizers to all the regions using Islamic principles. And during the lockdown, many companies did not operate, but we did, and we supplied fertilizers to the agriculture, because agriculture needs to develop, and we visited the fields and distributed the fertilizers. So we worked a lot with the people. Another big challenge is that since we're talking about moral and ethical principles, we do feel the challenges with our agents. When we promote our services, many agents operate illegally, so the whole sector needs to be diverted from the illegal services, such as plumbers or welders. Many of them operate illicitly, and we are bringing them from the shadow to the legal service provision. We provide patents, we deal with tax officers and with the people, with the workers, because the issue of taking them away from shade, it's a serious issue. So how do you think the government should support you? I believe that the government should at least speak about what we are doing. We should get some support that this is right and this is okay and this needs to be done. But so far, we haven't received any support like that. We only operate based on our enthusiasm, because we are supported by the idea, by the message. And during these 5 years, we have signed more than 6,000 transactions, and this is not a small amount. And this is for the first time that we received this financial support and financing from ICD. Okay, thank you very much. Bahadjan, let me check with you. What is the current status in Kazakhstan about the microcredits and leasing companies in Kazakhstan? And again, the question, is there a demand among the corporate clients? I would rather focus on the corporate clients and SMEs rather than individuals. Good morning. Our challenges are very similar to the other regions, to our neighbors in Kyrgyzstan and Uzbekistan. And the biggest one is the lack of awareness. And since the Islamic Bank of Financing is represented in our country by only 2 banks and a leasing company, the share of the market is pretty small. Therefore, the level of penetration of Islamic products is pretty low. And I must say that the information support is lacking from the state. Our clients are not quite sure that this is the part of the national policy, so they believe that this is kind of a private initiative, and they do not understand what the products are. They're not confident about that, and however, the capacity of the region is quite high. Is there an opinion among your clients that Islamic financing is interest-free financing because Tariba is prohibited? How do you explain this to the people? You also speak to the people and explain all the principles. Yes, we do, obviously. Many believe that there shouldn't be any interest rate or any margin, and we explain to them that the way we share the risks of profit between the financial company and the client, that this is rather a system of sharing the wealth rather than compared to the conventional banking systems, where there is a dubious opinion that it's a system of distributing the poverty rather than richness. I have a tricky question. For example, when in UK they started developing Islamic finance, the issue was how, because there is an idea that Islamic financing is not for everyone, not only for Muslim population, but also for everyone. Speaking about Central Asia and CIS, you only target your products on Muslim population or to the entire market? And if an ordinary person comes to you who is not religious, who is not practicing Muslim, how will you introduce the product to him? And what will be his advantage compared to the conventional one? What will be your approach?
Well, overall, we provide products to a broad population, and we explain the approaches, the ethical financing principles. So some of the people might not be coming to get it for religious reasons. Maybe they are just about certain attitude towards this product, and then we explain what the foundation for the product is, what kind of markup there is, how we share the risks, and if the clients understand that, if they can relate to that, then they become our clients. But we target everyone, basically. Bakhtiar wanted to add something. Yes. Similarly, we don't just select some part of the population. It's a product for everyone. And I should mention that we have over 300,000 clients across the country, and there are many clients that are funded under the Islamic principles, and they're just looking at what they want and what they prefer. So certainly we don't distinguish between them. But there are some groups of clients who want Islamic finance and they don't want anything else. Aiden? Leila, let me share my experience as well. We've opened in 2010, and there were many myths associated with Islamic banking. When we just opened our business, some people came to us asking for interest-free loans to build mosques, or they thought that just because they're Muslim, the bank will just give them the money. And in the early stages, there were many people coming who thought that Islamic banking is a charitable foundation who gives out money simply because people are Muslim. That's what we faced, and we had to do a lot of work, awareness-raising work. We worked with the mass media a lot, with the imams. We brought scholars, experts in Islamic finance, They worked with the imams here in Almaty, in Astana, in West Kazakhstan, so in 4 main regions. And there was a lot of work done also with the students, because we thought that the students from KIMEP, Nazarbayev University, Nur Mubarak from Kazakh State University in Oriental Studies and others, we thought that the students of today will be the future leaders. And that's why we spent a lot of time and effort at the time to raise awareness about Islamic finance. And in the early stages, when we were working with our clients, at first we started working with corporate clients, so that the corporate clients were more aware, more advanced. They understood the essence of the Islamic banking just because they were qualified. And then we started working with the SMEs. As Arsen has mentioned, we've developed a program with DAMU, and through DAMU we were working with businesses, trying to explain what the Islamic banking is about, what's the purpose of the Islamic products, and we are very grateful to the DAMU Fund for supporting us and supporting the Islamic banking. And despite all difficulties, I think that this was a very good example. Sometimes people complain that there is no support from the state, but I think that, yes, the state supports these initiatives. There are some implementation level issues, but the government in general supports the Islamic finance development, the National Bank, the Ministry of Finance, and others. And now that we are working in retail, with retail businesses, and there were some issues when we were criticized as saying why Al Hilal is not working in retail at first, but the problem was that we didn't know what kind of product we should bring to this sector, and the Islamic mortgage was the first product. And from the standpoint of administration, it was more complex compared to, let's say, conventional mortgage. But many people came for it because they thought that this product was ethical, was following the moral imperatives, and they were easier to understand. We tried offering some loan products to the market or cards, but there were problems about structuring them to maintain the level of comfort on the one hand and follow the Sharia laws on the other hand. So we are still developing some products that we could offer to our retail clients. For now, we've offered the Islamic mortgage because that is an instrument that is easy to understand both for banks and the clients. Thank you, Aydin. Speaking about the region in general, Islamic finance, is it taught as a course at the university? There are some courses. I know that in Kazakh State University there was a good Islamic finance center at some point, and there are, I know for sure that in Kazakh State University there was an Islamic finance center. I don't think other schools or universities have dedicated courses for that. But there are some private initiatives. At some point, there was a roadmap for development of Islamic finance drafted, and together with the Ministry of Education, there were projects on raising awareness and raising education level in this area, but I don't think that those are mandatory courses. Colleagues, what about Uzbekistan and Kyrgyzstan? Speaking about Uzbekistan, I'll support my colleague in saying that indeed with the development of Islamic finance in the region, we are witnessing a lack of professionals. The universities don't teach that as a separate course. We are trying to assist in that. We offer the lectures by practitioners, by our employees, so that they can talk about Islamic finance, Islamic instruments, but that's not enough. And I think that there is a need to maybe engage foreign experts, foreign teachers, professors, so that there could be some education done in the region to eliminate this staff shortage, shortage of professionals. Thank you, Bakhtiar. In our case, since June 2017, the Civil Code of Kyrgyz Republic had a whole section dedicated to Islamic products, and all these products are already specified in the code. So all the schools of law teach that. And I was even invited to deliver some lectures too. So this is one side of the matter. On the other hand, we do have Islamic universities where those courses are taught. So I think that these things exist. But that's good for a younger generation. But the older generation is missing that knowledge. Okay, so speaking about the link between sustainable development and Islamic finance, I think that in Europe, for instance, right now, there is a dimension of promoting Islamic finance for a non-Muslim population. And they talk about impact finance, ethical finance, and they say that this is a factor that attracts the consumers. So it's more about ethical norms rather than religion, and that's the way to promote it. Or in Turkey, I know that they don't call it Islamic finance, they call it participation finance. So they're trying to emphasize this ethical part so that the population isn't scared or isn't concerned that this is some radical issue. I don't know whether this is a good thing to do in the context of Central Asia or CIS in general, but it's one of the approaches, and maybe some of our companies should take a look at it. We've got 25 minutes.
I cannot miss this question. I cannot help but asking about digitalization. We already spoke about, I think, Bakhtiar, you mentioned about digitalization in your company and the country in general. But how we connect now digitalization with the impact financing and ethical financing, I think we already know that digitalization has a direct impact on carbon footprint by, I don't know, remote access, online banking, internet banking, paperless transactions, automation, obviously. But what do you think about indirect impact and what financial institutions and finance companies can do to help raise awareness through technology, through for example, I'll give an example in some of the European banks or in the US, what they do, banks develop carbon calculators based on transactions of the customers. So they evaluate, for example, what the customer is, let's say, throughout the month, the customer purchases certain products from supermarkets or choosing commute by public transport and analyzing that data. So it's basically all around data. They would propose a calculator to the consumer so that he would know where he can improve. And then the bank obviously would suggest products that are more responsible and sustainable. Do you think it is applicable to our region? If yes, how? And do you have already products or business model to incorporate digitalization? If not, what are the problems again? What are the challenges?
Well, we are working in different markets, the European market or our market. I think it's all about the culture and the culture of promoting products. So in Kyrgyzstan, what was the objective need? There are challenges with logistics, there are challenges with transportation. Villages are far away from each other. They are located remotely with bad quality of roads. So digitalization helps us in reaching people, in reducing their transport, logistics, and time costs. So we are like the old time traders. We take the trucks, we get the goods, get to the villages, sell it there. So it's different. It's different for every country, and the digitalization is rooted in certain reasons. When the pandemic started, there were also big problems with payments, and we needed to resolve this somehow. And we have about 100,000 clients in Islamic finance, and they are all located in villages. We needed to reach them. We needed to sign some documents with them. So it's about the distance, it's about the lockdowns, and we made everything possible to make it easier to talk to the clients, to communicate with clients. So I think that's the driver of digitalization in Kyrgyzstan. I don't think that people are analyzing their costs or carbon footprint. I think that it's a bit different in Kyrgyzstan. The challenges were different and the driver was different. So you think it's more about the culture? Yeah, it's about the culture of sustainable development too. And in Europe, we see that the culture is different. People want to know where their money is going. In Kyrgyzstan, people are still thinking about reducing the costs, making things quicker, and digitalization helps with that. Thank you. Nurhat? I think that it's not only about the culture of digitalization and introducing digitalization in financial sector. I think there are many aspects. And I don't know about our friends and neighbors, but in Kazakhstan, actually, the penetration of digital services in financial sector in our country is very high. Even when we compare it with some developed countries, that level would differ significantly. And that is probably related to several factors. The first is culture, and also the question of habits, of being used to it. I think it does exist. It probably shifted when we all started going to the public services center, then we all stopped doing that. So the government was introducing a range of digital services gradually, and that gave a cumulative effect, and it impacted the other sectors, including financial services. Right now, people here don't want to bother and go to the bank to do a transaction. 10 years ago, if you wanted to send money to your family member, you had to actually go to a bank office. Now, no one can even imagine that, and no one bothers to do it. But to make it happen, there were many factors needed, and unfortunately, some of these factors are missing in other countries, and that is probably something that Kazakhstan could share and share the experience. In Kazakhstan, actually, there is a huge digital infrastructure thanks to our government bodies, which was created and which now helps business in implementing a range of business ideas and models. I think it's all about the foundation. We, for instance, have the database of individuals. We have the Center for Exchange of Identification, Authentication data. So there are some challenges for many regulators on how to introduce TQIC, but in our case, that's not a problem. The government has created a digital infrastructure which the businesses can connect to, and they can use this capacity, and they can bring it to the whole new level and create a range of user-friendly accessible products for the population. I've been to many countries, and some of them have those ideas of creating neobanks or digital banks, but without this state infrastructure, it will be very difficult to do it. And although feasible, that might be costly, and that's why some of these ideas never happen. So that's a generic comment. And I think that the same trend can apply to Islamic banking. In my personal opinion, I think that developing or future development of Islamic banking will be impossible without its digital development. So it's not the question of whether we need to develop Islamic digital banking. I think it's not the question anymore. The question already is that we do have to develop digital Islamic banking or digital financial services, just in a different format. The young generation, even the middle-aged people, they want financial services. Okay, thank you. I think it's highly relevant, not only for Kazakhstan, but globally. Digitalization is happening in leaps everywhere. And when we are talking about digitalization, I'd like to ask my next question on the commodity murabaha. Our colleague from Damu has mentioned today that there were some barriers. I guess it was more related to taxation or procurement. So you said that you made some exemptions for commodity murabaha in the country. So hence my next question. So we, as a company who facilitates the commodity murabahas transaction for our clients, we faced an interesting situation when the banks and the investors and our clients also do commodity screening to check for ethical and sustainable principles. So they check the way these commodities were purchased, whether child labor was used to produce it, and so on. So they use ESG screening on these commodities in Kazakhstan, in Uzbekistan, and in Kyrgyzstan. Do you have similar issues? Is anybody talking about it, the clients or the banks?
Speaking about Uzbekistan, indeed, we do have such problems, such issues with commodity murabaha. The key challenge for the financial institutions when we provide commodity murabaha, when we talk about taxes, we will have to pay VAT. But when company buys it directly, then they're exempt from VAT. And if we provide this service to the company who is exempt from this tax, we are facing the need to pay the VAT, and the company will have to pay it. Yes, we do have this issue. And in response to your question of sustainable production, I can say that we do not, this is not checked so thoroughly, but I think this is what we're going to introduce. The companies will eventually check how the product was produced from the point of view of sustainability and so on. So I think that this is where we will eventually come up with. I'm aware that Islamic Bank, in addition to Sharia board, who should approve which products or commodities could be used for transactions, but along with Sharia requirements, there are also ESG requirements, which Sharia boards consider. In particular, when they issue fatwa for the commodity, they will also look at it from the sustainable viewpoint. Yes, indeed. But at the moment, for the commodity, they only check whether the goods are halal or not. But whether the child labor was used here and other requirements are probably not so thoroughly checked, at least in Uzbekistan. So when we are talking about halal product, we will mean that this is Sharia compliant, but does not include the sustainable elements. Absolutely. Thank you very much. We have here the representatives from the regulatory body, so that's why I believe that without regulation it's very difficult to establish the ecosystem for Islamic financing to function harmoniously with the conventional finance. I have a question to you. Hamon, in your presentation you mentioned that the AIFC operates for 4 years and Islamic finance was one of the key factors of the center development. What has changed during the 4 years? Is there a demand for Islamic products? What does AIFC do to support the demand? And if there is no demand, what will AIFC do? And what are your future development plans? Thank you for your question. It is indeed pretty relevant. I will probably start from your last question, saying that we keep this issue in our focus. It continues being relevant for us. We believe that AIFC should become a platform for Islamic development financing, not only in Kazakhstan, but in the region as a whole. And we believe that connectivity between Central Asian region countries has to enhance. We are neighbors, we are friends, we have the same cultural code, and this is probably one of the sectors in the financial services where there shouldn't be any borders. And it was a pleasure for me to hear the thoughts of my counterparts to demonstrate that we are moving towards the right targets. Yes, indeed, we took our initial setting 4 years ago, but there were lots of questions regarding the Islamic banking and Islamic insurance. In AIFC, the access to the financial market of Kazakhstan, you know that there are similar models of AIFC in Dubai, in Qatar, in Abu Dhabi, and they are implementing various models. In some cases, the services could be provided in the country or in the region using the foreign currency only. For example, in Dubai model, there is no access to retail clients, only corporate clients. So all these issues took us some time to get them approved by and agreed by the National Bank, by the local regulator, and we eventually came up with the understanding that that Islamic development needs to be developed. AIFC can and should become such a platform, and in terms of model for Islamic financing, we can take the lead role because we do not have limitations that are imposed on other peer centers. We can have financial transactions both in national and international currencies. There are no limitations regarding the types of clients, and the law that is applied for AIFC is more flexible and more convenient and more business friendly for the Islamic finance institutions. This is number one. Secondly, as colleagues have already stated, in general, this industry is not so highly developed in Kazakhstan, which is less than 1% compared to the conventional banking sector. However, we are having a big percentage of Islamic population, and speaking about the entire Central Asian region, in fact, I would prefer speaking not only about Kazakhstan. Our total GDP is 334 billion. with 85% of total population believing in Islam, which means that there's a huge gap between the offer and demand, and we as the regulator together with the businesses should try to fill this gap. I would like to give two examples here. The first one is the Indonesian case. Indonesia, during 15 years, brought Islamic banking from $1.8 billion to $30 billion last year of assets. That is the huge growth from 1.6 to 2.2% per annum. And the speed of growth, pace of growth in Indonesia was twice as high compared to the conventional banks. Islamic banks grew 2 times quicker than the conventional banks. Why this happened? The key factors of why this has happened in Indonesia. The first one is that 85% of people living in Indonesia believe in Islam. Absolutely the same figure as in Central Asia, which is 85% approximately. In 2008, Indonesia adopted Sharia banking law with pretty liberal regime. We also have this legal framework to a less or greater extent in Central Asian countries, and IFC is the most liberal in this regards. The roadmap was approved and adopted by IFC, and in many neighboring countries it also exists, and I think that we should rather coordinate it, harmonize it, and move ahead. And there was a political will and collaboration between the national institutions, and we in Kazakhstan can state that we came to some consensus in this regards. So the ingredients that are shown in Indonesia to demonstrate such a great growth within such a short period of time, all these ingredients exist in our region today. So therefore, I believe that it is our duty to develop this sector. Another example is Malaysia, with a population of 32 million people, 63 or 65% of population believing in Islam. And Malaysia is the home for 17 Islamic banks out of top 100. That is almost 20% of top Islamic banks are Malaysian banks. Their total assets are 242 billion. Our GDP for all our 4 countries is 300 and something billion. In 17 Islamic banks in Malaysia, they own 242 billion. If we look at the global market of Islamic banking, Malaysia is rated top 3 out of 11% is Malaysia. So that is the country with approximately the same dynamics of population like our region could use this high capacity of Islamic financing, of Islamic banking and Islamic insurance. Well, I believe that these are good examples. We often take examples from European countries, from other developed countries, but these are the countries with very similar development dynamics, with very similar culture and economic structure that could make it, and the ingredients are very well known. But in fact, the 2 models that you show as examples, the reasons they developed so quickly, they used a top-down approach. That is, everything was imposed from the top. And then the corporate sector will catch it up. on quick wave, and if we are drawing the parallel with Central Asia, I think we should bear that in mind, because speaking about other markets such as European, we are not going to touch upon the Middle East. The dynamic is absolutely different, but the European market, for example, is lagging behind because of the lower percentage of the Muslims, but the key strategy is the bottom-up approach, whereby they mostly deal with corporate approaches and with customized, and then based on demand they will develop the products and regulate the processes. We only have 4 minutes left. I have one question which is rather hypothetical. Being a representative from the financial sector, presumably you will be able to provide funding and you will be able to issue conventional sukuk or the so-called green sukuk or ethical sukuk. How will you jungle, and what will you choose and why? And your response, I guess, will depend on how challenging this is going to do, and do we have the infrastructure or demand for sukuk or green sukuk? I will probably start with you as a bank. Well, the issue with sukuk is not so much in the ethical angle, but if you look at it as an instrument for long-term financing, there is a need for that. Unfortunately, there are no legislative opportunity in Kazakhstan to issue sukuk, but if you look at it from the hypothetical point of view, this could be a very good product for funding, and if it's sukuk and even green sukuk, this would obviously be attractive for our bank to attract such funding if it's available and the infrastructure is in place. What will happen in Uzbekistan? Will it be easy to be done, and will there be a demand? It would have been easy if there is legislation, but unfortunately we have worked on that for 2 years but have not yet achieved any good result. But we are working with other countries as well, and soon we will be able to demonstrate the outcome. And I think that if the sukuks are issued abroad, our government will accelerate this process, and this opportunity will be provided for us domestically. Thank you. Bakhtiar, do you have anything to add? Let me add. I would like to make 2 comments. The first one regarding your question whether the top-down approach is good. It is good, but not always, because you should always need to have the demand and interaction with the market. So without these two, it takes 2 to tango. But as for the legislation, since we are all here today hosted by AIFC, and AIFC is a separate jurisdiction where all the ingredients, including legislative and the infrastructure for issuing sukuks, are in place. So we are inviting you to try and issue your products here, and I think it will be our joint success. Do we have any questions from the audience? We only have a few minutes left. Yes, please. I have rather a comment. Nurdil Afizov, I live from Islamic FinTech, and we operate in Uzbekistan and Tajikistan. In Tajikistan, we started in 2014 when the law was issued, but there were no bylaws and all in place. And all our products were not so much focused on Islamic products, but we just made better deposits, better loans, better mobile app, better bank. And during this short period of time, not to speak from the air, we have 90 days of payments and installments. We are #1 on number of payments using Visa card and 30% of payment on installments. Therefore, what I would like to say that Islamic banks are not competing with Islamic banks. They compete with conventional banks rather. And Islamic bank, as well as other banks, should provide better products so that people would choose them. And I think that we should prove that we can make as cool products as other banks, but using the Islamic approaches. I think that this should be the key message. Thank you very much. One more question, if you have any, and that will be the end of the story for today. This person, please. Good day. I looked at the site of Al Hilal Bank, the cost of borrowing. If you compare it, in some cases it's the margin of 70%. If we compare it with the conventional financing, the annual rate is 15% per annum. So in this case, you cannot compete with commercial banks. What would be the benefit? For example, Жилстрой Bank has the annual rate of return of 5%. Are you talking about deposits or mortgage loans? Mortgage loans. The banks should earn. These are they are commercial institutions. Speaking about Жилстрой Bank, it is rather focused on social facilities and social housing, and they have certain limitations. Our bank, when it provides the mortgage loan, it will also refer to the market conditions and market rates. And our rates are pretty competitive, including those of the mortgage loan. And frankly, when we looked at the retail, our target was not to earn too much because we consider that our mission is to provide the product to our clients. And during the long period of time, our rates at the market were the lowest. And when we came to our shareholder to agree upon a product, we would say that this product is not going to be too profitable for us, but our objective is to show the product to the market. And 15% is pretty good rate, given that the conventional banks offer the mortgage loan at 18 to 20%. I'm sorry, unfortunately, we do not have much time left. The next session is going to start soon. We will have a coffee break now, and you can come and communicate.
Дорогие гости, мы берем перерыв на 15 минут. После будет церемония листинга исламских ETN-ов. Просьба. Спасибо.
Әлем қарқынды дамуда. Технологиялық ілгерілеу үшін металдар мен электр энергиясының түрлі көздері қажет. ENG әлемді осындай ресурстармен қамтамасыз етеді. ENG кәсіпорындары әлемнің 15 елінде жұмыс істейді. Қуаты кәсіпорындардың дені Қазақстанда шоғырланған. Компанияның соңғы 5 жылда елдің жалпы ішкі өнімге қосқан үлесі 5 триллион теңге. Қазақстандағы жоғары маркалы бастапқы алюминий және глинозем өндіретін алғашқы және жалғыз кәсіпорын ENG құрамында. Электр энергиясының 17%-ын ENG-дің электр энергетикалық активтері өндіріп тұр. Шетелге өнім өткізудің негізгі нарықтары Европа елдері, Қытай, Ресей, Жапония. Осы жетістіктердің барлығы біздің қызметкерлеріміздің еңселі еңбегінің жемісі. Компанияның басты құндылығы адам. ENG жердің және адамзаттың әлеуетін ұқыпты пайдалана отырып, өзіне сенім артқандардың өркендеуін қамтамасыз етіп келеді.
We know it's going to take many forms of energy to meet the world's needs while creating a cleaner future for all. At Chevron, we're lowering the carbon emissions intensity of our operations, investing in lower carbon technologies, and exploring renewable fuels of the future. We work hard to care for the homes we love, but it's only human to protect the one we share.
Excellence pursuer, a partner forever. China Construction Bank, CCB, was established in 1954, evolving from a policy bank, a specialized bank, a state-owned commercial bank, to a large-scale state-owned joint stock commercial bank. CCB has been continuously expanding its business scope and exploring new financial service offerings. With 65 years development, CCB has consistently been ranked among the world's top banks with its sound operating indicators. And its total assets have remained the second on a global scale for many consecutive years. In the year of 2014, when CCB celebrated its 60th anniversary, President Xi Jinping instructed the bank to improve the capabilities to serve national development, mitigate financial risks, and improve competitiveness in the international arena. CCB remains true to its original aspiration and keeps its mission firmly in mind, focusing on enhancing three capabilities, and puts forward the new finance concept centered on fulfilling the people's yearning for a good living. With the continuous deepening of new finance concept exploration, CCB serves national development more precisely and firmly, mitigates financial risks more actively and effectively, and engage in international cooperation more openly and confidently. At present, CCB's global network covers 30 countries and regions, including major international financial centers and prominent economies along the Belt and Road. The offshore RMB business grows rapidly. CCB London branches' accumulative RMB clearing volume reached nearly 40 trillion RMB, making London the largest offshore RMB business hub outside Asia. Cross-time zone, cross-region, multi-currency, and 24-hour non-stop financial services are provided globally. In its efforts to follow the opening up policy and better serve the real economy, CCB proactively offers services to Going Global and the Belt and Road clients and projects, strengthens collaboration with other financial institutions, participates in major international events, and cultivates and attracts globally competitive talents, so as to boost the bank's internationalization process. With rapid development of the Chinese economy and the Belt and Road Initiative, CCB will never stop its pursuit for better services and its commitment to making tremendous contributions.
Мы начинали с фондового рынка и стали инвестиционной компанией мирового уровня. Но мы хотели большего. Сегодня мы лидируем в онлайн-автостраховании и задали новые стандарты страхования жизни. Мы первыми в СНГ запустили цифровую ипотеку и внедрили самый быстрый способ купить смартфон в рассрочку. Мы предлагаем онлайн-платежи для бизнеса. Настало время обновиться. Мы такие же надежные, но более гибкие, динамичные и инновационные. Один бренд, 1000 возможностей. Добро пожаловать в единую экосистему Freedom.
Дорогие гости, через минуты две мы начинаем нашу сессию.
Dear guests, we'll start the ceremony in 2 minutes. You can proceed to your seats.
Dear guests, we're about to start in 2 minutes. Please have a seat. Thank you. Dear guests, please have a seat. We're about to start. Dear guests. Дорогие гости, пожалуйста, садитесь. Мы начинаем нашу церемонию. Уважаемые дамы и господа.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the organizers, the Astana International Financial Center and Astana International Exchange, we are pleased to welcome you to the ceremony of launching Islamic ETN. We invite the CEO of AFC Authority, Mr. Yirnur Rasmagamberov.
You're enjoying our forum. So we are done with Islamic banking, and now we can switch to Islamic capital markets. I just wanted to tell you some prehistory of the event that is happening, because we've been trying to promote companies in AFC to build more and more innovative products. But then we thought, why don't we just start doing it ourselves? So the next product that we're going to launch together with AX is one of our first products that we would like to address the issue of retail investors not being able to put their money into the deposit because of the contrarian view to the Sharia principles. So I would like to congratulate all of us, and I want to encourage the market participants to do more. So this is just our first step, and I would like to congratulate you with the launch of our first retail Islamic finance product. Thank you very much.
Слово предоставляется.
Next, we'll give the floor to the head of the regional hub of the Islamic Development Bank in Almaty, Mr. Ibrahim Shukri. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, assalamu alaikum, and a very good morning to all of you. It's a great pleasure and honor to witness this historical moment for AIFC. On behalf of the Islamic Development Bank, I would like really to congratulate Astana International Financial Center and Astana International Exchange for launching the first in Kazakhstan capital market Islamic ETNs. I think this is very timely, and it really supports the different activities and dedication we are seeing from AIFC for developing Islamic finance. Specifically, I think it's very, very important because this kind of product is really giving the opportunity for individual investors to have an access to a basket of high-quality stocks and high-quality Sharia-compliant ETFs. And this is also timely, as we heard today in the session, with the increasing demand for these kind of products. Individual investors are becoming more and more sophisticated, more and more knowledgeable. And overall, post the pandemic, we have seen the capital market has recovered substantially with this. And of course, Kazakhstan also joined the same, with number of investors in the capital market almost doubled in the last 1 or 2 years. So with this all happening, we believe that having such a product will allow individual investors to have a diversification in their investments. And hopefully, this will be a big addition to the, increasing the secondary market in the country. So really, very happy to see this, and congratulations, AIFC, and we wish this very successful. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, we'll give the floor to the AIX CEO, Mr. Rinat Bekturov. Thank you. Distinguished guests, it's my great pleasure to welcome you at this ceremony. We are actually very happy to launch this product today. This is the first product compliant with the Sharia laws, and it gives the opportunity to Kazakhstani citizens and others to invest in this ETN. This ETN is a tracker of MSCI World Islamic Index. Now it includes 351 stocks, so rather shares of 351 companies. These are large companies from 13 countries, and the index covers 26 countries in total. And our ETN got a fatwa from Alhamd Sharia Advisory Services company, so we have the full compliance. It's fully compliant with the Sharia, and this product will also become available in a few days in our Tabus app, which is very important for our retail investors. And the product, this Islamic product, again, I'll reiterate, it's fully compliant with the Sharia laws. This was in demand by our users. They were asking for it for a while, and I'm happy that we are finally launching it. And with that, allow me to invite to the stage everyone who has participated in creating this product in its listing, so that we can have the ceremony. Please. Thank you. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, we end the official ceremony. Thank you for your attention.
Ceremony. Please don't forget to download the Tabus application if you haven't already. Many warm thanks to our supporters at ARG, Chevron, Visa, Huawei, China Construction Bank for their ongoing generosity. Now we are looking forward to the next session and discussion. Our second session topic is Islamic capital market. Session will discuss the alignment between the principles of Islamic finance and those of sustainable and responsible investment has been increasingly well recognized. Both advocate the values of social responsibility, inclusiveness, equitable sharing of risks, and shared benefits for society, among others. As a result, the AFC is trying to provide an attractive proposition to Sharia-conscious investors and issuers. Ladies and gentlemen, let's begin our session with the opening remarks of Dr. Zamil Iqbal, Vice President Finance CFO, Islamic Development Bank Group. Prior to joining the IDB, Mr. Iqbal served at the World Bank for 25 years, latterly as head of the World Bank's Global Islamic Finance Development Center in Istanbul. His experience spans the capital markets, asset management, and risk management. Islamic finance has been his research focus, and he has co-authored several articles and books on Islamic finance on the topics of banking risk, financial inclusion, economic development, financial stability, and risk sharing. Please welcome Dr. Zamil Iqbal.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Excellencies, distinguished panelists, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah barakatuhu. A very good morning to everyone, to you all in beautiful Astana, and to all those joining the live stream online from all around the world. I sincerely regret that due to conflicting commitments, I'm unable to join you physically, but I hope you are experiencing the very warm hospitality of Kazakhstan. On behalf of the Islamic Development Bank, I'm very grateful to organizers for providing this excellent platform of an Islamic finance conference as part of the 5th edition of the Astana Finance Days. AIFC's support to Islamic finance has been a strong driver of raising awareness for this alternative financial system, and this is one of the key reasons why Astana is becoming a regional hub for Islamic finance in the Central Asian region. In this context, I'm honored to welcome you all today and share my thoughts on developing a sustainable capital market, followed by some highlights of Islamic Development Bank's own work for developing the capital markets in this region. In essence, a capital market should enhance efficiencies for all the stakeholders involved. Both the investors and borrowers of the capital should be able to execute, transact, and trade securities with ease, speed, and efficiency. Capital markets are an excellent avenue for alternative source of funding and play a pivotal role in the economic development of any country. Therefore, regions and the countries should focus on creating sustainable capital markets as an important pillar for the economic growth and prosperity. Allow me to briefly touch upon some of the emerging developments in this respect. First is the market infrastructure, where the key highlight is the emergence of financial technology. The rapid evolution of technology in the financial sector has changed the way different stakeholders in the capital markets operate and transact. Traditional databases of order books and aggregators are being replaced with efficient tools that provide real-time data and analytics for the better decision-making and outreach. The growing calls for financial decentralization and tools based on blockchain are also impacting the way the data is recorded and stored. Technologies like blockchain, smart contracts, NFTs, and others have potential of eliminating or reducing classical problems of information asymmetry, which could be very favorable for promoting risk-sharing contracts as advocated by Islamic finance. In this context, fintech has clearly disrupted the way capital markets players are functioning, and it is incumbent upon regional market hubs to become more agile in the way they respond to new technologies and the regulatory environments, as well as financial challenge as they bring along. A market of such monumental size cannot afford a slowdown from any aspect. With the new technology, new risks emerge, such as significant concern of data protection and cybersecurity. Fintech companies and software gained a lot of popularity and customers, but data security issues persisted with frequent breaches and hacks. As capital markets embrace new technologies, there is need to ensure foolproof cybersecurity to gain the confidence and trust of the market players. Second emerging development is the shock brought about by the pandemic. We all witnessed it transform from a health crisis initially into a full-blown global economic crisis. Markets remained volatile for extended period of time, and the readiness of global system was thoroughly tested due to the shutdowns. This poses a serious challenge to capital markets all over the globe on how to mobilize much needed funds for economic development and to support resilient and green recovery. Finally, with a global momentum towards green, social, and sustainability-linked resource mobilization, formulating standard taxonomies with efficient KPIs will go a long way in enhancing reporting as well as investor confidence, which would ultimately boost capital flows for a sustainable future. I'm pleased to share with you that Islamic Development Bank was the first ever issuer of series of green and sustainability sukuk by any AAA institution. We have developed a very robust sustainable finance framework which enabled us issuance of such sukuk. I'm very pleased to share with you that our green sukuk is listed at AIX. In addition, I would like to highlight the work done by ISDB as part of its long-standing technical assistance program. ISDB is fully committed to building the foundations for and promoting Islamic financial institutions, Islamic financial products, and technical capacity throughout our 57 member countries. Driven by this commitment, ISDB has supported the development of an Islamic finance master plan and national level frameworks for capital markets in several member countries. These have included regulatory and legal frameworks to allow for sukuk issuance by member countries, an enabling environment for sukuk to flourish as an alternative source of funding for all market players. On the capacity building side, ISDB has organized high quality educational trainings and workshops that are aimed at upskilling the regulatory and supervisory teams of capital markets authorities and other governmental bodies. To further raise awareness of sukuk and promote Islamic capital markets, ISDB also regularly organizes roundtables and seminars that bring together the regulators as well as the market participants from financial intermediaries and the banks. Rest assured, ISDB remains committed to further build and promote the capital markets of the region, and we welcome the interest of other countries to venture into this area and be part of the growth story of Islamic capital markets. Once again, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the AIFC for organizing this conference, and I send my best wishes to all of you for a productive and fruitful day ahead. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thank you.
Thank you. We thank Dr. Zamil for his warm remarks. To continue our session, and without further delay, I am pleased to invite our moderator, Mr. Mugi Shaukat, Islamic Banking Advisor, Nizwa Bank, Oman, Chairman FGI, Canada, and Vice Chairman IOF, Education Board, Bahrain. He specializes in Islamic economics, banking, and finance, and is global leader, public speaker, and PhD scholar in the same. He has worked as an assistant researcher in Islamic banking and finance in INSIF and ISRA, alongside distinguished scholars and ISDB award winners. Mr. Mogis, the floor is yours. Please welcome.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum to all of you. And what a delight always it's been to be part of this very, very grand annual conference that AIFC conducts. And Kazakhstan has its own vibe. I'm in love with this country since the time I've started coming in 2018, from the very launch of AIFC itself. And post-COVID, seeing you all in person is an, an extra delight to be with you, and then, of course, to learn more and share your thought process. And congratulations again to the whole team of AIFC, pulling off every time a trend setting, and every time it's an added advantage, amplified manner of making sure that not only the event goes smoothly and trend-settingly, but also the level of discussion and the speakers that you guys brought in. And so credit to you end to end. May I now invite all of my prestigious speakers to join me on the stage. Dina, Azan, Ismail, Yerkin, where are you guys? Please come. Floor is all yours. All right, so now I have all of my very distinguished experts and speakers all on the floor. And first of all, thank you very much, all of you, for joining AIFC. What a wonderful platform it is, and lovely seeing you again in person. We've been in touch regularly since the last couple of weeks. Last online meeting was yesterday, and you were looking as fresh in that meeting as you're looking right now. So what a fantastic start of the morning. From the previous session. What a lovely session it was. And, Halal Bank, I think you were spot on when you were answering the rates question and a number of other stuff that you have just mentioned. One of the things that I thought that we need to set the tone further right, particularly building up from the previous session and what Zamir Iqbal has also said, we've been talking about, and even the theme of this year's Astana Financial Conference is responsibility, sustainability, growth, even green finance and whatnot. You see, all of these themes, moving on 2023, 2024, you will have another nomenclature being added. But we must not lose sight, somebody who understands Islamic finance in and out, somebody who's spent time with Islamic finance or Islamic economic system per se, he or she would relate to what I'm just about to say, that whatever new nomenclatures that you have, socially responsible finance, ethical finance, sustainable finance these days, no matter whatever name you carry, these are already inbuilt features of Islamic finance itself. Sustainability is nothing new to Islamic finance. Neither is ethical finance, nor is socially responsible finance. And as I tell you, moving on down the years, maybe in 2030, we'll have another XYZ name, and you'll start campaigning that too. But hang on, you will again realize, and this is a prophecy that I'm sort of giving, no matter whatever nomenclature comes in the market, from whichever region, whichever, classic jargons that it carries, all of these things, all of these new themes, it's not new to Islamic finance. The concept of maqasid sharia in Islamic finance, all of these are a downscaled version of maqasid sharia Islamic finance. For example, climate finance or ESG-friendly, ecosystem or mentality. There is a hadith of the Prophet, peace be upon him, which says that even you see in front of your eyes that the day of judgment is approaching and you are planting a tree, don't stop. Finish planting a tree. This is how sensitive Islamic finance or Islamic ecosystem is when it comes to even ESG, and you want to translate that into finance. So I want to first of all ask my fellow panelists and all of these beautiful speakers to ensure that there is a mass awareness, which sometimes, even back in the days when Islamic finance was being launched or rejuvenated 40 odd years ago, I think we've done a bit of an injustice where we sort of misfired letting people know what at base Islamic finance is. Yes, of course, we have reached a level to now start, clearly calling it risk-sharing based finance. But it is already sustainable finance, it is already green finance, it is already responsible finance, it is already ethical finance, and it's been like this more than 1,400 years ago. So all of these things are just, 2022 onward-driven, fitra-based, human nature-based nomenclatures that are just popping up in the global financial system. And we should be alert vis-a-vis our understanding to let the people know, particularly the Islamic sector or the countries that operate Islamic financial systems in their central financial order. You have to understand that there is this correct, basic mass awareness, thought process clarity, so that we avoid another episode of cognitive deficiency or cognitive dissonance among masses, or particularly the main stakeholders. That all of these nomenclatures are already an autopilot inbuilt part of the whole Islamic financial, or call it halal economy sector that the world is operating. Now, this is where I want to start this session with, while building on, and of course we'll build on what the gains from the other session is and what Zamir Iqbal has said in the last, virtual speech. I want to ask all of you one by one to further cement this fact, and then individually we will try and decode sustainability, responsible, ethical, climate change, green finance from the lenses of capital markets. So this is another area I think that, number of the global conferences, as many as are happening in Islamic finance pre or post-COVID, or even during COVID in an online version, I think, like 80% of the Islamic financial sector is backed by banking. For example, if Islamic finance is roughly 3 trillion, 80% comes of that 3 trillion comes from banking alone. Then you go to sukuk, then you go to other products and services. So because majority of the Islamic banking is operated under the umbrella of Islamic banking system, we sort of lose focus or don't pay enough attention to the other equally important segments of the whole Islamic financial sector, and capital markets or secondary markets are one of those premier or sub-segments in the whole industry. And credit to AFC, it is so fancy. What they just launched in ETN, Mark, I've never seen this even in Malaysia. Malaysia, we were just, Nurhat was celebrating Malaysia, and rightly so, how Indonesia and Malaysia are those examples that are establishing their status in Islamic finance, money-wise as well as size and asset-wise. And of course, Malaysia also has a relatively, a very active Islamic capital market. But even such an advanced market is yet to come up with what just been launched over here, an ETN of a status, which will also have some digital dimension. And on top of it, it's not for corporate clients. It is for people like you and me. It's people like retail bankers or retail clients. So this is the sort of magic that is happening only in AIFC and in this region. And I think this has to be promoted big time. Tomorrow, newspapers or television media, I would be so inclined to see how much this has been covered. My first thing getting up in the morning before going to breakfast, I just ask my hotel, give me all the newspapers that you have, because I want to see how this has been projected. This is amazing. I'll take it back to GCC, where I come from in the Middle East, in Oman. We are just in an infant stage of, revamping and opening our economy in a diversified fashion and using Islamic finance as one of the core pillars. This is magic over here. This, as I mentioned, Malaysia and Indonesia, or all the fancy market, even the UAEs or Saudi Arabia, the biggest tycoons of Islamic finance, this is something else. It's game changing. And this has to be not only implemented, this ETN, this is capital markets. This is lessening burden from the shoulders of Islamic banking and distributing that burden of new age delivery in the times of new normal post-COVID scenarios, with incoming climate disaster, showing its all might all of a sudden. This is the solutions that you want to serve a clientele base that is majority young and tech-savvy client base. One of the key features, and of course Astana or Kazakhstan is no different, there is 60-odd% of youth population in the whole Muslim sector or Muslim countries there. You're talking about 57, including Kazakhstan. And all of them are tech-savvy people. all of them are people who are ready to go in a smarter way to the financial sector through solutions that are very similar to what we've just witnessed over here. And I would be, I'll be looking forward how much media impulse or how much media traction it has gained from the tomorrow's TV news or social medias or the newspaper per se. So this is what I want to start, folks. First, let us build, let us re-strengthen our premise over here that whatever these nomenclatures, and this is the beauty of AIFC, this has to be formally done from AIFC. We have to be very clear that next time you talk about sustainability in Islamic finance, next time you talk about responsible investments or Islamic finance or ethical investment in Islamic finance, it's already there in Islamic finance. It's nothing new, nothing different to Islamic finance. As a matter of fact, Islamic finance is an upscaled version of all of this. And I'm telling you right now, 2025 or onwards, when there is Basel 24 being launched, right now in the age of Basel 3, sooner or later, we might as well be having Basel 24. That time, whatever the nomenclature that you will be facing, that too would be an inbuilt feature of Islamic finance. So folks, starting with yourself, let's just build and further strengthen to the audience. And this is the AIFC awareness campaign or thought process clarity.
Okay, yes, thank you, Mr. Mugi Shaukat. Assalamu alaikum and good morning to everyone. Actually, absolutely great pleasure to be here and join this session. Yes, actually, AFC and AIX believes that Islamic capital market is inbuilt sustainable and social finance. So we strongly support the development of Islamic capital markets. We have just witnessed that we start trading of first Kazakhstan Islamic ETN via our project Tabas. And just let me say a few words about this project. Tabas stands for profit in Kazakh language, but actually for AIX, it's non-profitable social project with educational aim only. It's like, the first level, first step for a beginning investor when you just download the application named Tabas to your cell phone, register online, and just trade. So no need to go to a broker to open an account. We try to provide people an easy tool to invest. And actually Tabas was launched just 1.5 years ago and proved to be a successful project with 25,000 registered users and total trading volume of $6.8 million. So actually this Sharia compliant instrument, this ETN, became 14th ETN in our Tabas represented, and all underlying assets represented as shares of well-known funds such as S&P 500, NASDAQ 100, and exactly for this Sharia compliant ETN was chosen a well-known fund named MSCI World Islamic Fund of BlackRock. And actually before we had witnessed great considerable demand from people asking Sharia compliant instruments, and we hope that this instrument will be really appreciated by investors. Yes.
That's fantastic, and this is exactly, another feature of Islamic finance is the social part of it, and this is I would, I would go to an extent, and I think for the next year straight away, I would suggest to the folks over here in AFC, Medina and team, you have to have another theme next year that is just dedicating itself on the social financial spectrum of Islamic finance. This is so important, and I think, Kazakhstan and Nurhat was so spot on when he said that the New Deal of joining these Central Asian countries, the new glue, the neutral glue of joining all of these Central Asian countries is the Islamic financial sector, particularly the modern version of the Islamic financial sector. And social finance is going to be that key. So there are two themes I'm requesting right now. A is on social finance and then on climate finance and the role of Islamic finance and climate finance. I think you're very spot on with what this ETN is trying to do. Izam, what's your status on that? Dina?
Thank you very much. Yeah, good morning, everyone. Yeah, I would like to provide a little bit of background. What is sustainability? It's a very broad term, which includes environmental projects and also social. And for environmental projects, which include like climate change mitigation, adaptation, and I think this is very important for Kazakhstan because last year Kazakhstan announced a net zero carbon target at COP26 last year, along with other countries. And also last session was mentioned green sukuk. So green sukuk or green bonds, which has label green, means that proceeds will be used for specifically for projects on climate change mitigation and adaptation and will not fund any dirty projects. Yeah, this is especially important for responsible investors. You know that the number of responsible investors is growing very fast. For example, Asian Development Bank announced the target $100 billion by 2030 to developing member countries, and also announced no funding to to coal-fired power plants. Yes, such responsible investors is growing, and they looking for green projects. So that's why I think it's very big importance for having green sukuk or green bonds with labeled green. Usually they label them green using some international standards for labeling green. That's a separate label. For example, ICMA's green bond principles or ASEAN green bond standards.
Dina, I don't want to lose momentum over here, and with the permission of Brother Ismail and Yerkin, guys, because she's touched a very, very important point of green sukuk, and this is classic capital market stuff coming up, because aim is at least to build another thought process clarity from this session that we have to reduce the burden of Islamic finance from only banking. We have to transform ourselves mentality-wise, operations-wise, products and services-wise, human capital-wise, to other core segments too, and capital market is one of them. And this is why I want to make sure that we rehear herself, because this is classic capital market product. Now, sukuk by nature is not a banking product. It's a secondary market, capital market products. So I want to go and ask you again if you can shed more light, because she had a beautiful presentation that she had to share, but then, you know, I mean, if Dina, you can shed more light, since you have already touched on this awesome, awesome product we call green sukuk.
Oh, thank you very much for your great question and this opportunity to share about green sukuk. I'm very passionate about it since it started first in 2017. Yeah. Okay, thank you very much. Yeah. So green bonds are very well known for some reason, but green sukuk is not so well known. So green sukuk has two labels. One is Sharia compliant label and another one green label. So the green label can be used by external review, so it's cost money, it's not free. It's external review by one of the standards like ICMA's green bond principles or Climate Bond Initiative, Climate Bond Standard, or ASEAN Green Bond Standards. Or could be any other national green bond standards. Sorry. I wanted to show that it started in 2017. It started in 2017, but sadly it's still very small. Comparing to both green bond market and sukuk market, it's just less than 1% really still in 2021. Yeah. And COVID-19 actually negatively affected green sukuk. So it was growing since 2017 to 2019, but then COVID came, it declined. You can see on this graph that it was growing till 2019, and like the keynote speech mentioned, Islamic Development Bank was one of the issuers, and also Malaysia, Indonesia issuing like every year quite regularly. In comparison, green bond market recovered from COVID-19, sukuk market recovered from COVID-19. Actually, for green bonds, last year was excellent year. Green bonds doubled last year, but sadly for green sukuk, it still was declining in 2020 and 2021, so still haven't recovered after COVID-19.
Dina, can you be a little more closer to your microphone so that the translators can hear you well?
Yeah, so there are some challenges for developing countries with green sukuk. Like cost of labeling, as I said, it's not free. There is a cost of external review. Exchange rate risk for countries which have high risky local currency. Also, like other lack of policies supporting green projects, for example, like feed-in tariffs and so on. So, but these challenges could be overcome with some policy support. So could be like, for example, grants or subsidies reducing cost of labeling, or for example, feed-in tariffs for funding green projects, and so on. But however, they don't guarantee, of course, success, because it depends on the country. Each country has different barriers, so policy support needs to be adjusted for countries. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. You know, I mean, these estimates, these facts and figures that have been summarized in front of you folks are very, very insightful. And tell you what, you know, I mean, right now, the estimates for green bonds, I'm not talking about green sukuk right now, green bonds, the estimates as we speak are almost $1 trillion. This is what the estimations and the demand size is all of a sudden post-COVID climate change-ridden environment has created for bond market, not green sukuk market. And look at the size of sukuk, and on top of it, green sukuk, it's just nothing to talk about, but the potential is massive. You know, I mean, you tell me one thing, capital market or a non-Islamic capital market or any banking product, you tell me one product and tell me when was it not green or when was it not ESG friendly. Tell me one Islamic financial service or product, banking or capital market or even thaqaful industry, and then you have to ask yourself, when was it not green or ESG friendly per se? So this is very, very important that when we are talking about sukuk, which is the darling of Islamic finance when it comes to non-banking sector, the world or the countries have gained a lot from sukuk, infrastructure-wise, other factor development-wise, raising funds and whatnot. Even governments have relied on sukuk so much that, you know, I mean, it has the second best thing that has happened to Islamic finance growth-wise is the sukuk market. And the opportunities that green industry has on offer, which I also call Islamic finance, in effect, has an offer for sukuk, is so huge that the bond market, as I said, is just $1 trillion estimation. We have to, IDB has done something amazing by launching its own green sukuk, and I've just learned it's listed in AIX. But I think, you know, I mean, this ETN launch to Kazakhstan through AIFC is not only going to set the trend for the region and allow the regions to contribute and collaborate more. This story, at least I will resonate when I go back to the Middle East. But the next big thing that I think AFC can, then it has all the facilities. It has all the facilities and all the capacities and all the NIA that is there in AIFC is to work itself in launching the first ever green Kazakhstan sukuk. And I tell you something, I will do campaign back in Oman and Middle East and have some Omani money come in and being invested in the Kazakhstan shore through the green sukuk instrument. Now, I'm sure, I mean, our brother Ismail is very eager to, submit his share of thought process. But Jurgen, I would want to take your lead first before I go back to this beautiful scholar that we have in form of brother Ismail. Jurgen, you're Wahid Invest, very tech, very gadgetary, very digital in its, status. Fintech or digitization or technologization has, over the last at least 5 odd years, has become such a talk of the town everywhere that you go that it has reached a level of abusive stuff. I mean, it has been such an overly used buzzword, rightly so, by the way, but it's been so overly used that it has sort of brought a boredom with it, to be honest. This is what I can say. But for markets like Kazakhstan, I mean, one of the things that I like in Kazakhstan that not only the digitization that is happening right now, but the gadgetry that you guys have done in your building infrastructure. This is one of a kind. I mean, I was showing it to my little son yesterday on a video call, and he said that this ball that you see, I mean, does it roll and destroy the city? I said, no, it doesn't roll. I mean, it just stays there. So it's fascinating to see. And I want to, this is the fitra, this is the nature of Astana or Nur Sultan or Kazakh people. They're go-getters, they're trend-setting. And this go-getterism or this trend-settingism in the Kazakh culture has to be translated to this halal or Islamic finance through AFC. Tech is going to be one of those ingredients that I think will have a one-to-one matching with the Kazakh manpower or mental capacity. And with Wahed, you know, I mean, running a show in these lines, one of the things that I think, you know, I mean, while the potential and the opportunities of technology diversifying financial sector, if not disrupting, and by the way, I maintain myself that fintechs is not going to cause disruption in Islamic finance, because whatever disruption that fintech has or is going to cause, they are causing it by using the modes of Islamic finance. All of the fintech disruption modes, majority of them, you call it angel investing, crowdfunding, all of these digital platforms that you have that has reduced the transaction cost and reduced the information asymmetry, and all of a sudden has brought forward intermediation from a deficit to a surplus unit getting one-on-one together. It has a really good semblance to Islamic finance because all it uses is risk sharing. Angel investing is risk sharing. Crowdfunding is risk sharing. Venture capital is risk sharing. All you're doing is just using it through a digital or a technology-driven manner. Now, one of the key things, while I want to discuss this opportunity, and you have to, one of the key things that people miss out when they're discussing technology, be it in the Islamic financial sector, is the black side of it, the dark side of it. And that dark side, which is the unavoidable dark side, is cybersecurity. You know, COVID, while it has digitized a lot of people, one of the other things it did is digital crime or cyber crime skyrocketed. So we have to be very clear, while you're going to talk about the opportunities of tech in the Islamic capital market sector, how are you going to tame cybersecurity risks, particularly when AIFC is trying to move to a green sukuk, for example?
Welcome, everyone. It's great to see everyone.
Headphones, I would like to continue on local language. Thank you. Спасибо еще раз организаторам. Меня зовут Еркан.
Thank you to organizers. My name is Yerkan. I'm probably the only participant from the immediate market here. Our company provides services to retail clients, and I would like to thank everyone for coming here, and I thank the organizers. I can see that there are more and more new faces every time we gather. I don't know all of you yet, but hopefully after the session we can do some informal networking and we'll stay in touch. And because I think that people in the audience are those at the forefront of these developments. They are facing the challenges. They're working to develop Islamic finance. I also thank our foreign guests who came here to share their experience, their great experience in developing Islamic finance. And that's something that we are lacking in Central Asia and in Kazakhstan specifically. So to reply to Brother Mugi's question, I'd like to say that our company, let me say a few words about our company so that everyone understands what I'm talking about. We are managing investments in an ethical manner in line with Sharia laws, and we do that using an app. So we are a fintech company. And in Kazakhstan, and in Central Asia in general, we have no peers even among the conventional finance. So we are the first among the Islamic finances and the conventional ones. We haven't launched yet. We got all the permits, and we thank AFSA for helping us with all the permits and documents required. We are working in a test mode right now, and God willing, will launch before the end of the year. There are still some challenges to overcome, but hopefully this product will give better chances, will create equity, be people rich or poor. Because right now, in order to become a client for an investment management company, and I'm not talking even about Islamic finance, even the conventional one, you'll probably need at least $50,000 or $100,000 to become a client. Our difference is that our lower threshold is 25,000 tenge. There is no lockup period. You don't need to go to an office. It's all online. It's an app. You can transfer the money to your account through any online bank and so on. So, to answer the question, I think that the Islamic finance in general have become possible through the technology. The reason why our app exists is the technology, because if we were to do that 50 years ago, we would have needed many people, many offices, physical presence everywhere. But thankfully, modern technologies allow us to create a product in a short time frame, and this product can be compliant with Sharia, and we can offer it to the clients regardless of their location. They just need internet access. And that was the summary, and I think that technologies give a great boost for Islamic finance. We won't need 100 years to develop it. We can do things faster. And I'm very hopeful, hopefully in the next 5 to 10 years, given that there was stagnation since 2010 in Kazakhstan, in development of Islamic finance. In the last few years, we are seeing acceleration again. There are many people who want to become clients. There are many stakeholders who are willing to invest their money to develop this sector. They're willing to provide fair, equitable financial services to the population. And in terms of cybersecurity, unfortunately, I'm no expert in cybersecurity. But as far as I know, our company does follow all the international standards, because we are now present in 4 countries. We've launched in the US, UK, Malaysia, and Nigeria. And we are working with the regulator. We've demonstrated our protocols, our internal bylaws and norms to the regulator. This is all compliant with AIFC requirements. So I guess whenever people create something new, there are people who want to steal it. And regardless of the times we live in, there will always be thieves or bad people. We just need to keep that in mind and act accordingly and continue development without being scared. Hopefully, I've answered your question. If you have any other questions, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Jürgen, and I think you've, you made a good attempt answering the question, and and this is where, to further cement and take from where you have left, Brother Ismail is going to be so pivotal, because he's not only going to give all a Sharia spin, but a Sharia governance spin on top of that. Believe it or not. So, at the end of this, be it tech, managing cyber risks, ETNs, green sukuks, whatnot, if Sharia risk or the Sharia governance is not there, Islamic finance does not exist. Whatever the new age solutions that you're coming up with, go.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. نحمده ونصلي ونسلم على رسوله الكريم أما بعد. قال الله تعالى: اليوم أكملت لكم دينكم وأتممت عليكم نعمتي ورضيت لكم الإسلام دينا. صدق الله العظيم. I would firstly like to take this opportunity to thank the esteemed organizers of the Astana International Financial Center for arranging this fantastic program. And I would also like to congratulate our esteemed guests and the moderator, my good brother Maurice. In the verse of the Holy Quran, which I've quoted before you, the Almighty Allah says that today I have perfected your religion. In other words, Islam is a complete, a perfect, and a contemporary relevant religion that was perfect, contemporary, and relevant 1400 years ago. It is currently relevant, and it will remain relevant until the day of judgment. We as Muslims have to believe in this concept that Islam is relevant, it was relevant, and it will remain relevant. And Islam is applicable to each and every facet of our lives, whether it be our political lives, whether it be our social lives, or whether it be our financial and our economic lives. In other words, that as a Muslim, Islam resolves, and Islam is applicable to each and every facet of our lives. Time is short, so I would therefore like to get into the crux of today's discussion in terms of ESG, in terms of Sharia governance, and in terms of Islamic capital markets. I would like to discuss three important points. The first is in terms of the concept of Sharia governance, the concept of fatwa or Islamic legal verdicts. From a Sharia perspective, being a Sharia scholar, for far too long, in terms of Islamic finance, we have propositioned Islamic finance merely on a checkbox exercise in terms of ticking the box for Sharia compliance. And Islam teaches us about two elements of Sharia compliance. One is in terms of halal, which is the basic aspect of Sharia compliance. A fatwa is issued to say that a product is Sharia compliant in meeting the basic Sharia governance requirements. Right? And then Islam talks about something which is tayyib, which is wholesome. And this is a higher level of, so to say, Sharia governance which relates to the fitrah and the natural disposition of a human being. And the reason why I'm mentioning this to you is to explain to you how the fitrah, the natural disposition, the concept of tayyib, which is mentioned, by the way, in over 40 times in the Quran itself, to show you the importance of the concept of tayyib and wholesomeness in terms of the very religion of Islam. That this dissects into how we conduct our financial affairs. Let me explain. In one verse of the Quran, the Almighty Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, كَيْ لَا يَكُونَ دُولَةً بَيْنَ الْأَغْنِيَاءِ مِنْكُمْ. That what is the ideal Islamic economic paradigm? The ideal Islamic economic paradigm is an economic and a financial paradigm that speaks to the demonopolization, the deconcentration of wealth. And if we look at an Oxford study of 2019, it stated that close to 26 people of the world's wealthiest control the wealth of 2.6 billion people on the planet. Now, is that not an unjust economic capitalist system which was created by the founders of capitalism? Do we not need a great reset of the financial and economic system that speaks about the demonopolization, the concentration, and the fair and just and balanced system of an economic and financial paradigm? I'm not necessarily talking about an Islamic financial paradigm. I'm talking about the world now, after the pandemic, seeks a more balanced, fair and just economic system that caters for their needs and their requirements. And in terms of this, from an Islamic economic perspective, we, in terms of the issuance of a fatwa, should look at the higher paradigm in terms of not simply looking at a checkbox exercise of issuing a fatwa to say a product is Sharia compliant. We now need to move to a higher stage to say that these aspects which we talk about in terms of ESG, in terms of responsible investment, in terms of sustainable investment, they are all part and parcel of the Islamic economic system. And as I've mentioned, time is so short, if we start dissecting these different concepts like zakat, I mean, by the way, the zakat sector globally is worth close to 700 billion US dollars, right? You talk of $1 trillion in terms of green bond financing, right? The zakat sector, which is just one aspect of the Islamic social financial tools available, is worth close to $700 billion. I am the chair of many zakat institutions, and we need much more in terms of awareness, knowledge sharing, etc., to drive the sector. And if you look at zakat alone, you know, it covers almost all of the ESG, SRI, sustainable VBI, whatever impact principles you want to call it, right? So all of these principles, all of the nomenclature, as Brother Mughis has mentioned, is embedded in the Islamic economic system by way of being relevant to the natural disposition of a human being and of a society, of a financial economic strata that speaks to the demonopolization and deconcentration of wealth. That's my first point. The second point is with regards to fintech and the processes of development in terms of blockchain, NFT, cryptocurrency, etc. Islam for a very long time was at the forefront of growth and innovation. We talk of Ibn Sina, who was an Arab person that developed, so to say, the world's leading patents and trademarks. And today he is referred to as Avicenna. But by the way, he is a Muslim by the name of Ibn Sina. And why do we, in the Islamic finance industry, always need to play catch up? And I've mentioned this on many sessions in different forums globally, that we should not be playing catch up. We need to be at the forefront of the development of Islamic finance. And this is why I feel at this stage, we are at a unique crossroad in terms of how we can deploy and harness fintech technology, in terms of blockchain, in terms of crypto, in terms of NFTs, to really put us ahead of even our conventional peers. We should not be playing catch up. We have the principles of Islamic finance. We have the ethics. We have the values in our system that we now need to use by harnessing the technologies to get us to a higher level. And I'm so pleased to see the ETN that was launched. Just to give you one example in terms of fintech, for example, we are working on a blockchain-based fractional sukuk with a token that has an airdrop feature. Now, think about this. Imagine if you could, as a retail sukuk investor, open up an app, receive a token, which is a sukuk invested into a sustainable project in your own country, and then receive an airdrop to attend an event of a launching ceremony. Right? That's the new philosophy of business fintech. And by the way, I read a Financial Times report that said that in 5 years, now this is 2 years earlier, in 5 years' time, the banking sector, right, or the banking space as we know it, would be totally disrupted, and the concept of fintech, blockchain, etc. will take over. So I guess my point is in terms of how blockchain can harness Islamic financial principles in terms of taking us to a higher level. Now, when it comes to specifically in terms of your question around Sharia governance, the issue of a fatwa or an Islamic verdict is that we have to continually conduct manual Sharia audits, Sharia reviews. Now, imagine if we had a fatwa that is tokenized on an NFT, that the concept of the fatwa is documented in the metadata of the NFT contract. And the moment there is non-compliance, immediately throws up a red flag, right? And I'm working on such a concept of a fatwa that I suppose would be, revolutionary in terms of the first fatwa based on an NFT concept that immediately flags Sharia non-compliance. I mean, we as GIFS, Global Islamic Financial Services, we audit close to 384 institutions, Islamic financial institutions globally, whether it's central banks, whether it's insurance companies, etc., globally. And this is always the case. We have to conduct manual audits. And I said, look, this is hopeless. We need to look at something that makes sense in terms of immediate Sharia governance. Right? So this is one aspect, in terms of harnessing fintech with Sharia governance. And lastly, in terms of, harnessing a fatwa and Sharia governance, there is a principle in Sharia which says, al-fatwa tataghayyaru bitaghayyur az-zaman, that the fatwa, it changes based on the realities and the practical realities on the ground. So in a way, as we see more developments in terms of sustainable investing, responsible investing, etc., the concept of a fatwa should increase so that we have a higher level of value creation in terms of the Islamic finance industry. And therefore, Sharia scholars should be educated in terms of this, where we have higher principles in terms of linking the fatwas that are issued with the concepts of sustainable investment, responsible investment, etc. Because, by the way, as I mentioned, these are issues which are embedded in Islamic finance in and of itself.
Wow, that was a very powerful sermon in shape of an answer. My brother Ismail and it's a lot to learn. I'm still absorbing it. I'm a simple-minded person just trying to get my bearings right over here. Now, a personal question. Just for my personal consumption. I'm guessing it's for on the audience as well. But before that, just an idea, this is where my Omani experience comes in. I have CFO Hilal Bank sitting right in front of me, and I had a chance to listen to his thought process. And since we're talking about Sukuk and what ETN has done, it has opened a new dimension through Kazakhstan's AIFC to jump into green Sukuk. Now, what we did this is off track, but I'm just taking and linking stuff over here because there's a banker sitting right now. A Hilal Bank, by the way, it's a big name. So in one of the top Islamic banks, if not the only top Islamic bank back in Oman, what it did was, and I was involved initially with that, it launched a first of its kind Sukuk Musharaka. That was not a corporate Sukuk, it was a retail Sukuk. But the magic part was that it was not only a Sukuk Musharaka, classic risk sharing Sukuk, but the denomination of that sukuk was so low, it was just 1 riyal per sukuk. So even a guy like me could be a sukuk holder. I did not want to be a institution where I have $50 million and then I can buy 1 trench of that sukuk.
Sorry, so just to interrupt you on the thought process. I think that, one of the fundamental bases of an ideal Islamic economic system, as I mentioned, is in terms of how do we affect and really improve the lives of people at the bottom, right? And this mimicking of conventional products, we need to move away from that to a purer system,
that's exactly.
Right? That speaks to
that's just what we did. So we took financial inclusion to the real bottom tier of people. And even a lorry driver was a sukuk investor. That has never happened before through sukuk in any Islamic sector, and I'm very proud that we were able to pull this off very, very successfully. And a second tranche is just launched pre-COVID. It's a very successful, very market-moving sukuk, regional-wise too. And I think Hilal Bank, what you can do is your opportunity, and this is just a suggestion, could be a sukuk musharaka on the terms of green sukuk. And this is where, you can raise the bar that if Oman, for example, experimented a very successful sukuk musharaka with really low denomination and it became the talk of the town, it was so oversubscribed, you can then straight away take that lead, upgrade it, match it with the new normal demands, and enter this same facility of a low denomination sukuk, ijara or musharaka. The contract is up to you as per the Kazakhstan demands. You can then call it a green sukuk and an ESG friendly sukuk. And I think this is where, Dina would be so excited if this can be done. I don't want to jump the gun. I don't want to be too impatient, but maybe let's say next 24 months, Yarina 2024 Astana conference, if not the next one, you could be sitting or standing over there pressing a button. This is the first green sukuk coming from the Kazakhstan shores, built on the ETN that was launched back in 2022. And hang on, low denomination, classic, new and smart financial inclusion. Blockchain could be added in that too, and these folks from Wahid and then Ismail can Sharia govern that too. And Ismail, for my personal consumption, brother, I mean, how are you going to Sharia govern cybersecurity and smart contract? There are talks that you can have a robo-Sharia advisor. Do you know that? Is it robo-Sharia advisor? What's it? We're living in Hollywood or what? It's robo-Sharia advisors are talk of the town back in Bahrain. So, wow, this is hard task. How are you going to Sharia govern that? Let alone 101 stuff.
So I think that's a very good question, and I think that, as I mentioned, that we have to not only keep up with the current contemporary situation and practical realities on the ground, we have to move ahead. And by the way, we're already developing Islamic financial guidelines for financial institutions, Islamic financial institutions in the metaverse. JP Morgan has launched the first digital bank in the metaverse, and we're looking at a concept of launching the first ever Islamic institution in the metaverse, and we're creating Sharia principles around it. So it means that we're forward-looking in terms of how we can take this industry to the next level, and that's why I'm fascinated and excited by the potential for fintech, blockchain. And by the way, I sat with the Mufti of a Middle East country, in fact the UAE, and we discussed about the potential for this. And I said, look, we have to look at financial inclusion and harnessing the power of blockchain and fintech to take this to the next level. Right. And as I mentioned, we could write the Sharia code, right, in the metadata, and it could automatically govern the paper or the tech, right? So that's the type of thing we're working on.
Yeah, good luck doing that. It's just, that's all I can say. Good luck doing that. That is a lot of work. Now, we are running out of time. We're pressing for time. I would want to open the debate for the public. It's not every day that you have these beautiful faces sitting right in front of you, and you can. One is a Sharia guru, the other is a tech giant, one is really in romance with green sukuk, the other just launched an ETN of Kazakhstan nature that is game-changing. Again, I want to see tomorrow newspapers, how much is the coverage over there. So, floor is yours. We'll take two. Who's that? Our brother over there. Introduce yourself, brother, first, and then just...
Каиргалиев Мансарбек, Sharia Consulting, IFC Limited. Такой вопрос, мистер Odasai.
I have a question to Mr. Odasai. I will raise the question in Russian because most of the audience are Russian speaking, for you to understand. Can you hear the translation? Can you hear the interpretation? Can I continue? My question is to Sheikh Odasai. Let me ask you, my name is Kairgaliev Musarbek. I'm the CEO of Sharia Consulting AFC Limited. Regarding blockchain technologies, we are all aware that Islamic financing should be based on the asset which is recognized by Sharia. Will the meta-universe be considered as the asset? Because there are various viewpoints taken by the scholars, Islamic scholars in Kazakhstan, that based on the fatwa of Al-Azhar University, that they are not Sharia compliant in the full sense and is not considered to be an asset. Therefore, in line with this fatwa, it cannot be sold or presented or any other transaction taken. Thank you.
Good luck with that. What? This is Hollywood.
Я буду проблемы с переводчиком.
I think that you had an issue with interpretation.
Yeah, go ahead.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. I think this is a very important question from a Sharia dynamic perspective. And I'd like to address this in terms of sort of three principles. The first is that the principle of ada, urf and ada in fiqh, in Islamic jurisprudence. So there is a principle that says al-adatu muhakkama, that the norm of society is given a preponderance in terms of application of contemporary jurisprudence. What this translates into in the fact that when it comes to the consideration of an asset of value in Sharia, it's not necessarily linked to a physical, tangible asset. Nowhere does it state in Sharia that an asset of value, in other words, something which has taqawwum or valuation from an asset perspective, has to be a physical asset. It could either be, it could also be a non-tangible asset, and there are precedents for this in various furu'at, in various contemporary, in various applications in terms of Islamic jurisprudence, like hukuk, in terms of rights, etc. That has been mentioned in the fatwa books, in the books of Islamic verdicts by the earlier scholars. When we talk of thamaniya, when we talk of the concept of something being an exchange of value in terms of a price, in fact, you would know that the view of Imam Abu Hanifa rahimahullah, the scholar of the Hanafi school of thought, of the Hanafi madhab, is that as long as two parties agree with each other in terms of something being a valid thaman, that is considered to be valid from a Sharia perspective. Now, the fatwa in the Hanafi school of thought is not given on that basis. The fatwa is given in terms of the view of Imam Muhammad rahimahullah, who was the student of Imam Abu Hanifa rahimahullah, and he has stated that the concept of isti'mal and istilah, in other words, that commonality and common usage of an asset could be considered to be a valid thaman or a medium of exchange in Sharia. So I believe that the other issue is with regards to the maqasid of Sharia, with regards to the protection of the Sharia or the economic system. And sometimes a fatwa is issued for something that is inherently permitted. It is viewed as being impermissible currently to protect the broader society in terms of the maqasid of Sharia, and this is termed as the view of saddan lil bab. In other words, that you close the door for potential abuse. So perhaps these fatwas and Islamic verdicts were issued at a particular time where the scholars adopted a precautionary view to protect society while they understood the reality of the system. And I believe that with proper discussion amongst Sharia scholars, we would be able to academically come up with a viewpoint and a structure that makes sense for the holistic sustainable development of the Islamic economic system. I am also not of the view of general ibaha and permissibility because we need to have sharait, we need to have conditions in terms of how these activities are conducted. And this is the exact discussion I had with the Mufti of the United Arab Emirates, Sheikh Dr. Mufti Al-Haddad, and we have mentioned that we cannot issue general permissibility, nor can we say it is generally impermissible. We cannot issue ibaha nor tahrim directly. We have to come up with conditions and a fatwa that speaks to the holistic, sustainable development of the Islamic economic system. So therefore, I humbly disagree with general impermissibility, and I believe that this should be a subject of further, academic discussion. I hope that this has answered your question.
Yeah, thank you very much. It was quite spot on and crisp, my brother Ismail, as usual. One more question there. We have time for one more. Madam, seriously? Come on. Please go ahead.
Well, my question is to Ismail. It's more technical a little bit, but when you mentioned about tokenized fatwations and that it might substitute the problem of the physical inspection, when it comes to tangible commodity inspection, how would you go about it? Because, for, let's say, for any commodity murabaha transaction, when you issue a fatwa on a commodity, how does digital approach work?
Yeah, it's a good one. Yeah, so I think this is a very good question, and I'd just like to give you my experience. So being an investment bank and a boutique ourselves, we engage a lot in the Islamic capital market transactions, and you come from DD Cap. My good friend is Brother Kasim Dokrat. in Dubai. He's a good friend of mine, and well, that's for a different discussion. And we had this discussion about how do we prove the physicality of a commodity. And I personally went to London because I've studied in London at the London School of Economics, and I work at Goldman, the London office. And I said, look, you know, you have these commodity murabaha transactions. How do we prove the physicality of an asset and a commodity? And I went to the London Metal Exchange, and I said, well, you know, show me the warehouse deposit receipt. Took the deposit receipt, and I went to a storage. I provided the code, and I could have been served with commodities worth hundreds of millions of dollars, but I chose not to take on that cost on the lighter note. So from a Sharia perspective, a Sharia governance perspective, we should prove that there is physicality to those assets, and link that to some form of warehouse depository receipts that prove the physicality of an asset. So I believe this is possible. We are currently doing that. And many of our customers, as you would appreciate, they would want to know, is this simply moving of paper, right? Or is it actual trading, right? And we prove this through the proper warehouse depository receipts. And now with the blockchain and smart contracts, we're able to validate those contracts across the ledger, right? So you know that in murabaha transaction, there are certain stages in terms of how a murabaha is conducted. And if you go from stage 1 to stage 5, the contract is not Sharia compliant. And through the blockchain, we're able to validate each process as it moves through. And in that way, we can prove to all the stakeholders and participants that a contract is Sharia compliant based on the fatwa that was issued. I hope that answers my question.
Thank you very much. It was a very, very valid attempt over there. And of course, you can engage post the session. And ladies and gentlemen, what a patient audience you have been. What a lovely audience you have been. I could see it from the eyes that you were totally engaged. And credit to these folks who kept you this engaged. You know, sometimes, you know, I mean, we are on different time zones. So these sessions or speeches are the best time to catch your sleeping patterns. So I noticed that none of there were shut eyes. So there is one rubbing the eyes. So, I mean... yeah. So, I, for one, would have to confess that I am much better off than what I was pre this session and what I am after this session. So, I think I have value added to my little bit of mental capacities that I carry. So, thank you very much. May God bless you for doing this to me. And I'm sure that, you know, I mean, audience, if they compare themselves 1 hour before and 1 hour after this session, I'm thinking at least 5% new value addition, if at all, has been transferred or shifted to their beautiful minds. There's a movie, Beautiful Mind, if you want to watch it. So before we close the session, the key takeaways are from now onwards, folks, we have to be very clear. Be it sustainable, be it responsible, be it socially responsible, be it ethical, whatever is the new name coming up, or it's already there. Islamic finance is already that. You do not judge it from another name. You just defend it. That this is my territory already. Don't tell me what another name of my territory is. This is Islamic Finance 101. It is sustainable, it is green, it is ESG, it is SDGs, it is tech-driven. And as I mentioned, all the tech disruption that the world is going crazy about, it's all using the modes of mudaraba and musharaka, crowdfunding, angel investing, P2P lending, whatever names that you call it. Now, this is our key takeaway, and of course, other beautiful key takeaways are the tech key takeaway, the governance, the green sukuk. Dina, you would want to have a talk with this Al Hilal CFO over here. Last but not the least, I just have, 50-ish seconds. ETN, go.
Thank you so much. I just want to invite you, if you are Kazakhstani citizen, if you are already 16, just try to buy this ETN for around $6 maybe. And actually on AX, we have, beside ETN, we have 4 sukuks of QIIB, ISDB, and we have well-developed infrastructure. We have rules and regulations devoted for Islamic instruments. And we welcome you to issue local, regional, corporate, sovereign sukuks, and we just will wait you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, from here, it's signing off. And what is it, mic drop or what? What was that? It's a coffee cup drop. I did not have the mic. So thank you very much, and see you again, inshallah.
Thank you. Thank you, moderator and honorable speakers. May I invite you on the stage for a group photo? Yes. And once again, big thanks for our sponsors, ENG, Chevron, Visa. Without your contribution, this event would not have happened. We will now take a break, 10 minutes break. See you after 10 minutes. Thank you.
Мир стремительно развивается. Ежедневно растет потребность человечества в ресурсах. Для технологического прогресса особенно нужны металлы и различные источники электроэнергии. ENG обеспечивает мир такими ресурсами. Наша группа – лидер по производству высокоуглеродистого феррохрома, ведущий производитель меди и кобальта, один из крупнейших поставщиков железной руды, глинозема и алюминия в странах СНГ. Группа поддерживает глобальные инициативы по продвижению зеленой экономики и развитию альтернативных источников электроэнергии. ENG работает в 15 странах мира. Особенно мощно группа представлена в Казахстане. Сегодня ENG в Казахстане – это треть горно-металлургического комплекса страны. За последние 5 лет вклад компании в ВВП страны составил 5 триллионов тенге. Благодаря деятельности группы более 150 тысяч казахстанцев обеспечены работой. ENG – первый и крупнейший производитель глинозема и первичного алюминия высокой марки в Казахстане. Электроэнергетические активы ENG обеспечивают 17% всей вырабатываемой электрической энергии в стране. Будучи флагманом горно-металлургической промышленности государства, ENG также играет важную роль в повышении экспортного потенциала Казахстана. Ключевые рынки сбыта продукции за рубежом – страны Европы, Китай, Россия и Япония. Все эти достижения стали возможны только благодаря нашим сотрудникам. Люди – главная ценность компании. ENG – это прежде всего одна большая команда. Дружная, сплоченная и профессиональная. Единство наших сотрудников, их ответственность перед компанией и местными сообществами, а также инновационный потенциал обеспечивают безопасность производства, эффективность инвестиций и долгосрочное развитие ENG как лидера горно-металлургической отрасли в Казахстане и мире. Так, ENG на деле воплощает свою миссию, бережно раскрывая потенциал Земли, обеспечивать процветание тех, кто на нас полагается.
We know it's going to take many forms of energy to meet the world's needs while creating a cleaner future for all. At Chevron, we're lowering the carbon emissions intensity of our operations, investing in lower carbon technologies, and exploring renewable fuels of the future. We work hard to care for the homes we love, but it's only human to protect the one we share.
Hello, I'm Andrew Gamble. I'm the chairman of the global board of Grata International, which is the Swiss-German exercise of overall control and direction for the Grata International. There are a number of aspects of the work that I do for Grata. One is I speak to international law firms. There are significant clients of the firm. I certainly enjoy doing that and explaining to them the value of Grata. I discuss the strategic direction of the firm with the senior partners, and I also work proactively with the Integration Centre and the International Cooperation Department, who are performing an excellent function on behalf of the firm. And last but not least, I speak to potential new firms. That's a very interesting question. I think it's really to do with our focus. We're very much focused on a particular regional area. And international law firms have retreated from that space, whereas we are within this very large geographical area extending from Eastern Europe through to China. And we provide, as a result, very significant services in those markets. Well, we've clearly been through some very difficult times since Grata was set up nearly 30 years ago. Most recently, of course, we've had the pandemic and there are other difficulties in the region. I think that the success, or the indication of the success of Grata, is that not only are we surviving in this market, but we're getting stronger and expanding. The Verein structure, which is a particular legal construct established under Swiss law, enables us to provide international coordination and direction, but at the same time it leaves all the local officers to pursue their own business activities in a manner which is most amenable to success within each of their own local markets.
Стремительно развивается. Ежедневно растет потребность человечества в ресурсах. Для технологического прогресса особенно нужны металлы и различные источники электроэнергии. ENG обеспечивает мир такими ресурсами. Наша группа – лидер по производству высокоуглеродистого феррохрома, ведущий производитель меди и кобальта, один из крупнейших поставщиков железной руды, глинозема и алюминия в странах СНГ. Группа поддерживает глобальные инициативы по продвижению зеленой экономики и развитию альтернативных источников электроэнергии. ENG работает в 15 странах мира. Особенно мощно группа представлена в Казахстане. Сегодня ENG в Казахстане – это треть горно-металлургического комплекса страны. За последние 5 лет вклад компании в ВВП страны составил 5 триллионов тенге. Благодаря деятельности группы более 150 тысяч казахстанцев обеспечены работой. ENG – первый и крупнейший производитель глинозема и первичного алюминия высокой марки в Казахстане. Электроэнергетические активы ENG обеспечивают 17% всей вырабатываемой электрической энергии в стране. Будучи флагманом горно-металлургической промышленности государства, ENG также играет важную роль в повышении экспортного потенциала Казахстана. Ключевые рынки сбыта продукции за рубежом – страны Европы, Китай, Россия, Япония. Все эти достижения стали возможны только благодаря нашим сотрудникам. Люди – главная ценность компании. ENG – это прежде всего одна большая команда. Дружная, сплоченная и профессиональная. Единство наших сотрудников, их ответственность перед компанией и местными сообществами, а также инновационный потенциал обеспечивают безопасность производства, эффективность инвестиций и долгосрочное развитие ENG как лидера горно-металлургической отрасли в Казахстане и мире. Так, ENG на деле воплощает свою миссию, бережно раскрывая потенциал Земли, обеспечивать процветание тех, кто на нас полагается.
We know it's going to take many forms of energy to meet the world's needs while creating a cleaner future for all. At Chevron, we're lowering the carbon emissions intensity of our operations, investing in lower carbon technologies, and exploring renewable fuels of the future. We work hard to care for the homes we love, but it's only human to protect the one we share.
Hello, I'm Andrew Gamble. I'm the chairman of the global board of Grata International, which is the Swiss Verein which exercises overall control and direction for the Grata International network. There are a number of aspects of the work that I do for Grata. One is I speak to international law firms who are significant clients of the firm. I certainly enjoy doing that and explaining to them about the value of Grata. I discuss the strategic direction of the firm with the senior partners, and I also work proactively with the Integration Center and the International Cooperation Department, who are performing an excellent function on behalf of the firm. And last but not least, I speak to potential new firms. That's a very interesting question. I think it's really to do with our focus. We're very much focused on a particular regional area. And international law firms have retreated from that space, whereas we are within this very large geographical area extending from Eastern Europe through to China. And we provide, as a result, very significant services in those markets. Well, we've clearly been through some very difficult times since Grata was set up nearly 30 years ago. Most recently, of course, we've had the pandemic and there are other difficulties in the region. I think that the success, or the indication of the success of Grata, is that not only are we surviving in this market, but we're getting stronger and expanding. The Verein structure, which is a particular legal construct established under Swiss law, enables us to provide international coordination.
Dear guests, please have a seat. We are about to start. Dear guests, please have a seat.
Through their own business activities in a manner which is most amenable to success within each of their own local markets.
Дорогие гости, просьба проходить на свои места. Мы начинаем. Дорогие гости. Дамы и господа, просьба пройти на ваши места. Дамы и господа, dear guests, we're about to start. Please have a seat. Да. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you all enjoyed the break. And now we are looking forward to the next session and discussion. We have come to our next Islamic finance products for the development and impact investing. And I would like to invite my colleague, Ms. Madina Tukulova, head of the AFC Islamic Finance and Business Hub, on the stage, please. You're welcome. Madina has experience in the Agency for Regulating the Activities of the Regional Financial Center of Almaty and the National Bank of the Republic of Kazakhstan. She participated in developing legal acts and strategic documents on Islamic finance. Madina Tukulova has been developing and promoting Islamic finance in Kazakhstan and the Central Asian region for more than 10 years. And also, she is certified Islamic banker. In 2021, Madina Tukulova was included in the Cambridge IFA ranking of the 50 most influential women in Islamic finance and business. Please welcome Madina Tukulova.
Thank you, DMC. So, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Dear ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellency, online and offline participants of Astana Finance Days, you are very welcome. We are happy that today you are here with us. So I would like to start our session, Islamic Finance Products for the Development and Impact Investment. And let me introduce my speakers. Brother Ibrahim Shukri, he is the head for the Islamic Development Bank Regional Hub of Almaty. Dr. Daoud Ashraf, who is a senior research economist at Islamic Development Bank Institute, and Brother Yahya Rahman, Global Lead Islamic Finance Advisory at the Islamic Development Bank Institute. Welcome. But before we start our session, I would like to pay your attention to the screen. We have a short ISDB video, please.
Sustaining life entails managing the present to sustain the future. In the Islamic Development Bank Group, we take pride in our decades-old journey towards excellence to improve the present and preserve the future. As we celebrate nearly 5 decades of success investing in people's livelihoods and social progress. By the South. In the South. We take pride in working together and winning together. We empower people to drive their own economic aspirations and prosperity. We forge quality, collaborative partnerships across 4 continents. We foster education for all and help displaced children return to school. We open new frontiers in nature-based solutions. We help tackle global challenges in food security, water and sanitation, renewable energy, and health. We build resilient infrastructures that protect and promote lives. We facilitate and expand international trade to help create jobs and support businesses. We invest in investors and entrepreneurs and in opportunities for all. We fund developing businesses that eradicate poverty and drive green economic growth. We provide finance for projects that ensure recovery from crises. We adhere to global financial standards that secure stability and resilience. We work with global partners to achieve global goals. We work together to build back better, to sustain life for a sustainable future. Islamic Development Bank Group, 47 years of continued excellence in sustainable development.
So all of us understand the essential role of the Islamic Development Bank in the member countries. And here in Kazakhstan, we see the important role of the Islamic Development Bank by financing impact projects, operation, technical assistance, and ISDB supports the development of Islamic finance in AIFC, in Kazakhstan, in the region. For example, just recently, we, under the technical assistance of the Islamic Development Bank, ISDB consultant developed the Islamic Finance Master Plan, which is include the most important recommendations to develop Islamic finance. And it covers the different sectors of Islamic sectors, like Islamic banking, Islamic non-banking, takaful, Islamic capital market, education, Islamic fintech, Islamic social finance, and even the halal industry. So could you please describe to all of us the ISDB activities and the role of the ISDB?
Thank you very much, Medina. And again, happy to be here. I think this video maybe summarizes what are we doing. The Islamic Development Bank Group has been operating for 47 years now. We have 57 member countries. We have been active in Central Asia since 1993. As a group, we have different entities. So we have the parent bank, which is focusing on government support and sovereign lendings. We have special institutions for trade finance, for insurance, for private sector financing, and also for Islamic finance development. So especially for Central Asia, we are also focusing on financing, investment, and advisory. We are doing support to public and private sector in different aspects in all the sectors. In Central Asia, we have a portfolio over $6.4 billion, focused on agriculture, transport, finance, and then energy, and then education. And accordingly, it is our role as a multilateral development institution is to support our member countries, and especially Central Asia. Like you said, in addition to financing investment, we do a lot of technical assistance, we do a lot of advisory, and in this region, we are very happy to see that the whole region is very active in terms of the portfolio moving on, especially in Uzbekistan, Turkmenistan, and then Kazakhstan, followed by Tajikistan and Kyrgyz Republic.
Thank you, Brother Ibrahim. And my next question is regarding the Islamic finance. So we see the growth of the Islamic finance worldwide, and even recently I read that S&P Global, they predict that 2.2 trillion Islamic USD Islamic finance industry will will grow, and in 2 years, we see 10% growth of Islamic finance. So from this point of view, how do you think how it has translated into development and impact, and potentially why? Yes. As a researcher, as a specialist in Islamic finance.
Thank you very much, Medina. Yeah, very pertinent question. We talk a lot about the numbers, that the Islamic finance industry is growing with a growth rate of double-digit for the last so many years. And we love these numbers. But the question that comes into mind often is how Islamic finance, with the promises that it has, both in terms of sustainability, in terms of social responsibility, as the theme of this event is, are they meeting up to those standards or whatnot? And that is a question that most probably is being mostly asked among the experts of Islamic finance. Islamic finance, to my understanding, is sustainable, is creating impact, is leaning towards the growth. However, we need to understand that you can ask somebody about the action, what they could do. And these are the things that I personally believe. So say, for example, if I'm looking at the growth in Islamic finance, it mostly comes in the area of Islamic banking. Which is easier because you're tapping into retailers who are more faith-oriented. You ask them, they come and deposit money with you. It's very easy. You got the money, and then you just have to intermediate those funds. And we see development there. But if you really want to see the major impact, then we have to move out of the intermediation model of depositors and the lender. So that is the Islamic capital market that I believe is the most important part. And on that side, what we are missing is the tenor of the investment. What we see here is, even when it gets to sukuk, what we are looking at a tenor of sukuk, say for example, the majority of the sukuk that we have in the market right now are very short term. So if you really want to see the impact, to give you an example, so say for example, if you're a venture capitalist, so you have a lock-up period of 7 to 10 years, and even with the lock-up period of 7 to 10 years, you don't know what would be the outcome. Well, with the sukuk, you expect it to be Sharia compliant. You expect it to give you good return as the return of the market, and at the same time, you want it to be sustainable and all those things. So maybe the demand from the investor side is not reflective of the tenor that we need to get those demands fulfilled. ISDB Institute did a report in 2018 with the World Bank, and in that report, what we observe that most important part would be for investors to think long-term when it gets to investment in Islamic banking. And I think without going to long-term in financing, it would be difficult to achieve the aims of Islamic finance. So I stop here. Maybe if there is more question from the audience, I'll get back to those questions maybe. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Dawood. And I think some of the participants here, they are already like, of course they know Islamic Development Bank, but some of them has like experience in then like ISDB group companies provided like financing and supported the development like of the companies by financing the project and etc. But maybe it will be for another participants will be very interesting to understand the examples of the Islamic finance products of the Islamic Development Bank, maybe the services of Islamic Development Bank, and also the initiatives. Some of the initiatives, of course, we know the initiatives of the Islamic Development Bank in the development of Islamic finance, but maybe if you could describe it more like for all of us, what are you doing, how are you doing? Brother Yahya or Brother Ibrahim?
Okay. Thank you, Melina. I think it's an important question in the way I would like, because I mean there are so many initiatives of the IDB and so many products and services. I think rather than going through each and every one of them, it would be better to talk about it in terms of a spectrum. So if you look at Islamic finance and the development of the industry, there are two ways of looking at it. One is to look at it from the subsectors of the Islamic finance. So you can talk about Islamic social finance, the zakat, awqaf, Islamic microfinance, banking, capital markets, all the way to sukuk. So this is one way of looking at the industry. And the other way, if you look at the development of the industry, would be to see, at the policy level, at, the market level, then in terms of capacity building and in terms of awareness. So IDB kind of operates across the entire spectrum, both across the matrix, both in terms of, the subsectors and also at the different levels of engagement. So just to give you an example, we have, the IDB was involved in developing the awqaf model law. So this is a law that was developed as a template for countries that are interested in introducing awqaf. So they can take this law, it comes with an implementation arrangement, it has already been cleared by the Sharia board, and then they can customize it if they want to introduce awqaf. Similarly, on the transactional side, we have the awqaf property investment fund. Now this is a fund that helps member countries and Muslim communities in non-member countries to unlock the value of awqaf. So existing awqaf, if they want to create new awqaf, then this fund is actually going to provide funding. It is backed by capital that is funded by IDB and its partners. It also has a $100 million line of financing, and they've done almost $1 billion worth of awqaf investments over the last few years. Similarly, when it comes to zakat, Brother Desai was talking about the enormous potential, untapped potential of zakat. So IDB is working with the likes of Basnas in Indonesia in terms of how, both on the collection and the distribution side, it could be made more efficient and have greater socio-economic impact. Moving on, if we go to the Islamic microfinance side, the Economic Empowerment Department, we work on our side, on the soft side, in terms of developing capacity, developing products. We created the Islamic microfinance toolkits. But on the transactional side, IDB is involved in a lot of equity investments within microfinance. So for example, we were involved in setting up a microfinance institution in Tunisia, Zaytuna Tamkeen, similarly Irada in Sudan, and then there are numerous others. Within the region, there are lots of microfinance and leasing companies that IDB and the private sector arm, ICD, is directly involved in. So on the banking side, I wouldn't go because IDB is an equity holder in almost 30 Islamic banks, and then we provide line of financing to the others. I think the capital market was already covered by Zamir. Now, one other important aspect of the development of the industry that I would like to highlight is the Islamic Finance Technical Assistance Program. Now, this is a program which has a global mandate. So it's not just limited to the 57 member countries, but it also includes the Muslim communities in non-member countries. So, and again, our mandate is very broad. So at the policy level, whether it's the development of an Islamic finance master plan, it is the development of a legal or a regulatory framework, it is to develop Islamic finance products, it's capacity building. IDB has been involved in more than 118 projects actually to date, 50 of which are currently in progress, and 68 we've already closed. And we have a pipeline of about 50 projects, and already spent close to about 16, 17 million, and this is in addition to the in-kind assistance. And one example is what Medina was mentioning, the development of the Islamic Finance Master Plan for the AIFC. That was funded through the same initiative. Similarly, the Islamic Finance Master Plan for Indonesia was funded by the same initiative. And then we have projects across the whole spectrum, from Kazakhstan to Mozambique, from Indonesia to Suriname. And again, it is not limited to any specific area. It covers broadly all the areas of Islamic finance. And it's still open, and we're working with our partners to deliver that. So that is another thing. That is how we're helping the industry. Lastly, we work very closely with the Islamic infrastructure institutions, so the likes of IOFI, IFSB, SEBAFI, IFM, and the others. Again, the IDB engagement with them is at different level. We are represented on the governance in terms of the boards, the working groups, the technical committees, the task forces. We also provide them technical assistance in terms of codifying best practices, standards, and their implementation. And then they work in turn with the regulators and supervisors. So in terms of creating the global Islamic finance architecture, you keep hearing about harmonization and standardization. So the IDB is working with partners in terms of doing that. On the impact investing side, we're working now very closely because SDGs and sustainable development is one of the key mandates of the IDB strategy. So we work with the likes of the UN, the UNDP, the World Bank, the IMF, and again, on areas of mutual interest. So it's a very broad spectrum. So I hope I was able to give you a slight picture of how we work. And then, of course, on the capacity building side and raising awareness, I think the region is a great testament to the work of the IDB. I remember about 8 or 10 years ago, there was even some countries where it was difficult to have an awareness session on Islamic finance. And alhamdulillah, now we see that the countries have, not only embracing Islamic finance, but embracing it in a manner which is very encouraging and very hopeful. So for example, in Uzbekistan, we have now a technical assistance on Waqf. We have a technical assistance on Green Sukuk in partnership with the UNDP. We are developing the legal framework for Islamic banking, and that is just one country. Similarly, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyz Republic, Tajikistan, and others. So alhamdulillah, I think there's a lot of work that is happening, but again, I think the potential is enormous and there's much more to be done.
Let me just add a few points. I think you asked about the initiatives or the innovation from our side. It's also very important for us that we are trying more and more to multiply the impact of our investment and our financing. And to give you one example, which highlighted by Yahya, but maybe I would like to emphasize more, when we worked on the microfinancing over the years, we have financed over $620 million for microfinancing, which created over 1.4 million jobs. This was very successful model. But in the same timing, we also, when we analyzed this, we found that it's more within the financial inclusion, whereby we are providing education about financing. We are providing a line of financing to the small individuals, and we are creating opportunities. But we are now shifting to be more from a project to a program, shifting more from financial inclusion to economic inclusion through this economic empowerment model, whereby we are adding more and more components to this model by bringing partners, by creating the facility for those poor segment to be actor in the whole ecosystem, and trying to bring contractual also a part in this whole formula in order for their sustainability. One example is Tunisia, where we brought thousands of farmers by creating a union. We brought the international dairy companies to give them the support and the standard operating procedures for producing of milk and so on. And with this process, we created the knowledge for them to be active producers of dairy and with the scale of thousands of farmers coming together, they even have the capacity to bargain on the price and a long-term contract by selling this product. So with this model, we really shifted from just a small contribution, financial contribution to small individuals, to a more of a very sustainable model and so on.
And if I may, I would like to add one more like very nice initiative by the Islamic Development Bank Institute. I have very nice cards with the QR code, and you can download the application where you can find the like books and other different materials on like the Islamic finance and other, like I already downloaded it. Thank you a lot. So I would like to share it with you. Please welcome after the session. My next question is regarding the like challenges and prospectus of the Islamic finance, especially like today we like our speakers and moderators mentioned like the Islamic fintech, digitalization. So it's like a new normal for all of us. And like, you know, Brother Mugis recently also shared with me the article. There I noted that the like Islamic fintech will be the like most important part of the Islamic financial industry. So what do you think about this, and how like Islamic Development Bank responses to these like new realities? Maybe Brother Dawood.
Yeah, these are the new buzzwords, and at the ISDB Institute, we have taken this as a case study for ourselves to see how Islamic finance can be promoted with the help of this new technology and everything. We published a report last year where we have looked into the impact of artificial intelligence, harnessing the digitalization for financial inclusion. That was the main topic of that discussion. The potential is huge. One of the major challenge for the microfinance institution is their operational cost. With the digitalization, we can reduce this cost considerably. We can provide small insurance at very low cost to these households, who, if they're not able to make the payments, they can get into default very easily. And missing a payment is very easy. Say, for example, if this farmer did not get the crop at the time when it needed. So now, given that situation, the financial technology can help quite a bit. The major concern that comes with the digitalization, and especially when we talk about the digitalization of small farmers or small businesses, is the financialization of these individuals. So these are poor people. You give them the small loan, maybe $5, $10, $15, $20, and then if this person is not able to pay it back, this person would be in default forever. And what we see while doing that report is there are mushroom growth of financial platforms in Africa, in India, in several other countries that provides you access to finance like this. And what they're using is they're using your social media platform information, they're using your telephone information, all those information help them to see whether you would be able to pay back the money or whatnot. But what happened with that is that person is not able to make the payment, and then the whole spiral will come back and this whole family will get into trouble. And we have seen the examples in India and in Africa where families have to sell their, whatever be their holding was, just to pay back these predatory lending platforms. So what Islamic finance can do is more important, because this is where I want to bring in. So Islamic finance can provide these financing at a very low cost and can take care of these small defaults very easily through the system of zakat. I give you an example, so it would be difficult for you to understand how this whole thing is working. So there is a small fintech company in Pakistan that provides, I forgot the name, I hope that it will come to my mind in a bit. They provide these financing interest-free through a platform. They do all the credit checks and everything, but in case of default of this, so first the individual is getting the financing interest-free. So he's not need to worry about the 73% or 200% of interest rate that we see in these lending platforms at all. And secondly, this money is provided for the economic empowerment. So it is not provided for the person to pay the school fee of their children. So if you're looking for payment of school fee to the children, you don't need the Qard al-Hasan for that. So you need to go tap some other resource, maybe the zakat or some other thing, since you need that. So with the technology in Islamic finance, we have witnessed that Islamic finance is able to provide more sustainable, more impactful financing to individuals. And I think with the growth of Islamic finance, especially the digitalization, would help more towards not only the development of the Islamic finance, but also towards the economic empowerment of individuals and small businesses that are looking for financing at more participatory basis rather than more predatory basis. Thank you.
Brother Yahya.
Just to, I think fintech is a great opportunity for Islamic finance, in the sense that one of the key challenges in terms of financial inclusion and economic empowerment, I think technology will enable to leapfrog, that access, because I think earlier there was some talk about how the drivers are, the cost of reaching out to people who are in remote areas. But now, at least the mobile technology, it doesn't even require literacy, because you find that a lot of people who may not even be very well educated, they know how to use a mobile phone. They use how to know a basic app. So of course there's this great opportunity that Islamic finance can tap into in terms of being more accessible, being more competitive, to reduce the transaction cost, to reduce the paperwork. However, that comes with the challenge. So the challenges are twofold. One, which Brother Dawood was talking about, which is consumer protection. Because having financial access to finance can also be have negative consequences if it's readily available, because you may not be financially prudent in terms of getting into transactions that you should perhaps avoid. Now earlier it was just not available, now it is available, so the temptation to go for it is there even when that may not be responsible. The second thing is what Brother Moise and everybody was talking about is the cyber security and the whole element of identity theft and then the rest of it. So I think, and of course on top of that there is the issue of Sharia compliance, because this is a new area, it comes with its own challenges and it requires more deliberation, and I like the fact that Brother Desai was talking about that we shouldn't talk about a blanket ibaha or a blanket impermissibility, but look at it on a case-by-case basis and see where it makes sense from a Sharia governance point of view, from a financial prudence point of view. So I think we have to balance, and this is going to be an ongoing challenge because new technologies are going to keep emerging, so it's a fact of life that has to be managed.
But is this like Islamic fintech or just a fintech is in Islamic finance industry?
This is really funny oftentimes that we somehow like to brand everything Islamic. Well, the DNA of Islamic finance is socially responsible. It is ethical. It is morally uprooted. So given all those things, the values are more important than the branding. So I believe that, and maybe like people can disagree with me on that part, but I think that what we do will have more impact than what we say. So I think this is an opportunity, the metaverse, the Desai has mentioned about that. So maybe this is the time for us to just think a little bit forward and see what is the impact that we can create. Of course, Islamic finance is there. It is rooted inside, so we cannot ignore it. But branding specifically Islamic fintech, maybe a little bit too fancy for me.
Thank you. So social responsibility, sustainability, like growth, even here we have like the main topic of the Astana Finance Days is this like three main words. So I just wanted to understand like more about like how ISDB like respond to all of these things in order like then we're talking about like ISDB strategy. Brother Yahya, maybe you can.
I think this is very important because IDB had started work on sustainability and we have been part of the, the sustainable development goals for a while. And I think recently, as just back a few months ago, during the IDB annual meeting in Egypt, there was a realignment of the IDB strategy. And one of the key pillars, in addition to, the post-COVID recovery and poverty alleviation, is to focus on resilient, sustainable green growth, and which is inclusive. So it is now one of the key pillars. Now, within the sustainability, back in 2019, the IDB developed the sustainable finance framework that Dr. Zamir was also referring to. And it was not just a framework, it was based on, the green bond and the sustainable bond and social bond framework. But IDB issued the first green sukuk, which is $1 billion euro green sukuk that was issued. And then after that, in 2021, the IDB issued the 2.5 billion sustainability sukuk. And already a lot of the money from that is already earmarked to green and sustainable projects. So it's not just related to, the environment, but also water, urban, inclusive urban development. We talk about sanitation, smart transportation, et cetera, et cetera. So now IDB has set a target for itself that by 2025, which is not far by the way, 35% of all IDB operations will be on climate-related financing. So we have set ourselves with ambitious targets. We're already working on that on the resource mobilization side. Back to back from 2019 to 2021, we have issued, and there's been a very positive response from the market. So I think sustainability is now being mainstreamed into the operations and the projects of the IDB.
Thank you, brothers. And I think my last question, then we ask maybe our audience also have like their questions. So another new normal is like COVID-19 and pandemic and post-pandemic situation. And I'm so happy that today we're all of us, we are here, we can meet each other in person. But anyway, post-pandemic recovery, how ISDB is like responding to this post-COVID? Brother Dawood or Brother Ibrahim?
I think, like we said, in terms of strategy, we have now the, posting recovery after pandemic is one of our best priorities now, in addition, of course, to green economy and poverty alleviation. Our programs, in terms of selecting our projects, we are very keen to look at all these aspects in terms of the criteria of our projects. We are having a number of programs, and recently also just to announce that one of the outcomes of our annual meeting in Egypt was to have a fast and emergency plan for food security, which was requested from many of our member countries, given the political situation and the impact on the price increase of commodities. So we are really looking at all the major issues facing our member countries and trying to implement our projects in a way that it will accommodate most of the challenges we are facing. I think post-recovery is very important. We had a very big program for the COVID-19, which included 3 phases. One was the emergency, one was more of a medium-term plan to boost trade between member countries, but the longer term is to focus on the different sectors, including, of course, the health capacity, building hospitals, building the health capacity for our member countries for God forbids for future pandemics, but this is also part of our strategy, in addition, of course, to trade finance and enhancing economies of our member countries.
Thank you, brothers. And now I would like to open the floor for the questions. Yes, please. Brother Abdul Rashid from the Kyrgyz Republic.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Abdul Rashid Jurayev, President.
I'm Abdurrashid Jurayev, the president of NAFTA Finance from Kyrgyz Republic.
Dollarization. Is there any plan regarding to develop own Muslim currency, so yani Islamic currency, by the IDB? Is there any plans, any initiatives? Thank you.
Simple answer is, at the moment, no. See, the thing is, the question that you have raised, of course, it has a lot of value in it. There is a need for it. But the thing is, we are living in a financial environment in which IDB, as a member of, as a group of 57 member countries, developing such a financial network is beyond our capacity. So we have to live within our own means. I'm sorry to be more blunt on this one. But I think what we need to do is we need to focus on the development of our own member countries. And if you see that we did not set up this climate change target of 100%. We know our countries still need fossil fuel. We know our countries still need for development so many things that may not be green at the moment. But what we want is we want our countries to grow more responsibility. So that responsibility will come on our part as well. So we have to think very clearly about the needs of our member countries, and also we need to be very careful in setting up target for ourselves such that it does not harm the growth of our member countries. So I hope I have answered your question. Thank you.
Махсатбек.
Это опять я. Такой вопрос.
It's me again. Just a second. My question is as follows. Probably it is not going to be quite correct, but truth is important, even though it may be bitter. The first office of ISDB, which was opened in Almaty, the first book that I took was written by Sheikh Siddiqui, a Pakistani scholar. I read it carefully, but now 25 years passed, and I would like to express a wish that you start a department of young kind of nuts fintech scholars who will build the meta universe for us, as Sheikh said, and new technologies, and probably the gold dirham that we are dreaming about, which does not exist and probably will never exist. It can materialize through the blockchain technology. This is just a piece of advice, and if Alibek Shohrei express an initiative as a true Egyptian, as I assume. In fact, in Almaty office, it was Sheikh Khalid from Egypt, a great person. Probably if you take this initiative here in Astana Hub, we have IT Hub, we can provide all possible support and assistance to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think just to share with you that, in Islamic Development Bank, we put a lot of emphasis on the young and the youth and the technology. We have a number of programs to support, youth. We have a very strong scholarship program across all member countries, and we are really very focusing to enhance the quality of this scholarship program, and with a special focus on the technology and the science departments. We have a number of supports to the, to the programs for the investment for the startups through different funds and through competitions in the bank. We have, Islamic finance, programs across different aspects. So I think what you said is very important. We are trying to manage it indifferently. From one side, from the capacity, from the other side, by providing financing tools through our, institutions within the bank, through small funds and through also technical support and competitions. So I think the idea of doing something with the IFC is well taken and will be considered. Thank you very much.
Any questions? Yeah, thank you.
I think I can understand and appreciate the sentiments of the brothers, but I think one, we should understand the mandate of the IDB. The issuance of currencies is usually a sovereign mandate, and we know even with countries within the European Union, to have a common currency requires, a lot of alignment in terms of policy, and even within the EU we see that as a challenge, let alone, we are talking about 57 member countries at very disparate level of economic development and financial sophistication. That is one thing. The other thing is that IDB's primary mandate is not to do stuff, but to enable the member countries to do things for themselves. So when it comes to providing the support, and our main mandate is socio-economic development, because we're a development bank at the end of the day. So whether it is fintech, or whether it is financial inclusion, or it's economic empowerment or job creation, IDB plays a role in supporting and working with other partners to do that. Not necessarily doing everything ourselves, because we're very mindful of the fact that we are just one institution, and you know, there's, and a lot has to be done. And not to mention the responsibility that lies on each and every one of us. I'm sure the Sheikh will say that, إِنَّ اللَّهَ لَا يُغَيِّرُ بِقَوْمٍ حَتَّى يُغَيِّرُوا مَا بِأَنفُسِهِمْ. So, you know, even Allah says that, you know, in order to change, you have to have the willingness to change. So I think it is upon us. And we found that the IDB has succeeded greatly when the partners and when there has been a willingness on part of our counterparts to succeed. So when they have wanted to bring about a change, to introduce new products, to embrace Islamic finance, it has been much easier. And when there is resistance, you know, the IDB cannot do that. And let's not forget that, you know, the political dynamics of a common currency and of a gold standard, you know, it is, while it is very nice to think about it, the practicalities sometimes go beyond the immediate mandate and even the need, I would say. Right now, I think the most pressing need of the IDB member countries is around food security and energy security in the current situation. And that is what we are trying to focus on. And that is, you know, the IDB was able to redeploy. In fact, it was one of the few institutions that was very quickly able to respond to the crisis. And we deployed about $4.2 billion in response to the COVID crisis and had a very elaborate strategy of immediate reaction to the COVID crisis and supporting the member countries, and then a medium term in terms of helping them with the recovery, and then in terms of a long-term program to help resilient and sustainable growth for the member countries. So we continue to do that, and we continue to work across the spectrum from awareness to, you know, assistance to direct intervention. But we need you to work with us to be able to work with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. But just I want to add one thing. Sister Medina has mentioned about this app. This is a good source to get more information what ISTB Institute is doing in terms of research, because you mentioned that you read first book on Islamic finance when you were in Mati. So we have put all this knowledge on your fingertip. So technology is something that we are embracing, and hopefully from the institute side, from the bank side, definitely you have heard a lot of these things, but on the institute side, we are embracing technology, and if there is an initiative for research or something, so definitely we are open to discuss and see how it could help in terms of the Islamic finance development per se. Thank you.
I think the last question.
Assalamu alaikum. It's Ajmal Ayub from GIFS. I've got a question around the SDR model used by the IMF. Have you considered something of that nature to provide, you know, the medium of exchange between member countries?
See, there is a difference between the mandate of IMF and the World Bank, right? Our mandate is very similar to what is the mandate of the World Bank. So IMF has the ability to issue SDRs, while World Bank could not because of the difference in mandate. So we have looked into it. We thought maybe, especially immediately after the COVID crisis, when we are in the mode of reaction. So we were looking for money from wherever we could generate. And when we looked into this proposal, we had this consultation with the IMF. We found that it would be more inappropriate for us to get into the SDRs rather than going into SDR. So that's why we had discussion with OECD at some point in time. Saudi Arabia was having the G20, heading the G20 at that time. So we had raised this issue with the G20 as well in Sherpa. So several places we have raised this issue. We tried to get this Islamic SDRs concept. Unfortunately, the general consensus that came out, I was not involved in that team, so I'm not like it's just the overheard thing. But my feeling was that the SDR for our member countries, given that somebody has to contribute and the other one has to get it, so it's not going to happen that easily. Most of our member countries are at the lower spectrum of their development. And that is the major concern, that how could you get the threshold to get finance from those member countries? Those are in the upper strata of the development. So I think it was more of a capacity issue than of the willingness issue. I hope that I have answered your question.
Yeah, just to add on to that, I mean, probably a food for thought. I mean, rather than going to currencies, you could turn to commodities and use them as your basket. You know, where countries have commodities that they can offer, and that's a wider spectrum. Different countries can produce different commodities and put them into the basket rather than currency, and that may be a more stable approach. Is that something?
Maybe. If you have a research paper or some write-up on this one, I would appreciate if you could share that with me. I would love to see that. See, the thing is, like, throwing an idea to the ISDB management, especially to consider as a product, it's a, I don't want to say that, but it's a difficult process. So if you have some paper, we can work on it from the institute side, and definitely we're more than happy to share with the ISDB to think about it. I tell you for sure, SDR was something that immediately after the COVID crisis has been considered at the bank. But as I mentioned to you, unfortunately, my personal belief is it was the capacity issue that has constrained to think it any further than that. Thank you.
I think, firstly, assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Thank you for the good presentation. I just have one question in view of the potential multipolarization of the global economic stratosphere, and in terms of the BRICS group of economies. Is the ISDB open to potential collaboration from an Islamic economic perspective as a multilateral organization with the BRICS group of countries?
I think, I mean, like my colleague Brother Wood mentioned, I mean, we are developing our products coming from the demand of our member countries. So what are we doing is that we have continuous dialogue with our member countries, looking for their, priority agenda, priority interests from our side. And like my colleagues mentioned, many are now being developed in our new strategy, focusing on the special needs of the country post the pandemic, given the current political situation, the impact on prices and so on. Definitely there is a lot of initiatives, and again, the idea here is that we are trying to be focused in order to provide the maximum the delivery and the maximum achievements from our contribution to our member countries. But again, there is a lot of thoughts and ideas. We are happy to look at any proposal, but in the same timing, we have to make sure it's something doable and practical. Thank you.
Thank you, brothers. Thank you, dear participants. I think we will. Just
I think,
1 minute.
Brother, in terms of the Islamic finance mandate, although the BRICS are not part of the IDB member countries, but the mandate for Islamic finance is a global mandate. And within Islamic finance, we've been engaging with Muslim communities within those countries in terms of supporting them. So we continue to do that. So for example, even in South Africa and in Russia, in Kazan, IDB is a regular attendee of the Kazan summit, and then we have representation there. So there has been collaboration and efforts, but of course, the focus primarily is on the IDB member countries. So that is kind of the current reality.
Thank you. Thank you. So to sum up, we understand that like ISDB will continue its initiatives in order to develop the member countries and in order to develop the Islamic finance. But anyway, we should work together, all the stakeholders, including the governments of the country, including the market players and other multilateral institutions. So thank you a lot. But now we have the results of one of the initiative of the Islamic Development Bank. So we had the technical assistance provided by the Islamic Development Bank, and within this technical assistance, Amani Advisors and Amani Academy developed for us Islamic finance qualification program, and now we have the short results of this 2-month qualification program.
Thank you very much. So,
Please.
yeah, can I ask you for the photo group? Yeah, thank you. Now we will start our ceremony of the AFC Islamic Finance Qualification Award ceremony. So, certificate of participation in the AFC Islamic Finance Qualification Program is given to Mr. Aidos Utibayev. Miss Akirke Asobekova. Mr. Akjol Borambay. Вот он, Акжол. Mr. Almaz Sirkula. Mr. Arman Janturayev. Miss Asel Jumanova. Okay. Miss Nazirke Akanova. Mr. Ожас Байсагатов. Mr. Sanjar Tokmurzin. And Mrs. Жанна Дьярова. Yes, that's all delegates. The rest is going to come. Thank you very much. Thank you. Dear guests, excellencies, distinguished guests, we have now come to the end of the AFC Islamic Finance Conference. It has been a wonderful day of knowledge sharing. Please enjoy your stay in Nur Sultan. And on behalf of Astana International Financial Center, I would like to take this opportunity to thank your excellencies, honorable speakers, and all delegates for your participation and support. We hope you are enjoying this experience and having the opportunity to gain priceless knowledge. Thank you very much. Stay safe.
Which opens up new opportunities for businesses, governments, and individuals on their path to wealth. Capital markets, creating a fully fledged and dynamic financial marketplace in Central Asia. Fintech, fostering innovation of new technologies in the banking, mobile, and personal finance. Green finance, encouraging and supporting sustainable investment opportunities. Islamic finance, reintroducing an alternative to traditional finance according to ethical principles. Common law, adapting the best practices of the world in Nur-Sultan, Kazakhstan. Private banking, offering a reliable ecosystem for the creation of family offices and personalized strategies. Visit our website, register your business, enjoy your privilege.
начинали с фондового рынка и стали инвестиционной компанией мирового уровня. Но мы хотели большего. Сегодня мы лидируем в онлайн-автостраховании и задали новые стандарты страхования жизни. Мы первыми в СНГ запустили цифровую ипотеку и внедрили самый быстрый способ купить смартфон в рассрочку. Мы предлагаем онлайн-платежи для бизнеса. Настало время обновиться. Мы такие же надежные, но более гибкие, динамичные и инновационные. Один бренд, 1000 возможностей. Добро пожаловать в единую экосистему Freedom.
Растут акции или падают? Быки и медведи всегда в деле. Выбери свой клуб. Freedom Finance. Инвестиции с характером.
В самом сердце столицы Казахстана компания «Алдар» создала современный многофункциональный комплекс, крупнейший в стране. Абу-Даби Плаза – место притяжения людей и бизнеса, эпицентр столицы и украшение панорамы города. Абу-Даби Плаза стал ярким продолжением серии успешных проектов компании «Алдар». Абу-Даби Плаза – это многофункциональный комплекс с единой инфраструктурой для работы, отдыха и комфортной жизни. Торговый центр связывает воедино все здания комплекса. Живая атмосфера, центральное расположение, уникальные дизайнерские решения, форматы и всемирно известные бренды делают его привлекательным как для шопинга, так и для бизнеса. Жилой комплекс дарит возможность насладиться жизнью в столице, живя и работая с комфортом в самом сердце Нур-Султана. Отель «Шаратон» предоставляет жителям и гостям столицы первоклассное обслуживание, а также все необходимое для проведения деловых встреч и мероприятий на самом высоком уровне. Знаковая локация офисных площадей Абу-Даби Плаза. Престиж и масштабность проекта делают комплекс идеальным местом для открытия представительства международных корпораций и активно развивающегося казахстанского бизнеса. Свободная планировка офисных пространств, подземный паркинг на 4000 автомобилей и продуманная инфраструктура. Здесь все предусмотрено для успеха вашего бизнеса. Почувствуйте пульс и ритм города вместе с Абу-Даби Плаза.
You'll find Talan Tower's Executive Hub serviced offices in the business and administrative center of the capital. They're part of an elite business complex rated International Class A. We have everything you need right here. Comfortable lounge areas, state-of-the-art presentation equipment, and recreation areas with real and unique character. We set new standards in all-inclusive service. Everything here is tailored to your needs and to helping you succeed. And that includes the view. Detailed information on the website.
Вне зависимости от того, кто вы и чем занимаетесь, должно быть что-то, что объединяет нас всех и дает энергию творить будущее здесь и сейчас. Зебра кофе. Здесь и сейчас. Для всех и каждого.
Один, два, три, четыре, пять. Один, два, три, четыре, пять. Раз, два, три, 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 два, три, два, один, два, три. Раз, два, три, четыре, пять, шесть, семь. Добрый день. Три, два, один, два, три, четыре, пять, шесть, семь, восемь, девять, десять. Один, два, три, четыре, пять, шесть, семь, восемь, девять, восемь, девять, три, два, один, два, шесть. Сосисочки. Семь, восемь.
1, 2, 3. Раз, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Раз, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Раз, 2, 3. 4, 5, 6, 7. 103. Сосисочки. Закусочная. Закусочная, сосисочная. Не, 2 кусковых, ламан домашний, лажан внутрь. И чаем это все. Раз, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Говорю на расстоянии. 1, 2, 3. Раз, 2, 3. Присаживайтесь. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 8, 7, 6, 3, 3, 2, 2, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3. Раз, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 6, 7. 103. 102. 3. Добрый день, уважаемые дамы и господа. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 8, 9. Раз, 2. Раз, 2, 3. 3, 2. Раз, 2, 3. 3, 3, 3. 3, 3, 3. 3, 3, 3. 3, 3, 3. 3, 3, 3. Раз, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 1, 1, 1, 2, 3. Раз, 2, 3. Раз, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Раз, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4, 5. Один, два, три. Раз, два, три, 4, 5, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Раз, два, три, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3. Раз, два, три. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 6, 7. Один, два, три. Раз, два, три, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2. И вот так 3 дня. Не выключать? Сосисочки. Раз, два, три. 1, 2, 3. Ау. Да, модератор обычно с этой стороны сидит. Раз, два, три, 4, 5, 6, 7. Говорю на расстоянии в полголоса. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Раз, два, три. 1, 2, да, 3. Индир, а может плюшки сделаем потише? Да, но они прям ярко выраженные. Ты хайкишки слышишь, да, но они прям присутствуют. Сосисочки. Закусочная на колесах. Так, 5-й вход. Не, Индира, они не в Омниках. Они, да. Блин. 5-й вход я взял, помню. 1, 2, 3. Раз, два, три. Да. Нет, я хайкюшки больше слышал, но они прям или верха там такие ярко выраженные. 1, 2, 3. Раз. Один, два, три. Раз, два, три. Да. 1, 2, 2, 3, 2. 1, 2, 3. Раз, два, три. 1, 2, 3. Раз, два, три. 1, 2, 3. Раз, два, три. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Это одна тумбочка, чтобы самый дальний не смотрел, как я. Спикер будет находиться вправо, да, поэтому он будет разговаривать с ним только так. 1, 2, 3. Раз, два, три. Все? Ну, тот самый дальний, на тумбочке 2 майка. То есть тот самый крайний будет со спикером. Раз, раз, два, два. А может, типа, тоже вот эти все туда килишнем? Ну, вот, поэтому и подходили, типа, он вот так вот с ней разговаривает и общается. Угу. 1, 2, 3. Раз, два, три. 1, а. 1, 2, 3. Есть же еще 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Раз, два, три. 1, 2, 3. Раз, 3, 5, 7, 9. Один, два, три. Раз, два, три. Один, два, три. Раз, два, три. Раз, два, 6, 7, 8, 9.
your base for business expansion. The Astana International Financial Center is a unique jurisdiction in Central Asia that offers a familiar ecosystem and preferences for global business. We endeavor to make use of the opportunities presented by our modern era. Eurasia is the beginning phase of long-term economic expansion, which opens up new opportunities for businesses, governments, and individuals on their path to wealth. Capital markets, creating a fully fledged and dynamic financial marketplace in Central Asia. Fintech, fostering innovation of new technologies in the banking, mobile, and personal finance. Green finance, encouraging and supporting sustainable investment opportunities. Islamic finance, reintroducing an alternative to traditional finance according to ethical principles. Common law, adapting the best practices of the world in Nur-Sultan, Kazakhstan. Private banking, offering a reliable ecosystem for the creation of family offices and personalized strategies. Visit our website, register your business, enjoy your privilege.
Әлем қарқынды дамуда. Технологиялық ілгерілеу үшін металдар мен электр энергиясының түрлі көздері қажет. ENG әлемді осындай ресурстармен қамтамасыз етеді. ENG кәсіпорындары әлемнің 15 елінде жұмыс істейді. Қуаты кәсіпорындардың дені Қазақстанда шоғырланған. Компанияның соңғы 5 жылда елдің жалпы ішкі өнімге қосқан үлесі 5 триллион теңге. Қазақстандағы жоғары маркалы бастапқы алюминий және глинозем өндіретін алғашқы және жалғыз кәсіпорын ENG құрамында. Электр энергиясының 17%-ын ENG-дің электр энергетикалық активтері өндіріп тұр. Шетелге өнім өткізудің негізгі нарықтары Европа елдері, Қытай, Ресей, Жапония. Осы жетістіктердің барлығы біздің қызметкерлеріміздің еңселі еңбегінің жемісі. Компанияның басты құндылығы адам. ENG жердің және адамзаттың әлеуетін ұқыпты пайдалана отырып, өзіне сенім артқандардың өркендеуін қамтамасыз етіп келеді.
We know it's going to take many forms of energy to meet the world's needs while creating a cleaner future for all. At Chevron, we're lowering the carbon emissions intensity of our operations, investing in lower carbon technologies, and exploring renewable fuels of the future. We work hard to care for the homes we love, but it's only human to protect the one we share.
Excellence pursuer, a partner forever. China Construction Bank, CCB, was established in 1954, evolving from a policy bank, a specialized bank, a state-owned commercial bank, to a large-scale state-owned joint stock commercial bank. CCB has been continuously expanding its business scope and exploring new financial service offerings. With 65 years development, CCB has consistently been ranked among the world's top banks with its sound operating indicators. And its total assets have remained the second on a global scale for many consecutive years. In the year of 2014, when CCB celebrated its 60th anniversary, President Xi Jinping instructed the bank to improve the capabilities to serve national development, mitigate financial risks, and improve competitiveness in the international arena. CCB remains true to its original aspiration and keeps its mission firmly in mind, focusing on enhancing three capabilities, and puts forward the new finance concept centered on fulfilling the people's yearning for a good living. With the continuous deepening of new finance concept exploration, CCB serves national development more precisely and firmly, mitigates financial risks more actively and effectively, and engage in international cooperation more openly and confidently. At present, CCB's global network covers 30 countries and regions, including major international financial centers and prominent economies along the Belt and Road. The offshore RMB business grows rapidly. CCB London branches' accumulative RMB clearing volume reached nearly 40 trillion RMB, making London the largest offshore RMB business hub outside Asia. Cross time zone, cross region, multi-currency, and 24-hour non-stop financial services are provided globally. In its efforts to follow the opening up policy and better serve the real economy, CCB proactively offers services to Going Global and the Belt and Road clients and projects, strengthens collaboration with other financial institutions, participates in major international events, and cultivates and attracts globally competitive talents, so as to boost the bank's internationalization process. With rapid development of the Chinese economy and the Belt and Road Initiative, CCB will never stop its pursuit for better services and its commitment to making tremendous contributions.
Мы начинали с фондового рынка и стали инвестиционной компанией мирового уровня. Но мы хотели большего. Сегодня мы лидируем в онлайн-автостраховании и задали новые стандарты страхования жизни. Мы первыми в СНГ запустили цифровую ипотеку и внедрили самый быстрый способ купить смартфон в рассрочку. Мы предлагаем онлайн-платежи для бизнеса. Настало время обновиться. Мы такие же надежные, но более гибкие, динамичные и инновационные. Один бренд, 1000 возможностей. Добро пожаловать в единую экосистему Freedom.
Растут акции или падают? Быки и медведи всегда в деле. Выбери свой клуб. Freedom Finance. Инвестиции с характером.
You'll find Talan Tower's Executive Hub serviced offices in the business and administrative center of the capital. They're part of an elite business complex rated International Class A. We have everything you need right here. Comfortable lounge areas, state-of-the-art presentation equipment, and recreation areas with real and unique character. We set new standards in all-inclusive service. Everything here is tailored to your needs and to helping you succeed. And that includes the view. Detailed information on the website.
Коллеги, здравствуйте.
Colleagues, good afternoon. Welcome. Welcome to Astana Finance Days. I'd like to use this opportunity and thank our partner, the First Credit Bureau, and I thank all the participants of this important event, not only for the city of Nur-Sultan, but for Kazakhstan. Today's panel session will be focused on Industry 4.0. We have Marcus Souza, head of the Affiliated Center of the Fourth Industrial Revolution of the Global Economic Forum from Brazil, Ms. Shiglova, Vice Minister for Infrastructure Development of Kazakhstan, Baturbekov Bakirov, Chair of the Processing Industry Committee of Atomic and Chamber of Entrepreneurs, Mr. Minolar from Transtelecom, Adilbek Primbetov, Founder and CEO of Signal, and Andrei Suvorov, Business Development Director, Kaspersky Lab. So what is Industry 4.0? We understand that this is not simply a term. So we are using from the first industry that used steam as technology. And then we saw that there were mass production technologies as Industry 2.0. There was also great technological development during the last century, and the world has changed. And Industry 4.0 is something related to mass production and use of information systems. It's not only about individual blocks related to automation of the industry. It's the whole ecosystem, not only related to cyber risks, but the whole industrial management system. So on the one hand, when we are talking about Industry 4.0, we are talking about great challenges. There are opportunities and challenges there, because through automation, through new robots, through new algorithms, we can see that in the next 5 to 10 years, based on McKinsey's forecasts, over 400 million people will lose their jobs. The second issue that we are facing is that the people who are working on producing some basic technological things, machine operators, industrial machine operators, other people are not really using digital production tools. So for us, it's important not only to understand the future developments, it's also important to understand where we're at in the city, in the country, and how we will develop next. So I'll start by asking Dinara a question. What kind of objectives do IT companies have today when implementing digital strategy? Good afternoon. It's great that this room is almost full. We are at capacity. I can see some people are even listening, standing up. That means that this is a very relevant topic, and we've chosen the topic wisely. So where are we at? I think we are in the beginning of this road, and the challenges related to improving labor productivity that the industry faces are good challenges on the one hand, and we understand that there are innovations, there is IT, there are elements of Industry 4.0 which will help in improving labor productivity. But on the other hand, we need to be aware that we are dependent on the number of jobs. But it's not as bad as it might sound. According to the study so far, foreign colleagues, there is also a deficit of staff, a shortage of staff. This year, we are developing a robotics strategy for industrial enterprises. So we've done our analysis of large and medium-sized industrial enterprises that generate 80% of the tax revenue in the country. And we see that they are seeing a shortage of a qualified professional in some working professions, and those are the types of robots that Kazakhstan needs. So it's not only about transferring the technology, about developing robotics, but it's also the big question of integration. We don't have now the integrators that could integrate those robots into the production chain so that they can develop them, adjust them, and so on. As the ministry, we deal mostly with the policy, and we've focused on creating conditions today for businesses, for the industry, and for IT companies. So we are trying to create conditions to implement new technologies. For instance, the state support measures that we provide through our operators are covering, for instance, reimbursement of the costs for digitalization. Those are good working tools. You can reimburse up to 40% of the costs. So an industrial enterprise can build a new innovative project, a robot, or build an IT project. How many companies have used it? I would say that about 10 industrial enterprises have used it so far. We've launched it last year, and we are trying to raise awareness about it, but probably that's not enough yet. So it hasn't become as popular yet, but you can use it. A company can buy a technology, implement it in the enterprise, and then submit an application and get state support measures to cover up to 40% of the costs. And let me emphasize, if the company introduced a domestic solution from domestic IT companies, they can reimburse up to 50% of the costs. We're also working on some other things with the Ministry of National Economy, with the Ministry of Finance. We are working on coming up with tax preferences. Those are the tax preferences that the subsoil users now have. They can deduct some of the costs if they spend the money for R&D. So now we've included the R&D, and we said specifically IT-related R&D as well. So far, that only covers the subsoil users, but we want to expand that list to add other industrial enterprises into the eligible category. So do you mostly focus on small and medium enterprises or large enterprises? Well, certainly, we understand that large enterprises, as I mentioned, they generate the biggest revenues to the budget. But on the other hand, we are paying much attention to small and medium enterprises, especially the light processing industries. And in that sense, those are the tools that the small and medium enterprises actually make use of, because larger companies such as ENG or others, they can introduce AI and other technologies. They create digital doppelgangers, but they can do it on their own, whereas the SMEs can use our support. Marcus, the next question is to you. As a representative of the Center for Forced Industrial Enterprise in Brazil, could you elaborate on some specific examples that you see? What has been done? What have you done for SMEs? What kind of challenges and opportunities you saw?
So thank you for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be with you. Here in Brazil, it's still in the morning, but good afternoon for all of you. Well, we started the project related to SMEs adoption of 4.0 technology 3 years ago. The first challenge was to identify the needs that could be supported by 4.0 technology adoption in SMEs. It was a challenge. A lot of people here in Brazil, they didn't believe that it was possible for SMEs to adopt 4.0 technologies. But we started a project with them, and we learned a lot during this process. So the first thing that we learned was the cultural aspects of these companies, the SMEs companies. They don't think that 4.0 technologies for their reality. They think that's for large companies, the adoption of this kind of technologies. And there were a lot of other cultures and also the environment that they are involved in that is a barrier for 4.0 adoption. For instance, they think that they don't have money, they don't have time, they don't have skills, and there are a lot of other problems that the companies thought that they had. So for each one of these barriers, we start to develop a specific solution in order to address this challenge. And so for all this lack of skills, lack of knowledge, we start to develop consulting services for them. So the federal government in Brazil start to fund consultants in order to support these companies, first to identify the problems that they have. The second step was to identify the right technology for that kind of problems, because there are some technologies that are too big or too complex for their reality. So we have to adapt in order to have a fast return on investment and a fast payback of these technologies. And for each one of these barriers, the consultants support these companies. Another challenge that we identified during this process, even when we identify the problem, when we identify the right technology solutions, sometimes these companies, and actually most of the time, this company didn't know what technology to choose in order to address these problems. So the consultant and the program also support them identify the right technology vendor in order to have a fast return on investment for these companies. A third challenge that we faced here was also to measure the problem. When you go into the SMEs realities, we have a lot of problems. So we have to identify which one we will focus first. And the criteria that we used was the fast ROI. The language that the businessmen of small and medium companies understand is one, money. So which was the solution that provided the fastest money in order for these companies to change the cultural mindset and to be interested in adopting more 4.0 technology. So to do that, we identified the KPIs that we want to solve in this project, but actually we translate this KPI to financial indicators. So we translate the problems into money in order to make them aware of the size of the problem, the size of the opportunity, and why should they invest in this kind of technology. So the consultant that we provide, we give them all the support all through the journey, since convincing them that 4.0 technologies can help SMEs, until the end of the project where we monitor the implementation and we measure when we go to the implementation, and after what's the results that we found and that we fixed in the company. So this journey was the whole process that we provide for them.
Marcus, а вот вопрос.
Marcus, sorry, a follow-up question. In Brazil, what kind of sectors are the best to introduce this Industry 4.0? Which sectors did you start from? Is that mining or retail or other SMEs or maybe agricultural businesses or even something else? Where did you start?
We started with two sectors. The first sector was automotive. So we chose SMEs that were part of the supply chain of automotive companies here in Brazil. And the second sector was space industry, aeronautical and space industry. Most aeronautical, there was the suppliers of Embraer, that's the third largest airplane manufacturer in the world. So we chose the supply chain of the company. So we started with these two sectors in order to make the first approach of the program. And after some months, we moved to other manufacturing sectors like plastic, like other sectors related to textile and also food production. But we started with automotive and aerospace industry.
Спасибо большое.
Thank you very much. Next we go to Батырбек.
К вам как представителю Атамикена.
My question to you as a representative from Atamiken. Following the examples of Brazil, which sectors are the best prepared for introducing Industry 4.0 in Nur-Sultan or in general in Kazakhstan? Thanks a lot for the question. In fact, digitalization in Brazil, given the example of air sector and machine building. This is not exactly to be covered by SMEs. Probably light industry is better suitable because there are some test projects are ongoing. In general, Atomic ETN is going through the transformation process. Mr. Raimbek Batalov fully supports the digitalization elements because it ensures transparency, simplicity, and speed of decision-taking. As for the sectors, it's difficult to judge. However, the pandemic demonstrated that the catering is probably the best adaptable sector. You probably all noticed that the online orders increased during pandemic in 2020. What, in our view, is digitalization of SMEs is primarily the digitalization of the state support measures for SMEs, because quite often three ministries may have their own institutions who provide support measures, and you have to apply to each institution, and each of them will process the applications with various speeds, and it may take half a year before you get the state support measures for businesses. So what we would like to do is a lot of work is done in this regards, because business is freedom and is creation, and the companies who can see opportunities in implementing digitalization of the business processes will support the idea very actively. As for the light industry, it's part of the manufacturing, and Dinara, if you don't mind, we are prepared to implement other processes of digitalization of the industrial sectors. And if we follow the example of Brazil, we can also do it in car manufacturing, which is also developing in our country as well. However, we have furniture producing, wood manufacturing, chemicals, and so on. So if there is a need, the Atomic ETN will support these initiatives if there is a need. But Rebecca, I have a question. Which elements of subsidizing or state support you can provide? Look, Atomic ETN is just a platform to discuss various problematic issues or challenges. For example, an example of export supports. We may have issues when a company would ask to reimburse the logistic costs last year, and this application was considered for almost 1 year. Why it takes them so long? They are afraid of the supervisory bodies such as anti-corruption agency, financial monitoring agency. Probably anti-corruption should be engaged in this process so that they could see that this is transparent, because anyone we deal with, Ministry of Trade, Ministry of Agriculture, they all are saying that we would rather collect 1,000 documents to make sure that there is no investigation against us. Colleagues, but then we can spend years to get support, and digitalization will not help, because we will be still afraid of put any tick mark. So I believe that digitalization has the female face, because all the business looks at the Ministry of Industry, and it is Dinara who is in charge of digitalization in the Ministry of Industry. So we very much rely on you, Dinara, with your professionalism for our industry to move ahead. I will give you one life hack. Probably these state support measures for exports, if I'm not mistaken, to be added into the list of the public services. Because if it's added to the list of public services at the legislative level, there will be the liability for the time frame and enforcement for the refusal without any proper justification. So if there are cases like that, let's consider that and add it to the list of the public services and keep control of that. Yes, thank you. But there may be some options that in various sectors of industries, and the funds allocated is 10 billion. And the mining sector will come and pick up 10.5 billion. And the light industry comes, and others would come, and there will be no money left. So in this regards, we suggested that we diversify and differentiate, also depending on the degree of manufacturing. Dinara, thank you very much. We are prepared. Thanks a lot for your very emotional answer. It's good that you mentioned about mining and didn't mention anything about telecom. Irland, the question to you. Under the Industry 4.0 development, how do you incentivize your contractors under digitalization, and how does your ecosystem operate? Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Thanks, Bayan. I'll respond based on what we have. For us as Transtelecom, for those of you who are not aware, we are one of the biggest infrastructural operators. Our core business is telecom, clouds, integration systems, and being one of the biggest telecom operators, we provide transportation environment for the data transfer. We are owning one of the most disseminated fiber optic networks, and we have branches in every region with our staff. But we still have some challenges. Even with fiber optics, we may reach certain regions. And as for the last mile, we are also facing the challenge of whether we go through overhead lines or use the fiber optic, but fiber optic is pretty expensive. We are actively working with the regulator to liberalize the situation in Kazakhstan in terms of access to radio frequencies. The situation in Kazakhstan is quite dubious. We operate with various operators, and there is a delineation when the frequencies are provided for the LTE or for other purposes, but since transport is technologically neutral, so we are working very actively with our regulator to liberalize access to frequencies and to introduce the notion of virtual mobile operator. And why do we need that? It's not a secret that today in Kazakhstan there is a monopoly of our older brother Beeline and Kazakh Telecom, and these are very deeply B2C companies, and they have very deep competences in B2C. But for them to develop IoT solutions, industrial solutions, a different approach is required. And here, thanks to the regulator, he understands that for IoT to develop in the SMEs and for the major companies, you have to develop private LTE and private 5G networks. And studying the international experience, we proposed the approach for the new auctions, for the new frequencies. We as telecom operator can claim as well, but we should also invite the industrial players. For example, in Germany, the mining companies can initiate and take some frequencies and start the networks. This is why, in terms of telecom infrastructure, Kazakhstan has the strategy, has somewhere to move ahead, but doesn't need to reinvent the wheel. As for the clouds, for the last few years, we introduced 7 new data processing centers in Kazakhstan, and we are the biggest player in clouds. And for the development of page services, we have all the required infrastructure and relevant specialists and services. And as for the system integration, Transtelecom has been a major company, and we have a big network of contractors and partnership companies, both domestically and abroad. And we support the expertise in this sector. And I would like to note that our strategy is not only to deal with Kazakhstan, but we also look around us, and together with MCRIAP, Recently, last year, we started the international integrator aimed at enterprise solutions and B2B solutions. And from the point of view of IoT, we got a very interesting observation. I mentioned about infrastructure previously, but in Kazakhstan, we have lots of solutions for the end gadgets and solutions, for example, to use RFID, surveillance systems. But when we looked at the startups in Silicon Valley, in Europe and Japan, we saw a lot of solutions aimed at orchestration objectives and levels. And by dipping, we realized that for IoT offer to develop quickly, it's not enough to provide the infrastructure for the data transfer, but rather we would need the integrated level for orchestration with lots of gadgets for the clients, be it SMEs or major businesses. We need to propose ready-made solutions, because in the specific sector, the companies may have their own specific expertise, but they need something more suitable for them. And in terms of plug and play, we're looking at the startups in Kazakhstan. As I said, we have the infrastructure layer, application layer, but as for orchestration layer, this is something that we would like to ground it down using the international solutions. In terms of box solutions that you invited from abroad, do you have any nice precedents? Yes, indeed. We have quite interesting cases. All the startups that we are now accelerating are publicly available. And we can observe an interesting solution from Barcelona, which provides a layer for orchestration that is linked to a major number of end users, and they can get to the 5G in-box solutions. That is, if you have available frequencies and trunk networks, you come to a company, you have a box ready, which is ready for broadcasting within 5G format to the private networks. And there's one interesting case that we very much rely upon. Another interesting case could be the one that will address the issue of us as the telephone operator, but also it can address the issue of a specific industry. There's a UK startup which states that for the successful development of 5G and networks, the telecom operator could share the infrastructure. In fact, we do have an issue. We as Transtelecom, we can share from inside internally, but sharing with Beeline, with Kazakh Telecom and Kcell to use the same infrastructure and the same basic stations in Kazakhstan, it doesn't work somehow. So we seem to be a family, but we are different. So we all participate in the meetings where Akimat is saying that you can use towers and share towers, and there are interesting solutions from UK when you use the Web3 platform that motivates all the participants of the platform to share. And this is a startup that needs to be adopted and piloted. And what is good for us is that we are developed all over the country, and everything that we can successfully implement here, we could then scale up to the level of the country and then go ahead beyond Kazakhstan if necessary. Great, thank you. Adilbek, being a representative of the service integrator, as Yerlan has just mentioned, specific solutions, I think the idea of sharing is great. What do you think about it? Thanks a lot for the invitation. Well, first of all, Bayan, you know that at our conference, like in your life, when you come to Kazakh Telecom and Transtelecom, everything is there, everything is already ordered, and you think, what is left for me? As for the issues and challenges that we are facing, yes, indeed, the sector has a great capacity and potential. However, the infrastructure issues that were listed are indeed relevant. The first one is what was said by the fact that Transtelecom and Kazakh Telecom are introducing the fiber optic all over the country. The initiative is indeed very important for the country and for the whole region, but it needs to be end up, because indeed we are being addressed by a number of the agricultural farmers and mining companies who ask us to provide access to implement those Industry 4.0 initiatives. And the limitation that was mentioned by Yerlan, saying that globally the trend is to share the infrastructure, and this is logical because this would at least reduce the capex, and not every operator has to invest in it. The OPEX are also reducing, and now every operator would maintain its own servicing function and may have thousands of jobs in each region. However, it could be done in a more efficient way, and by talking about that, doing that, we can achieve it. In fact, access to infrastructure would limit the project implementation. Being the head of the department, we are now working on a number of projects in with Almaty Akimat, and the lack of access to the trunk networks, and we had to agree with Transtelecom, who didn't want to give any piece of bread to anyone, but it makes the whole project unviable, because transportation is the basis for the Industry 4.0. And the issues that we are facing include immaturity of both the consumers of services and suppliers, because the consumers may consider those investments as costs, will not incorporate them into the life cycle costs of the project, and quite often the service providers would come and say that I can do anything to you, any sector, I would integrate everything. And after them you come and you will see that it's not always done properly, with a good quality and in a qualified way. The third issue that we are facing, as Dinara mentioned, which is the human capital, because Industry 4.0 is not just a set of sensors and SCADA and so on, but rather proper analytics and proper conclusions and decisions and adjustments to the company operations in any sector. And quite often we can see that huge investments in the hardware, which will eventually standing still and collecting the information that nobody cares about. Great answer. Thank you very much. Coming back to the maturity issue. Andrei, we discussed with you that the level of maturity of every company, especially in the industry, is very different. When first we start with field systems, then we go to SCADA systems and the manufacturing enterprise basic system. And depending on the maturity, we will reach the ERP systems. What we can see in the specific companies that start to replicate it, and they did not always level up all the processes at the levels of field and SCADA and start with ERP, because they believe that they will get some kind of a miracle and make the performance excellent and get huge profits. Being an ecosystem provider that knows about all the cyber risks and building this kind of systems, what would you comment on that? Thanks a lot, Diane, for the question. Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, and my specific welcome to the people who are going to watch us online. And I would like to start with the unusual definition of the Industrial Revolution, which I believe in. And when I deal with the projects, I know that this is the matter of success, is to how to make friends of the engineers and the IT guys. if you have seen them, you will see that engineers are wearing coats like I wear at the moment. They like discipline, and they are absolutely against the changes. The programmers just the opposite. They like a big cup of coffee with marshmallow and cocoa. They can wear slippers and may look very strange. They don't like setting the time limits, but they do their tasks quickly, but sometimes with mistakes. So the fourth industrial revolution is the task how to marry both of them. So we are saying that how to make industrial data work for the business. And this is the third, the most important category, is how it works in the bank or any retail company. I was lucky a few years ago. I was a member of the expert group of the Global Economic Forum. And at the same time, they prepared the report where it was stated that at the moment, 85% of industrial assets remain unconnected.
Not much has changed since then. The main reasons are interoperability, so the interaction through various protocols, and there are many of those in the industrial interface. And the second topic is the one that we are dealing with, that is cybersecurity, because connecting complex equipment to the outside systems is quite scary and expensive. Let me start with the positive aspects, because if we do nothing, the competition will get ahead. And what Bayan has asked. Indeed, many people are trying to increase the amount of industrial data to monetize them somehow. Let's look at Sweden. There is a great company, SKF, and it will give you a good understanding of what this fourth industrial revolution is and what it means in practice. A while ago, this company, which produces the spare parts, decided instead of selling the product, rather give it to the clients for free, but then install a module that will measure the spin, the number of revolutions. So in that way, the company will compete with those who provide other quotes. And just one said, buy our approach rotation as the service. So it means that you'll get the bearings for free, but you will rather pay for the number of revolutions that this product makes. So you pay for the value of the product. And let me tell you, the small and medium enterprises, which has a lot of people coming from startups or enthusiasts who want to create new digital dynasties, they like the subscription modules. And if we provide the opportunity of using this industrial data as digital services, if they create value, that will incentivize people. There will be a lot of interest. Those people like deliveries, be it food or walking your pets. Imagine you get the industrial data. So I'm quite confident, and we are working in that direction. We want to bring the subscription model to the industry to motivate people for to create new engineering companies. And by the way, we talked a bit with Bayan, and it's quite interesting that there is a similar model in a technopark in Almaty, and that could be a good sandbox. And also, let me talk about the second component, why I think not much of the industrial equipment is connected. That is because of cybersecurity. And as soon as someone who works with cyber attacks sees certain use and benefits of the technology in the world, they start paying attention to that segment. Back in 2016, 6 years ago, we saw about 2,600 unique harmful files created specifically for Internet of Things. At the end of 2020, there were 300,000 of those. So if we look at the value of technology only to convert this telemetry into some business value, then we need to start also thinking about the risks. On my nameplate, you can see this Kaspersky was, because there were 4 industrial revolutions in the world, but no cybersecurity revolutions. So what we are saying is that everything that is being developed around the cybersecurity are the added security systems, and there are more and more of those, and soon our sensors will stop being benefits. So we want the cyber immune devices to make the devices secure by design. We started with the Internet of Things. We've produced first 2 routers that aren't concerned about the current cybersecurity threats. So stay healthy in developing your digital systems. Remember that you need to pay attention to the subscription model and to the cybersecurity. Thank you, Andrei. That was a great answer. I'd like to emphasize this approach, this old approach. When we buy the equipment, the means of production, then we start building the new industrial ideas without understanding the way it works. And in each segment, in the service-based approach, I think it is important to possess the sectoral competencies for all partners, subcontractors, all the way down to the consumers. So, colleagues, maybe in a few words, let's think about the following. So, the Industry 4.0 is not a change for a minute or an hour. It's a long-term change, a strategic switch where you need to have clear goals. In your understanding, how can we create conditions where we can use the subscription-based approach or other approaches to make it happen in Kazakhstan? You know, I was thinking, it's all about the system. We need to focus on creating an ecosystem. So Industry 4.0 is not only about individual enterprises or single technologies. I think it's about an ecosystem of having research institutes, design institutes, training and development of people, and the list goes on. So in order for the Industry 4.0 to happen in our country, we need to build an ecosystem. And I'd like to note that the AIFC has created a competences center. Pavel is a colleague of mine who runs it. And I think that this center of competence is very important. And we talked with Marcus last week and with some other colleagues of his from all around the globe. And actually, I think we need to develop this whole community of like-minded people. And then I can talk on behalf of the government body. Other colleagues can talk on behalf of telecom companies or other players. There are people who are concerned about the research component of it. All of us are united by one idea. We all want to create a bright future for the country, but we need an ecosystem that brings together different actors, different organizations, different centers of excellence that could become the center of gravity for everyone. And I hope that AIFC Competency Center can do that. Hopefully they can work on international level to bring that in. Plus, we have the Kazindustry, the Industry Development Institute. They've got their own center of excellence to work on domestic level. So collaboration of this kind, building a community like this, bringing together people will make it happen. Thank you. Thank you. I guess it's also about the ability to share the R&D developments, the infrastructure and others. Adilbek has talked about it, about this big telecom family, and Yerlan has mentioned it. Yerlan, what do you think? Is it even possible when you and your older brother, so to speak, will share this trunk lines and so that you can together develop the Industry 4.0 and not just be stuck with the last mile approach? Well, actually, it's not an issue. We've got our own communication lines. But there is certain infrastructure that has been a monopoly historically, especially in technologies. You know, it's not only about regulating the monopolies, but getting rid of monopolies in some cases. I've mentioned the frequencies, right? And we talked that in some cases there are monopolies, but there are some triggers where it doesn't work. On the other hand, there are good precedents in Kazakhstan. There is, for instance, Astana Innovation, and we see that on the left bank of Nur-Sultan, they've got the fiber optics well developed and so on. And in terms of sharing things, I wanted to note, as our colleagues have mentioned, the subscription-based model. Actually, you know, maybe for small and medium enterprises to develop the technologies, they probably don't need to spend a lot of money in capex. For them, the subscription model works. And in Transtelecom, we do have good cases when we were using our own infrastructure, and then we shared the infrastructure with the Kazakhstan railways, and we did provide some services by subscription, like fuel accounting, diagnostics of the railway condition, and so on. So we spend some money as capital expenditures, and then we provide the services to a large company under a subscription model, and they can make benefit of that. So there are commercial aspects, there are regulatory aspects, and technological aspects. So in terms of technology, the things are there. In terms of commerce, there are economies of scale to use this. But if we look at the small and medium enterprises, it would be interesting to think about the way we can provide economy of scale, and that could be a subscription model. But then it's all about the regulation. Will the regulator help us in fighting the monopolists? Will the regulator create a platform to share things? I think it's all about the will to make things happen. Okay, colleagues, thank you for a very fruitful discussion. We've got a few minutes left. If you have anything to add, maybe under a minute, that would be great. I'd like to add, the subscription-based services for small and medium enterprises have been popular for a while. There are virtual SCADA systems and others. Companies no longer buy the solutions, they just buy the services, a solution as a service. And it's popular. The reason why I was focusing on ecosystem in my remarks, and Kazindustry is working on it right now, by the way. By the end of the year, they need to come up with a national industry platform. The thing is that right now there is no single digital space where people can learn what kind of solutions are out there for industrial enterprises. So IT companies can now launch an alpha version, and then they can register with Kazindustry and offer their solutions, be it service subscription model or others. And I should note that on the one hand, it's important to invite IT companies to register on the platform and to talk about their solutions. And on the other hand, as a regulator, since Yerlan mentioned the need for political will of the regulator, as a regulator, we now are looking at ways to reimburse the costs, so to buy the equipment and so on, but probably there is some room for improvement, and maybe we can reimburse the costs of subscription as well. Okay, thank you. Colleagues, I'd like to emphasize again that today we are meeting under the auspice of the SYR, the forum that brings together platform solutions to improve the experience sharing. And I'd like to also note that in Almaty, there are many small and micro enterprises that use the Salesforce services. So the block that's not in high demand in large enterprises is very much in demand by micro and small businesses in Almaty. So, for instance, businesses are now thinking that you don't need to buy a car if you only use it for 15 minutes out of 24 hours. It's not about additional costs. It's about being more cost effective. And in this sense, thanks to support of CFYR and so thanks to support of Pavel, we now have this opportunity to exchange our experience and to work together. So we invite everyone to participate on the platform. You can scan the QR code and get to the platform and learn more about it. Thank you. We thank all the colleagues. Thank you for the discussion. And thank you for coming here to the audience. Thanks.
В самом сердце столицы Казахстана компания «Алдар» создала современный многофункциональный комплекс, крупнейший в стране. Абу-Даби Плаза – место притяжения людей и бизнеса, эпицентр столицы и украшение панорамы города. Абу-Даби Плаза стал ярким продолжением серии успешных проектов компании «Алдар». Абу-Даби Плаза – это многофункциональный комплекс с единой инфраструктурой для работы, отдыха и комфортной жизни. Торговый центр связывает воедино все здания комплекса. Живая атмосфера, центральное расположение, уникальные дизайнерские решения, форматы и всемирно известные бренды делают его привлекательным как для шопинга, так и для бизнеса. Жилой комплекс дарит возможность насладиться жизнью в столице, живя и работая с комфортом в самом сердце Нур-Султана. Отель «Шаратон» предоставляет жителям и гостям столицы первоклассное обслуживание, а также все необходимое для проведения деловых встреч и мероприятий на самом высоком уровне. Знаковая локация офисных площадей Абу-Даби Плаза. Престиж и масштабность проекта делают комплекс идеальным местом для открытия представительства международных корпораций и активно развивающегося казахстанского бизнеса.
У меня что-то проблема.
Свободная планировка офисных...
Осталось менее 100 мегабайт трафика для раздачи.
Инфраструктура. Здесь все предусмотрено для успеха вашего бизнеса.
Подожди, осталось менее.
И ритм города.
Ну будет дополнительная плата, ладно.
Даби Плаза.
Лучше мы все отключимся, возьмешь мою точку доступа.
Обслуживаемый
как это называется?
Towers Executive Hub предлагают в аренду полностью оборудованные кабинеты вместимостью от 1 до 7 человек. В стоимость аренды входят переговорные комнаты, современный кофе-поинт, оргтехника и расходные материалы. Для арендаторов созданы комфортабельные лаунж-зоны и места отдыха. Сосредоточьтесь на работе, а мы позаботимся о вашем комфорте. Подробная информация на сайте.
your base for business expansion. The Astana International Financial Center is a unique jurisdiction in Central Asia that offers a familiar ecosystem and preferences for global business. We endeavor to make use of the opportunities presented by our modern era. Eurasia is the beginning phase of long-term economic expansion, which opens up new opportunities for businesses, governments, and individuals on their path to wealth. Capital markets, creating a fully fledged and dynamic financial marketplace in Central Asia. Fintech, fostering innovation of new technologies in the banking, mobile, and personal finance. Green finance, encouraging and supporting sustainable investment opportunities. Islamic finance, reintroducing an alternative to traditional finance according to ethical principles. Common law, adapting the best practices of the world in Nur-Sultan, Kazakhstan. Private banking, offering a reliable ecosystem for the creation of family offices and personalized strategies. Visit our website, register your business, enjoy your privilege.
Уважаемые гости, прошу рассаживаться. Мы скоро начнем нашу панельную сессию. Дорогие гости,
Dear guests, dear speakers, it's my great pleasure to welcome you here today at our panel session and our challenge. So welcome to Astana Finance Days, to the FinTech Forum. I'd like to note that today we are having the Mastercard Sustainable Banking Challenge. That is a challenge to search for startups in the area of sustainable banking. We are holding it together with Mastercard. And we would like to thank Rafal and Mastercard for supporting Astana Finance Days, and you're a fintech partner of our forum, and thank you for being a partner of this challenge. We also have got Eurasian Bank, Forte Bank, and Jusan Bank with us. We are also grateful to you. Together with Mastercard, we were searching for technological startups in CIS and beyond. The call for a proposal started end of May, and we finalized it on June 15th, and we got many applications from all over the world, and our experts have selected 12 finalists that presented their solutions recently during a closed pitch session. Today we'll show you the pitches of 3 finalists out of 12, and in July the banks will select 1 partner each, and they will have a pilot with our banks with the support of Mastercard. And allow me to introduce the speakers of this session and the experts. Mr. Rafal Trepko, CEO of Mastercard in Central Asia. Welcome. Thank you. Andrei Bogomolov, Managing Director for Strategic Planning and Business Development of the Eurasian Bank. Asel Chegimbayeva, Head of the Card Sector of Forte Bank, and Managing Director for Marketing and PR of Jusan Bank, Olegzhan Beketayev. And once again, let me thank our speakers for a great contribution to implementation of this challenge. Rafal, let's start with you. It's not the first time when the Mastercard is holding similar challenges. In Kazakhstan last year, we launched the first fintech accelerator for commercial banks, first in Central Asia. And this year, we are also looking for startups in sustainable banking. So tell us, what is sustainable banking in your understanding, and why you decided to create this competition, this challenge? Thank you, Bigjan, dear colleagues, partners, guests. That's a great event. We thank you for inviting us, and for us, it's a great opportunity to organize these challenges. So let me break my comments down into 2 parts. First is about the challenge from the standpoint of Mastercard, and the second component, why Mastercard is thinking about the sustainable development. So as for the first part, of course, we can organize many conferences, events, workshops focused on fintech and startups. But on the other hand, as we've seen, it's important to be very pragmatic because ultimately, yes, it's important to come to a conference, but if nothing happens after it, that's a question. So for us, it's very important to work with our banks, partners, who on the one hand create some payment instruments and also receive payments. It's important to make sure that the banks have secure transactions. Plus, it's important to work on digital solutions, which can also be a part of inclusiveness. It's important to develop different programs, loyalty programs, financial literacy programs, or environmental literacy. Plus, the banks also need to accelerate. They need to develop various processes, operational at least. And for us, it's very important to support this work and to create different workshops or accelerators so that we can select different companies, be it from Kazakhstan or from the region or the rest of the world, so that the banks could accelerate these processes, so that banks here in Kazakhstan and in the region would develop. So the first item for us is to provide direct support to our partners. And why Mastercard? As we say in Mastercard, there are some things that you cannot buy, but you've got Mastercard for the rest. So there are many directions that we work on. We have different projects related to financial inclusiveness, to environment, education and training, training for children and others. So we work with our partners on many different environmental projects as well.
And to complete, I would like to ask you to show a short video so that we could look at Mastercard from the global viewpoint.
It's beautiful. It's majestic. It's literally the most priceless thing there is. Protecting what's priceless is a job that belongs to each and every one of us. At Mastercard, we're tackling the challenge of climate change head on and creating opportunities for our 3 billion cardholders to make a difference now. We've committed to net zero emissions. We're investing in the Sustainability Innovation Lab to develop the climate change solutions of tomorrow, educating people about their carbon footprint to promote sustainable spending with our carbon calculator, building donation solutions that make it easier for everyone to contribute, and working with partners to offer sustainable card materials with less waste. We're mobilizing the power and reach of our global network to unite companies, communities, and consumers around climate action to help build a prosperous and inclusive future for people and the planet. We'll continue to do our part, but we need partners with big ideas to take meaningful action, like joining the Priceless Planet Coalition.
The Priceless Planet Coalition, it's a beautiful idea around collaboration.
Collaboration allows us to accelerate our impact.
Sustainability is an increasingly important thing. It's imperative that we look to explore what solutions are out there today.
We're right at the start of our journey and we're really excited about it.
A growing number of partners working side by side with experts to restore 100 million trees in the places where reforestation matters most. Because nothing is more priceless than this planet we call home.
Еще раз благодарю всех партнеров и тоже.
Thanks again to all the partners and my congratulations to the finalists, and I'm sure that this FinTech pitching is going to be a great event. Thanks a lot, Rafal, a distinguished audience. Now we will show you the demonstration of the startup solutions that were selected. Every project will be given only 4 minutes, and colleagues who are going to present, please make sure that you cope with the time frame. The first will be Daria Fedorova, the platform for the corporate welfare. We understand. Daria, the floor is yours. Good day. Thanks for this opportunity to present this project. My name is Daria Fedorova. I am the co-founder and the CEO of the platform. I understand. This platform is the key provider of the wealth of the personnel who studies the satisfaction of all the staff of multiple companies by addressing their personal and professional problems that improves the labor productivity for the employing company. How does it work? The staff of the corporate client would register to the platform in the mobile application, get access to the vitrine of consultants, psychologists, and others would get the consultation to discuss the issue, either by video chat, by telephone, or the written chat, depending on his priorities. At the moment, the staff supporting program provides the opportunities of getting counseling by psychologist, nutritionologist, and get some coaching. And we also have the financial consultancy in Russia. We can also organize 24/7 counseling and awareness activities and group events for the staff and management, and we overcome various ad hoc events or critical cases. At the moment, the service is connected to 1.5 million of staff of various companies in Russia, Kazakhstan, Belarus, and others. 300,000 of them are the staff in the banking sector. the potential benefit for the employees could be up to 54%, which are the returned investments. To estimate this indicator, we used the global study of the staff in support to the staff, and we provided the studies for verification, and they approved our logics. And the specific case in Kazakhstan that we have the company with 570 people, all highly qualified staff. During the 9 months of operations, almost 15% of the unique staff got asked for the counseling and provided more than 307 consultancies. We mostly addressed the problems in interpersonal relations that prevail, and we got some good feedback, and we hope that it will give the positive outcome for the company after the program is over, and we hope that it will be extended. And to conclude, I would like to comment that many global studies demonstrate that the performance of the business is directly linked to the wealth of people working in the companies. Thanks a lot. Thanks, Daria, for being ideal pitching from the timing point of view. The next is Chingiz Dowlatbayev, company Atlas Contract. Can I start? Can I have the presentation on the screen? It's there. Okay. Now I can see it. Good afternoon. Let me present a trust contract project. These are online contracts that are signed via SMS and operating the blockchain technologies. Sorry, something is wrong with the clicker. Can you turn to the next slide? Now the clicker works. What issues do we address? The first one is that when contracts are signed, people have to be present personally or to send the contracts by the delivery mails, which is not always convenient and is related to the costs of paper and the need for archiving the paperwork contracts. So what do we provide? We prepared a set of sample contracts that can be signed within 2 minutes by both parties. You always have at hand the database of your contracts, and you can save funds and optimize your costs. The service operates in both B2B, B2C, and C2C segments. How does it work? You choose the template of the contract, fill in the fields, or upload the contracts in Word and send it to the other party and sign it by one-time password. And we can apply the same approach as Yandex Taxi, where high demand causes high price for the clients. And by using the SMS, you can sign contracts since 2019, and this is now legal not only in Kazakhstan, but within all the developed countries. The demand is pretty high among the health centers, real estate centers, and tourist institutions. We started selling the systemic products since May this year. Previously, we only sold it by the word of mouth, and we already have more than 1,000 contracts on our platform. We monetize it in 3 ways. We get charges for integration of templates. We only get monthly subscriptions, and if we manage to pilot the project, our decision on banks, we can then monetize on the transactions. We operate, we have peers, DocuSign and DontBlock, and all the contracts are secure. They are signed in blockchain and cannot be forged. Our advantages include flexibility, speed, and security, and ability to insure. We also plan that the services and contracts are signed and paid through the banks, and the programs, the contracts can also be programmed using smart contracts. What we are suggesting to the banks now, our clients may have a chance to pay the contracts, and secondly, we are offering that they start using our service to develop their sustainable development. Our team consists of 20 people. It's pretty strong and firm. That's all from my side. Thank you. Chingiz, thanks a lot for your presentation. The next presenter is Alexei Nedorezov of Verizon Company. Alexei, the floor is yours. Colleagues, good day. Can you hear me and see me? Yes, thank you, we can. That's great. My name is Alexei Nedorezov, CEO from Verizon. Thanks a lot to Mastercard for this opportunity to present our project. Verizon. Can you see my presentation? Yes, we can. Great. Verizon is the platform to develop super apps. We are helping banks and other major companies in enhancing the value of their applications by integrating popular services, offers, content into the mobile application. The platform of Verizon may help turning the normal app of a bank into the super application. By doing that, the client may book a table in the restaurant, buy a ticket from Almaty to Dubai, or to get an appointment with a doctor and get a counseling by the doctor. The user, who is the client of the bank, will get the conveniency, and the bank, within the context of the daily expenditures of the client, can get better conditions for any purchase. Second, the client will get the new digital experience, which is for Generation Z is a value. And secondly, this is a saving, because all the offerings of the services is always provided to the client in the form of cashback or the discount. For the bank, you are growing the metrics of using the application. Based on the statistics of our applications, the customer will 30% more often deal with the application. The partners of the partnership program will spend about 40% bigger than the non-participants of the clientele program, and the bank will get support in enhancing the use of application. For the bank, our platform is the low-code solution, which acts as a Lego kit that the bank puts together a set of services and adjusts the unique design of those services within the application. To implement this approach, the platform consists of several modules. The first one is the widget, easily adaptable, embedded into the application of the bank, that helps starting the super app by integrating only one button. Such partnership section is managed by the specialized SMEs. You can adjust new partners, the content, the rate of return, and you can do the editing and manage the operations of the users. This module reduces the administrative costs and costs related to the support of this software. The development module and the introduction of new services and new partners. The platform has the open API, which is a set of methods that helps implementing various formats of integrating new partners and new services. During our operations, we started and helped launching more than 10 super apps. We operate not only in Europe, but also not only in Russia, but also in Europe and Asia, where I would like to comment on the new bank Humans in Uzbekistan, where we have a very well digitalized case, which speaks more than hundreds of words about our expertise and understanding of the regional market. And we would be happy to continue this experience at the Asian market. That's all from my side. Thanks a lot for your attention. All the best to you. Alexei, thank you. Thanks for your presentation of the project. That's all from the point of view of our mini demo day. And I suggest that we can start speaking to our experts. Andrei, the Eurasian Bank is very active in the sustainable and green banking. You issue eco cards, you provide green cashbacks together with Mastercard. Can you provide more details on projects that you are implementing now, and tell me about the international benchmarks that you compare yourselves with? Good day, dear friends. Thanks a lot for the invitation. My name is Andrei Bogomolov. I am the CEO of the Eurasian Bank. ESG topic and sustainable development is important for me, even being the first grade student. When I was asked if I were a magician, what I would do, I would remove all the smoke from the chimneys. And for me, it is a priority, so I use bicycle, and this is the confirmation. I fell down, and nobody said that the path to the green environment will not be easy. And I would like to split it into 3 categories. Number 1 is the products with environmental component aimed at our clients, and such flagship product is our joint product together with Mastercard, which is Eco Card, which is produced from the waste paper, and 0.5% of the transactions is then spent to finance the plants and process the waste in Kazakhstan. But this is not the end of our story. We have several ideas which are aimed one way or another. In addition to making our clients' path to carbon neutrality easier and more convenient, we were the first one in CIS who provided auto credits online. The second group are the projects aimed at ensuring or creating green back office. Last year, we were awarded Green Office Award due to our joint initiative with Eco Network. We learned and taught our staff separate collecting of garbage in the offices, and in addition, we organize the activities, and we operate energy savings measures in our offices. And the third one, you may think that it's something going to be with the ecology again. No, it's not the case. We are talking about sustainability and social and governance. For this, we are working with the community. We support veterans of war, and we provide assistance to the people with disabilities, and from the point of view of governance, we are supporting the systems for the sustainable development with the engagement of all our stakeholders. Our interest in sustainable development is dictated not only by our intrinsic motivation, which we have a lot, but also by the external factors that exist in the global agenda and in particular in the Republic of Kazakhstan. Number 1, in the international agenda for the last 2 or 3 years, you can see that the green economy prevails, and the ranking agencies and major financial centers such as IMF, EBRD, and other market players pay attention to how the companies address ESG challenges internally. And there is a more serious competition among fintech who provide various ESG solutions for the clients. For example, in UK, there is a fintech startup that issues lower interest rate to the client if they walk not less than 10,000 steps a day. And number 2 is the actions taken by the regulators. For example, Agency for Financial Regulation, who signed yesterday the contract to develop ESG standards in Kazakhstan for all the players of financial markets, and we would like to be prepared for that. That's why we are preparing now in advance. And number three, we can observe that to what extent ESG agenda or sustainable development agenda has become important for generations Z and Y, who are potential partners and staff of us. According to Accenture and KPMG studies, up to 70 to 90% of people who are looking for the jobs among those generations today will pay attention to these factors, among others. And sometimes the impact of the company on ESG factors will overweight the social package that the future company can offer to the candidates. As Keanu Reeves said, knowing that your future is in your hand is an exciting feeling. I personally believe that if we manage to manage our ESG factors, we can achieve this feeling as quickly as possible, and our future will be very inspiring and comfortable for us.
If any of you are interested in our eco cards, please approach me after the session. I'll tell you the way you can get it, or go to our website, ubank.kz. Thank you, Andrei Bogomolov, Managing Director, Eurasia Bank. Thank you, Andrei. Indeed, that is an interesting project. If you've been to the atrium, you will see there a station where you can donate to plant some trees. Andrei, you've launched this initiative. Are there any measures, metrics that you can mention, or is it too early to talk about it? Overall, we can see that this card is in demand. We've issued over 1,000 cards of this type, and that is a good achievement, given that this is the first cards in Kazakhstan with this environmental impact. So by the end of the year, I think that we will be able to give you some numbers, and we'll share what was the impact of the initiative and how many trees were planted. Thank you. Thank you, Andrei. Indeed, we urge our colleagues to be mindful of the environment. And the next question goes to Asel. Forte Bank is one of the first banks who promotes digital cards and online application for a card. What benefits does this full transition to digital brings? Are there any metrics? And also, could you share some other initiatives and interests? Thank you, Bigjan, for a question that is indeed very interesting. Speaking about going digital, we are actually the first bank in Kazakhstan who's certified the Digital First program from Mastercard last year. Since that time, we can see that the demand for digital cards has grown significantly. And what benefits does Digital First bring us? First, you can transfer all the bank details to the app, that is the card number and the CVC code, and you don't need to carry your plastic card with you. You just need your phone to do payments or transactions. For us, it was very interesting to measure whether that's impacted the plastic cards carried by clients. We've done the analysis, and we saw that we actually saved on 1.5 tons of plastic and 2 million sheets of paper. That is actually the impact of going digital and the way it affects the environment. This might not seem like huge numbers compared to what's happening all over the world. Globally, 115 billion pieces of paper are used in the world per year, and we are just saving a small part of it. But we believe that if you start the mindful consumption yourself and you save on plastic and paper, you will save the trees. We did not stop there. There was also courier delivery that doesn't use any paper. Since we've identified the clients, they just use the code. We also optimized our offline sales. So even when the clients come to the bank offices to apply for a card, we actually offer the digital way of doing it. Our managers have unique links that they can share with the clients, and the clients can do the digital onboarding. Plus, you don't need any paper to issue cards, to scan IDs and whatnot. And by doing so, we save paper and we save the trees. Speaking about interesting initiatives, as Andrei has already mentioned, we do the same. We work with Eco Network. In the framework of Green Office, we think that probably an important initiative is our initiative on consumption that needs to develop in every office and every company, and we need this sustainable consumption not only to have the paperless bank, but also we need a diversified bank that will support ESG in general. Thank you. Aysel, thank you. I can also see that you've got an initiative on loans, environmentally friendly loans. If you've got any, you can share. Yes, for SMEs, we have a support for female businesses, female-led businesses. And we've issued over 200 loans, and the portfolio right now is over 3 billion tenge. Unfortunately, we weren't able to assess the impact on the economy in general because it's quite difficult to do that for an individual project. It's not easy to see by how much the equity grew, but we do believe that support of female businesses has a positive impact. Thank you, Aysel. Thanks. Next question to Alexan. As far as we know, Zhusan Bank has also built their work on ESG agenda. So can you elaborate on the path you've chosen? Why do you think that ESG development is important, and why is it a priority for your bank? Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Bigjan. Before I start, just a quick question. You've now listened to 3 speakers. Hopefully you remember them. First was about the platform of understanding the employees and providing help. Second was signing the contracts. And third was about Super App. Just by the show of hands, did you relate to the first one? Okay, 7. Okay, great. It's just for my personal use. The second case on signing the documents. Great. And third on Super App? Okay, the same number of people. So I guess you most related to signing the documents. Maybe that's because the speaker was here in the room. Actually, when we were selecting pitches with our colleagues, there were over 60 of them. Well, we've chosen 90, yes, and then we've sent you less pitches. I'm sorry, Bigjan. I know that we still have some time, and that's why I wanted to ask the question. When we were selecting this from a dozen short list, as banks, we've selected 3. And actually, there is one candidate that 2 banks are interested in. Our bank and Ford are interested in the same project. I just wanted to see what your thinking was. Thank you. So going back to the issue, my name is Alexan. Let me say a few words about Zhusan. And Bigjan asked the question, why is Zhusan interested in that, and what have we done? So let's start from the fact that there is an agenda by the UN. There are 17 SDGs. And out of those 17, there is goal number 4, quality education. And for us, well, Zhusan is a fintech, is an ecosystem that was created as a financial organization that will support Nazarbayev University and Nazarbayev Intellectual Schools. So all our profits, with the exception of taxes, bonuses, salaries, and so on, goes to the endowment fund, which has a single task of using this money to improve human capital. So ESG for Zhusan is not simply a challenge, it's part of our DNA. So I just wanted to start with that. Unfortunately, as the previous speakers, I should say that this is my third talk about ESG this month, and that means that this is a very popular topic. And hopefully it's not just a hype issue, but there are real prerequisites for developing it, and hopefully this will become a true issue in Kazakhstan, not greenwashing, but true ESG. And I've mentioned for Zhusan, education is an important component. Another story is that starting from January 1st, all companies in Eurasian Economic Union need to provide their ESG ranking, and in the EU, and we, as a country who has friendly relations with the EU, will need to comply with the standards as well. So that will come, and I think that in this sense, our government is now focusing on ESG as some guiding principles and some recommendations, but I believe that maybe by 2023 this will become a mandatory component, which you will not avoid. So if we don't jump into that boat now, if you only start doing that in 2023, you'll probably end up greenwashing things, just coming up with the documents for the sake of the documents. But actually you need to start now. Well, should have started yesterday, but it's important to start now at the latest. The third thing I would like to mention is that for any business, an IPO is probably a kind of check of whether the model is sustainable and interesting. And for us as Zhusan, it's also very interesting to get to an IPO. And whereas in 2020, the company could do an IPO without an ESG ranking. They no longer can do it. So if you want to do an IPO, you need to have an ESG ranking. So these are the prerequisites. And the last but not least factor is the culture and communications. Without it, you cannot do. The society, the employees probably won't cooperate with the company if they just have a great design or a good proposal. People need to see value, and the values have changed. People want to be green, people want to save the planet, want to save whales or seals or whomever, and you need to have the same values, otherwise the people will leave you. Speaking about Zhusan, the pioneers in our ecosystem were Zhusan Invest that have done a lot in relation to the ESG agenda, and Maxim Kabanov in the next presentation will talk about education, about training, and why we paid attention to it and why it's important. As a bank, since December last year, we've decided to approach the matter quite seriously. And ESG is a rating, and any company right now can get a rating. The other question is whether you'll be satisfied with the results of the rating. Probably not. So that's why you need to get ready for ESG, and you need to understand that it's environment, social, that is only 50% of the whole ranking, and the governance component is the other 50%. So it's not only about being green, it's not only about planting trees, it's actually much more and much deeper. You need to shift the whole perspective, and that's when the processes will change. Since December, we've conducted a thorough audit, we identified the gaps, and we decided that we'll start from the top, from the board of directors, and we got a specialist, a global specialist, Giovanni Campanelli, on sustainable development. He will support it. We've created a special committees under the board of directors that will track the progress of the bank in ESG. Some task forces were created and so on. Carbon footprint is also something that we are working on. Hopefully by the end of the year we'll give you the results. And Bigjan asked a question. So we are rather new. As a structure, we are only 3 years old, and there were some transactions done, and we cannot track these transactions for 2020 or 2021 fully. That's why it's difficult for us to calculate some of the older reports. But for 2021, 2022, we can already see the full picture. So that's one of the challenges. When you start working on ESG, you will need to have clear understanding of how much gas you're using, how many offices you've got, and so on. So there are many questions to this audit, so you need to start working on it now. We do plant trees, we are into charity, and so on. And ESG, of course, it's about sorting waste and recycling, but it's also about preventing the waste from happening. And actually, I like the idea of this green card. Maybe I'll become a client too. So to finalize my thoughts, I like this phrase saying that if you're offered a seat on a starship, don't ask about the row you're sitting at. You just jump in, since it's a spaceship. And ESG is just like the spaceship. And I want this spaceship to go in the right direction. Not simply greenwashing. It's a unique opportunity. It's not being faster, stronger. It's about long-term. It's about sustainability. And I want the companies to think about it this way, long-term. Thank you. Thank you. Alexandre? Actually, when IFC was created and this initiative was created, one of the 5 key directions in development of the financial center is the green finance area. And we have a separate green finance center right now. We've got certain indices to track it. And thanks to the work of our colleagues, AIFC now is a part of the top 50 list that promote ESG, green finance, and we do have our colleagues in the room, so if you have any additional questions to them, you can approach our colleagues from the Green Finance Center. They're also one of the partners that promotes this environmental fund with the support of Mastercard. So colleagues, people in the audience are thinking, and I got some text saying that there are questions. They are wondering, what recommendations could you give on how to move towards ESG? But since ESG is a broad concept, let's focus on sustainability, green banking. What kind of recommendations could you give? So open mic, please. Let me start. So focusing on the global approach. We need to KPIs, clear goals on what we want to achieve and by when. Like Mastercard says, we want to plant 100 million of trees by 2025 together with a partner. So you need clear, measurable goals. But as colleague has mentioned, governance is very important. In our team, for instance, everyone supports it. So everyone, starting with the top management down to all employees, they all need to share that enthusiasm. And today, during the session, there were 3 different dimensions: inclusivity, ESG, plus additional operational efficiency. But you can see that ESG is probably the most popular dimension. So my advice would be a full focus on KPIs and great governance to make it happen so that everyone moves in the same direction. Thank you. Alexandre, you've mentioned that there are some barriers. Could you give some advice for those who are just starting to do it, or those who want to start? Any lessons learned? We all like the success stories, and we all like to listen about people overcoming the barriers, internal or external barriers. Any thoughts? Let me talk about the barriers that everybody will face, probably. Why do we need ESG in general, and how can we promote that idea among the employees, especially among the top leadership? Because without support of the top leadership, that will be a failure. Because ESG requires money, ESG requires resources. For instance, lawyers will need to spend at least 15% of their time so that we can change processes in the framework of ESG. So again, we all need to start from the general and go into specifics. And everybody needs to understand that if they buy paper clips, they shouldn't buy just beautiful paper clips. They need to buy plain metal paper clips without any plastic coating and so on. So that requires a lot of time and efforts. So you need to infect your top layer with the ESG principles. Plus, you need to select good consultants because there are no specialists on ESG in Kazakhstan. So you need to find those people with the practice and experience, and then training. Whenever you start working on the plan, you need to train people on how to do that plan. Thanks. Asel, Forte Bank has a great building. It's considered one of the green buildings in here. Can you maybe elaborate on that? Well, actually, yes. The office of Forte Bank now has many legends that go with it. It's not just beautiful. We've also got an art space by Kulanshi. It was opened back in 2016, and we are holding various exhibitions there every few months. And one of the things why we do that is to maintain our office as not just a place of work. We wanted them to feel a part of this bigger thing, but we also want the citizens of the city to go in there, to see various exhibitions, to see some art. There are different modern art, other types of art. I actually invite everyone for a tour. If you come to us at any time, there are always exhibitions there, and you can enjoy your time there. And if any of you wants to come there and do a tour, please do come to us. Indeed, our office was built with ESG principles in mind, although when we opened it back in 2016, that is probably when we got the first glimpses of ESG principles in the office. Okay, thank you. Actually, you can probably talk a lot about ESG. That is a very broad topic. It starts with the paper clips and all the way up to the whole buildings. But maybe some final remarks. I'll give the floor to Mr. Rafael Trepka. And once again, thank you for supporting these challenges. Thank you for being our fintech partner for Astana Finance Days. And I think that all of us will probably anticipate that you've got some interesting ideas for our partner banks.
Thanks again from my side. Thanks a lot to the participants. What kind of pitching can be provided by various fintechs, and we observe them probably more often now. And thanks a lot to you for your active participation, and to the colleagues who presented today. And thanks to all the banks and partners who are interested in such solutions. And I hope that it will be useful for you, and it will accelerate many processes. And in addition, will provide support to various initiatives. I would like to say thank you, and small awards for the participants and for the fintech initiatives. Let us start with Jusan Bank.
Да, коллеги, спасибо большое.
Thanks a lot, colleagues.
Друзья, еще раз спасибо всем.
Friends, thanks a lot again, and we are going to have another interesting panel session Thanks to all the speakers, partners, experts. Thank you very much.
Раз. Привет всем. Кажется, у нас зал полный уже, почти полный. Мы можем начинать.
Hello, everyone. Our audience is full, and we are welcome to all of you to the session devoted to the potential of retail finance in Central Asia. Now, briefly about the topic, together with the Mastercard financial market and telecom experts, we will discuss how the capacity of retail finance can be fully disclosed and the development of cash-free economics in Central Asia. We will discuss the topics of financial inclusiveness increase, improvement of digital literacy, capacity for infrastructure for the new service emergence, and planning of personal finance, and the role of banking and telecom industries in the development of responsible purchasing and investment habits. As you can see from our panelists, we are going to have an interesting session. Let me introduce Rafael Trepka, the CEO in Central Asia of Mastercard, KSL manager Zhumabek Mamutov from Halyk Bank, Ruslan Omarov, the CEO of the First Credit Bureau, Pavel Kravchenko, the managing director of Center Credit Bank, and Maxim Marov from Jusam Invest. Let us start with a question to Rafael. I would like to ask you, Rafael, to make an introductory speech, and so that you could tell us from the experience of Mastercard about the technologies that are gaining popularity, and tell us which of them is going to be the next big thing in Kazakhstan, and what international trends and lessons should be learned by the local players from the experience of Mastercard. I participated in a different interesting session, FinTech. Thanks a lot to the partners for their participation, and I'm sure that we can hear more from you about your ideas. Mastercard is a technological company that supports the financial partners, where our vision is the non-cash world. From the technological point of view, let me comment on that, except rather than finance. Well, of course, I would like to have a crystal ball to tell you what will be in the future, but it would be interesting to look at it from the other technological global trends. There are several of them. And the first one are the cloud solutions, cloud platforms that allow quicker and more introduction of various technologies in the companies, including Mastercard, that will simplify and accelerate introduction of various solutions in the markets. This is number one. The second one is everything related to artificial intelligence. We look at it from viewpoints of various solutions of artificial intelligence to ensure transactions. And I can also talk about cybersecurity. This is very important from the point of view of personal finance. Artificial intelligence is also important because they can offer better and more customized solutions to the clients, and also to communicate with the clients. I mentioned about cybersecurity, and it's rather a cybersecurity mesh. That is, you check everything and everywhere. The transactions may take milliseconds, but all the decisions that are taken during the transactions and all the checks that may be numerous could take place within milliseconds. Web 3.0 could be looked at from various viewpoints. But the most important is in terms of personal data, how the person can provide the personal data for management so that the person decides whom and why he should provide the management of his or her data. The next one is decentralization of data. Decentralization of data and finance are two different types of contracts and blockchains. Speaking about decentralization, we can also speak about hyper-analytics, which could be a global solution for us as the bank to look at how the decisions are taken so that the decisions could be taken immediately based on the data available. And previously today, a lot was discussed about 5G that will accelerate and may accelerate various solutions in terms of IoT or Internet of Things, but also from the point of view of customers, people. What would be their user experience? For example, I watched something in the Internet or in virtual reality, and I could immediately finish my purchases. And there are several trends of that. They include personalization, cybersecurity, cyber intelligence, everything related to 5G, Internet of Things, and many, many others. Specifically, in Kazakhstan, various payments are being developed. BNPL are more often used now, or payment in installments plus additional payments, the so-called invisible payments that we do not see. I took a taxi, I left the taxi, I had great experience, but the payment was made somewhere in the background. So these transactions are well checked and very secure. Everything related to the client, the way he gets into the application, what was his experience, what he bought, what he used. All this payment went through the background. The role of Mastercard here is to support the partners with various solutions. And secondly, this could be a transaction that could be seen, could make sure that the client has the full trust that this was indeed the transaction by Mastercard, irrespective of the purse. The logo remains here, and we trust it. Thanks a lot, Rafal, for your very full answer. Let me remind you that here in AIFC, we have the FinTech Lab, where we can experiment with Web 3.0, with blockchain. And normally, banks would make sure that they centralized, and the new trend is just the opposite, which is decentralization. It's surprising. And BNPL, this is something that we can leave for the end. And if we have chance, I will ask a question about it. Thanks again. Now I would like to give a question to the representative of the biggest bank in Kazakhstan, probably in the Central Asia as well, which we call a system-forming bank, because being a system-forming bank is a great responsibility, in particular regarding the financial inclusiveness. You know that there are a lot of self-employed people and a lot of people living in the remote regions and having some limited capacity. We have about 700,000 people living in Kazakhstan with disabilities. Being the system-forming bank, what kind of services, what kind of products do you provide to them, or what do you plan in the future? Thanks a lot. Thanks, Ron, for the question. Thanks for identifying us as one of the biggest players. And in this regards, I would like to comment that the other banks that exist in the CIS remain under sanctions. That's why we are one of the biggest in the region who are not subject to sanctions. Answering your question about inclusiveness, speaking in particular about the categories of people that you have identified, I would divide my answer into two parts. The first one is what we do for the physical services and infrastructure for our clients residing both in major cities of the country and in the remote settlements of the country. And the second part will be regarding fintech, which is the driver of financial inclusion for the entire population, not only limited by the self-employed or elderly people. As for the physical component, indeed, we are the biggest bank in the country. Speaking about the physical network, we are present all over Kazakhstan, and we quite often play jokes inside the company that we may be present in the places where people even don't make any, no human steps could be found. Like many other financial institutions, we do it to be as close as possible to the people, to get as many financial services to the people as possible. That is, we create not only digital but also physical accessibility to our people. And in the physical points, we provide a number of services, and we even exceeded our own expectations. I'm talking here about the digital model, which is typical for our physical servicing points, where we not only provide products and services to our clients, but we also provide the kind of training to the new fintech solutions and options that allow our people in Kazakhstan save more time to keep this time for your families, to other interesting things for our potential or future clients. Therefore, this training also gives good results, and we are saying that by doing that, we are developing the financial inclusion within the digital format. And as for the physical component, I would like to mention two things, which is a phygital model, which is our network with specific segments which are convenient for the people with disabilities, because this is a significant chunk of our local people that have to be respected and should get served by all our offices. And we normally do that, including arrangement ramps and special cash desks. You may be aware that we are, in fact, the biggest player, and every ATM, almost every second ATM in the country is that of Halyk Bank, and this is another type of financial inclusion for our people, so that it is physically accessible to all the people in the country, so that you can take the base service of cash and or to replenish your accounts. And this is the story that may be invisible, but people could feel that during the time of crisis, when the demand in cash was pretty high. The terminals did not work, and some mobile applications and services did not work. So we had to go back to the need in cash, and the key network that helped at that stage and supported the people, which was the ATM network of Halyk Bank. We are developing it, and we modernize it and provide more services that people can get without a card, which could be interesting for the people. And we are now thinking of ATMs to change their layout, and so that they could be accessible to the people with disabilities. We are aware of these needs. and we're working on that. This is all about physical part. Let me quickly speak about fintech, because this is something that we are proud of, because I would reiterate this is the driver of financial service provisions and improvement of financial services. And speaking about fintech, we have done a lot during the last 2 years. I'm not going to discuss what we all are aware, which is the opening the account within a few steps. If we compare it to the banks doing it in Europe and ourselves, thanks to our Ministry of Digital Development by Baghdad Musin, we now realize that we got such a set of public services that make our financial inclusion more accessible to all our potential clients wherever he is located. And now all the accounts can be opened online. We can see that with the huge dynamics. We established a number of fintech products that Rafael mentioned with a well-known program of payment in installments, the digital loans that allows people get the loans immediately, that he or she can cash immediately or deposited, and the normal payments and transfers and transitions and payments via QR and other payments, all these create the special ecosystem for the clients that helps getting access to more services. And there are services that are vital, which, if they are inaccessible, can bring, if they are become accessible, people can move from the gray zone to the light, and this is done to the benefit of our country, whereby the level of financial literacy and inclusion enhances the economy. Yes, thank you. Indeed, I have been lately for quite a lengthy client of Halyk. I used to be one of Kazkom, and I can't remember me visiting the office, because I can do everything online, and even the cards can be opened virtually. And in this regards, Halyk can be boasted. The only comment that I heard is from the point of view of currency control, which probably doesn't have anything to do with retail products, which are very well developing. Thanks a lot, Jumabek. If you allow, I would like to continue. If it's not too long, please, because we are limited in time. I would like to bring a very interesting message or piece of news to our audience, speaking about fintech, about digital products. It is important to hear what would be the end result to our people. For example, if we are speaking about our favorite banking business, which is lending, we have lots of bankers here. I can bring you two figures. Our credit portfolio was 900 billion. Now it's 2,200 billion tenge. That is during 2 years, with a little bit more than 2 years, we almost tripled our credit portfolio. And the key driver was the digital loans. By making it more accessible, credit in cash or BNPL products, so we immediately saw the great demand and affordability and accessibility for our clients. And it works well, and the number of users of Home Bank, which is our application, we have more than 8 million registered, and 5 million use our application on a monthly basis. So we ensure this financial accessibility, and we support it, and we can have more of that. Wait for some good news. It will come soon. Thanks a lot, Jumabek. Continuing on the financial inclusiveness, Pavel, We have observed lately a great number of diversity of fintech for children, youth, and elderly people. Does the Center Credit Bank work for this on the services for these age groups and on the development of PFL? I, as moderator, probably was asked to moderate because of the personal finance management. That is the planning of personal finance that helps people of various ages better manage and get better benefit from their finance. Could you share your views on that? Thank you. Guys, good evening. Hello, everyone. My name is Pavel. I'm involved in BCC retail, and the issue of financial literacy is a red line in the strategy of the bank. When we take any decisions, we do not take them from the point of view of financial outcomes, but rather how this product or program can help ensuring or repeating this process independently. And if the client cannot repeat this product at home himself, we are not dealing with such products. That's why we decided to go into the child program, and we took the market when the family has 3 children in the family. It's a great prosperity for the families and wealth in the country.
So in 2 years, we started to teach 100,000 children. The curriculum is built quite easily. It's the talk between the interface and the child, the management of the interface by the parents, and our presence in the school with the supervision of a teacher. So we don't want to cross that line of raising a child as a family member. We took the position that the bankers need to be those assistants or helpers that teach with the full control of the parents or teachers. I think that today we have the best app in Central Asia or CIS, and I think that we've proven that. That's not an advertisement. Just try it. We are all testers. You're welcome to try. The second category of people that we work with are retired people. Retirees are not all pro-digital people. Why? So what are people missing in the older age is attention and person-to-person conversations. So we took a look at our products, and we thought that on Saturday, this would be the day in our bank offices where we talk about financial literacy of the retirees. We want to talk to them, invite them to the offices, talk to them what the bankers are about, and if any of them will choose us as the bank, as the office, we welcome that. And third direction, things are changing. Speaking about PFM, it's a capital management. We made a decision to not draw these circles. So for those of you who are aware about PFM, there are red circles, green circles where you spend the money and so on. We rather want to help the clients in managing their capital. Who in the room can tell me how the price for their car has changed in 3 years, or the real estate price? Or if you need to sell this tomorrow, how much will it give you? Or how much is your favorite Toyota better priced today than yesterday? So PFM for us is not about those circles. It's a conceptual position. We want the AI without going into your wallet to help you. And I think that in the near future, this would be possible for Android. That will be available by default time. That probably will be the BCC that will help in managing your own capital, because the value today is not about the bank. The value today is about the bank becoming the platform that helps you to enjoy life as opposed to just getting into an app. So that was the brief summary. I wanted to stay within the allotted time, but after the session, please approach me and I can talk to you. Thank you, Pavel. Thanks. Now, let's move on and let's talk about PFM. I think that one of the first entities who introduced these investment buttons in the apps was Zhusan. And the next question goes to Maxim. You've got interesting ecosystem. You are building an interesting ecosystem. You already allow people to invest in the bank app. You've got the Zhusan Academy. I think you were among the first ones as BCC to introduce the Academy for Children to promote financial literacy. So please tell us, how come the bank has started to focus people on investment? Isn't that a conflict of interest? You're basically sacrificing your own deposits, possible deposits, when people use them as investments. So is there a balance between selling high-yield retail products and also assistance to long-term financial health of bank clients? So as Zhusan Invest, please elaborate on that. Good afternoon, everyone. Arman, thank you for the question. As our colleague has mentioned during the previous session, we are a group, and our task is education. Nazarbayev University is at the head of this group, and it's part of our DNA to work on education. When we started this Zhusan investment project 3 years ago, we faced an issue. How can we invite people to invest? Because the financial literacy is quite low. Only 3% of economically active population have brokers' accounts. If you compare it to Russia, about a quarter of economically active population will have brokerage accounts. So we took a look at the experience of other countries, and the response was quite simple. I think we were speaking different languages with our clients. As professionals, we were unable to explain in plain language more difficult concept. Look at the Stephen Hawking's book, A Brief History of Time, and he was talking about difficult concepts, black holes, universe, and so on, but it became a bestseller because he explained things in a simple, plain language. And that's our job, too. When we launched the Zhusan Academy, this was a project when we were telling the clients, potential clients, those who just are introduced to the finance world, we were telling them, how can you save money? How can you accumulate money? We were talking about fraud, and Ponzi schemes are now quite a painful topic, and there is a lot of buzz around it with the regulator and everyone. So we were telling people that there is no such thing as free lunch, and you need to make sure what you invest in and so on. So we were testing those videos, those projects, the text. We just used our friends and acquaintances to test those out. If they understood it, then we launched it. Then the next project is Zhusan Junior, and this is probably the only project in the CIS country. It has no peers. When children aged 10 to 16 get introduction to the real investment, yes, they will be supervised by their parents, but they can understand what are investments, what are savings. They can learn simply how can they save for a PlayStation. But we are trying to set the foundation for new Kazakhstan when we are raising these children, when we want to teach the children to avoid fraud, Ponzi scheme. We want them to be smarter than us. And education and implementation of financial literacy and improving financial literacy levels in the country is a big job, and all of the financial market participants need to work on that together. We need to tell people about the dangers of loans, about having too many loans. We need to tell them how to manage their capital to make it safe. We need to tell them about risks and revenues and yield. We need to explain it in simple terms, because things that we consider easy are difficult to understand for 90% of the population. So we need to speak their language. That is the main topic that we are trying to promote. And we try to raise awareness of as many people as possible in the country about it. For instance, in the last 18 months, there was a program to use your pension savings to improve your housing condition. So 3 trillion tenge was the size of the applications. And to manage for private managers, only 0.27% of people aimed their money at this. What does it tell us? It means that we need to continue working. We need to tell the population about these opportunities, about opportunities to earn money, about the opportunities to save money. That we need to tell them that even having a small amount of money, you can start doing it from younger age, and we need to continue working on it. Thank you. Thanks. I think that in another 20 or 30 years, I will still probably see the consequences of this rush to spend money to buy an apartment or to get dental care. And people now seem happy and the real estate prices grow. But the question is what will happen to these people in 20 or 30 years when they need this money for their pension? I guess it's for the next generation leaders to decide. So that is a painful topic for me. That's why I'm focusing on it. So I thank Maxim. Thank you. I do use your services myself, and what I've noted in Zhusan Academy is that they do focus a lot about financial literacy rather than just pushing their own products. So thank you for that. Next, I'd like to express my gratitude to Ruslan Umarov. We also thank the First Credit Bureau, represented by Ruslan Umarov. Thank you for being a partner of FinTech Forum. And Ruslan, a trick question. The banks and others use the data from the First Credit Bureau. So how come when the banks and microfinancing organizations use the same data provided by you, one bank might reject the loan applications, but the other organizations will approve it? So you will see that in some cases, the credit portfolios are growing at a huge rate. And also the next question, what should the banks do and what should other players do to promote responsible loans, to give opportunities, to save, to earn? The floor is yours. Thank you. It's been a while since I've been to a conference to see so many people in suits. I feel like an imposter here almost, wearing jeans, but I'll manage. So first, risk appetite. I think all of us understand what that means. Some people can have a big risk appetite in terms of loans. Others are quite conservative. And everyone chooses their own target audience. Some work with risky segments, others work with more reliable borrowers. So speaking about banks, you've mentioned Halyk. So probably we'll understand that Halyk will be more or less conservative in relation to their risk. So that might be one of the reasons why their portfolio is not growing at a high speed, but maybe it's a better quality portfolio than the others have. I'm not saying that. I don't have the data, but it's just a general observation. Now, speaking about financial literacy, so does anyone know what a personal credit report is? And we are talking about financial literacy here. Almost all people in the room are finance specialists, and there are only a few hands raised about individual or personal credit report. And it's your credit history that you need to track. You know, it's like brushing your teeth in the morning. You should request a personal credit report every 6 months to see what the banks have reported. Maybe, and I'll use Halyk as an example. So maybe Halyk has submitted some wrong data about you. So you need to check that. You need to verify that. You need to understand what that means. You need to understand whether your credit history actually is true. And there are many services that we provide. And for instance, I urge all financial organizations to mention all the services that are available to the citizens. That's also a component of improving financial literacy. It's also about this PFM. It's the first step. It's not the full PFM, but it's a part. We need to start with credit history. And it's very interesting because as the first credit bureau, we are between the rock and the hard place. On the one hand, we've got the banks. On the other hand, we've got the dissatisfied borrowers that got rejected on their loan application. And why were they rejected? That's a big question. The person who was rejected, that will probably be the very first question they ask. They will ask, why did the bank reject the loan application? The bank can say, hey, you are blacklisted by the credit bureau. But it's also the question of the financial literacy of the bank employees. That is a sign of low financial literacy. When the client is rejected, they ask why, and the bank managers say, you are blacklisted by the first credit bureau. So then the client starts looking to the matter, saying, what is the blacklist, and so on. And we tell them, we don't have blacklists. The first credit bureau never had a blacklist. Maybe you had some delays with repayment of the loan, or you defaulted on the obligation. Maybe you are on some government restriction lists. That's something you need to look into. And the bank, it takes into account that information, and then it's the bank who makes the decision on approving or rejecting your loan application. So it's important to translate this messaging through all channels of financial organizations. We need to reach individual clients, and that will improve financial literacy of the population. Now, speaking about the second question on the socially responsible loans, what does it mean? What does socially responsible loan mean? Our regulator is quite strict, and they're socially responsible, and they try to limit our banks in terms of loan burden coefficient. So the banks are already quite reliable to avoid any excessive burden of the loans. But let me tell you about a different aspect. We never talk about socially responsible borrowing, which is a different thing. The clients should only take out loans that they can return, not the ones that they can't. It's not about what the bank is willing to give. It's about what the client is ready to take on. I understand that the economic situation in the country is such that many people need to take out loans. But then it's not a question about the banks and the financial system. It's the overall question of the economy and business and government policy. Us not being able to raise salaries and so on. So socially responsible borrowing is an important component, and it should be something of priorities in the agenda of the financial sector. And the financial literacy, financial hygiene will stem from it. That's all I had. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks. I've noted that when you were complaining about the banks, I saw Haluk was trying to reach the microphone, but then you said good things about the banks, and they were happy about it. So thank you for your comments. Thank you about talking about the socially responsible loans. Maybe I'll comment on my attempts to reach the microphone. Yes, just be brief, because the organizers are telling me about the time limits. Okay, I'll be very brief. I actually liked the comments by my previous speaker. And I think we are colleagues. So I think that he did good when he said, I'll use Haluk as an example. Well, our topic today is about financial inclusion, and it's always important to talk about financial inclusion in numbers. When we talk about numbers, so we can immediately understand what the risk appetite of a certain organization is. And I mentioned 900 billion growth up to 2,200 billion. That is significant growth, and that is also a sign of financial accessibility and the way the loan products can be presented. And I think the most important thing in this loan business is to mention that the financial organizations, and us specifically, we promote or we follow the idea of not just simply issuing the loan and earning money. We are rather saying that we need to resolve the challenges our clients come with through different products, and these products need to be accessible for any citizen, regardless of their location in the country, be it in an urban center or in a remote town where we are the only ones to help. Thank you. Thank you, Zhumabek. Now, the last speaker we have is Sergey. I'm so sorry. The banks have taken some of your time. I haven't given my time yet. Nope. So the banks are leaving, but other telecom companies are launching banking services. Tell us about the advantages of telecom companies in providing financial services as compared to the banks, and what unique features can your neobank offer, the one that you are announcing now, and what kind of opportunities there are for bank and telecom operations. How did you build the data exchange processes, and what are the challenges?
Thanks a lot. It is a pleasure to be here within the respectful audience, with the respectful colleagues. The fact that we as telecom operator is present here means that we have doing something that deserves attention, especially given that we already met with the banks in clients' telephones. And most likely, following the statistics, the client will buy a telephone not because of the banking sector, but because of the banking services, but because of the telecom services. So we are number one, and the banks are number two here. Good joke. Okay. From the point of view of financial inclusion, speaking about digital financial inclusion, if we are guided by the key principles of digital financial inclusion, which is the equal access to the services, availability of the infrastructure, the contractual relations between the client and payer of the financial on the telecom services, all these principles were embedded by KCell about 7 years ago, when we started providing payments from the balance of the telephones. And we all are aware of the statistics of the banks by the clients and so on, but almost nobody knows about the trade and the number of people who use the balance of the telephones to pay for the banking services. I can give you a figure of hundreds of thousands of persons per quarter, which is millions of transactions on a quarterly basis. But these figures have never been stated out. But it means that we are already decent to show that the subscribers pay for the services from the mobile balances. And training the financial literacy, in fact, is an important component, and some of our services are unique because you can pay from the balance sheet or debt carrier billing, which can be operated in Play Market, App Store, and others, which are the three key marketplaces where you can pay from your telephone balance, where the bill is small transactions, not very often, and we can see that the audience using these services are mostly children and youth. For them, it is for the first time to ask their dad and mom to replenish their account, but I will never tell you why, but I will download my first game. This is their first experience. How does it then proceed? Indeed, in Kazakhstan, there are tools and technologies that allow remote servicing and remote account opening, and this is great. And financial inclusion in Europe is about 97%. And I'm sure that Kazakhstan is very close to this figure. However, I would like to take 1 minute of your time that in Europe they also introduced the Payment Directive PSC2 that changed significantly the payment landscape. Pavel will confirm that in Ukraine, where I worked 2 years ago when we adapted the Payment Directive to the specific country, where we had to reform the payment landscape. In addition to banks, other players participated in the market of supplying financial payments, financial services, and telecoms became such players that influenced the financial inclusion because they were small payments, payment for utilities and utility bills, and this is something that people can do when they have their smartphone in their pockets to make those payments. And these technologies, as you may know, since 2017, the neobanks emerged. They include fintech and others, and banks as well, full-fledged banks with licenses. And in Eastern Asia and Singapore, the licenses are issued to the digital banks, where the first ones in the queues are telecom operators, because number A, they have all the database, the clients, the telephone numbers, and they can build additional value propositions. And these are the companies that can quickly, operating big database and contacts with clients, build this. This Friday, a KSL Active application previously said that you can come to me to take a card after the session. On Friday in KSL Active, there will be a separate tag which is going to be called OGO Bank, which is a full-fledged banking service account with deposits, loans, and transfers in partnership with our partner, Jusan Bank. How we built it, this was done very uniquely in 2021. Normally, it takes years. We did it within 6 months. That is, from the idea to the concept to the actual implementation, it took half a year. The second thing is that we separated using the classical model of neobank. The bank has the back, and we manage the products. And the loyalty program that was built, we're engaging the high-class specialists from Mastercard advisor, Rafael, thank you very much, that helped us immediately open the card, loyalty program, accessibility, and so on. So all that we can see here, it's more than a bank, not just a banking card with deposits and credits, but what we can see, quite a significant share of people who can get the refusal in case they, if they want to start the debit card because of the tax liabilities. Now here we can do it, we can make it accessible by telecom operator. Meet on Friday in KSL Active OGO Bank, and you can live with it. And this is just the new step, and I'm sure this is not the last neobank in Kazakhstan. Thank you very much. Yes, indeed, thanks a lot. I indeed very happy and very glad. And this is indeed the financial inclusion. Yes, we are all aware that some part of the people in the country who did not know what is a credit history, who made a mistake, and I think it could be another chance to be able to earn and to have access to financial services by Transtelecom. I promise that I will start using KSL. My apologies to the organizers. I'm being told that my time is over, but I cannot but ask a question regarding the fraud. Just a small, brief answers. Rafal, what do you do because there are some dubious transactions, how this could be limited or protected, because our market is flooded with frauds, and probably after Rafal, our banks would also say something. For example, Zhumabek, how do we protect our people, in particular vulnerable ones? Let me briefly respond, because there are some dubious transactions. How transactions happen? First, we authentify who does the transaction, then we do the authorization. If I have cash on account, there are some other checks during transaction, how it happens. And if we use the artificial intelligence, this can be traced much easier. That is how I hold the telephone, how quickly I input the PIN code, and many other things. And there are lots of various small things that get into the risk scoring, whether this transaction can be approved or not. And what is important for us is, well, is that if the transaction is authorized via Mastercard, then it will be secured by Mastercard. Zhumabek, only you, because other people are calling me. Yeah, I can see that you are being called. I will try to answer quickly. Yes, the topic is very important. I'm not going to talk too much about that. There are base funds where we can see by the systems that the client is located in the country and the transaction takes place abroad. These are very easy to recognize and stop. And there are some other frauds which looks like social engineering. That is, by one way or another, people get access to personal data from the card, and the transactions can take place in Japan, and the clients can suffer. And there is another option when by using various convincement statements that saying that the offices of bank are calling, include and providing all necessary information about the clients, and sometimes very secret information, but unfortunately it works, and it is a very strong way of convincing, and people get abused by that. And here we cannot use standard methods, and there are some solutions that may change clientele paths, and during the transaction there may be lots of reminders or comments that can stop the person to do the transaction under the pressure of the frauds. But sometimes it doesn't work. There are some anti-fraud solutions that help adjusting the models and find transactions which are not typical, which are not standard for this person, which can be suspended. And only after we check with the client whether it is his will or not, we can then make this transaction. But we can see how it changes. Arman, probably it would be better to hear from you, because we are pretty successful here. We can see how the fraud changes. My colleagues may provide more figures that now people from the digital channel are now brought to the physical channels. And people are somehow zombied by the fraud people, and so that they could get the cash and pass it to the fraudulent people. And we have a good understanding of how to combat against it. But speaking about the entire sector in the country, we have been taught for a long time to wear masks, and probably the same should be done to the people with better resources. Okay, thank you very much. I would like to thank all of you for this important work that you're doing. Why? Because when this issue raised, we, as financial advisors, we addressed to the regulator. A regulator addressed us to the ministry, and we were footballed all around, and nobody wanted to take the responsibility. So what does it mean? It's now up to the bank to take this responsibility. And Sergey, Telecom, I think that you will take care of that in the future as well. Thanks a lot. Rafal, the floor is yours for your last word. As you can see, you have used the time pretty well. Everyone is listening, and I would like to thank my colleagues, people present here from the banks. As Mastercard says, there are things that cannot be bought except for Mastercard, and I would like to thank the speakers for them being so nice and so beautiful. Now, some small presents for you. A round of applause.
The world is evolving rapidly, and the human need for resources is increasing every day. Metals and various energy sources are particularly important for our technological advancement. Eurasian Resources Group, ERG, provides the world with these materials. Our group is a leading high-carbon ferrochrome, copper, and cobalt producer, and one of the largest suppliers of iron ore, alumina, and aluminum in the CIS region. The group supports global initiatives to promote a green economy and develop alternative energy sources. ERG operates in 15 countries, with the majority of our production assets located in Kazakhstan. Today, ERG represents 1/3 of the mining and metals industry in Kazakhstan. ERG is the first and largest producer of alumina and high-grade primary aluminum in Kazakhstan. The company's electric power assets account for 17% of all electricity generated in the country. The key overseas markets are Europe, China, Russia, and Japan. ERG's Metal Coal RTR, a major copper and cobalt tailings reprocessing operation in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, is ramping up its Phase 2 of production. It is now the second largest standalone cobalt producer in the world, as well as a major supplier of copper. In Brazil, ERG's Bamin subsidiary, a large integrated iron ore mining and logistics project, has started commercial production of iron ore with the launch of its Pedra de Ferro mine in January 2021. ERG has also started the construction of Porto Sul, a deep-water port in Ilhéus, and has won the auction to complete and operate the first 537-kilometer stretch of the Fiol East-West Integration Railway. In this spirit, ERG is accomplishing its mission of responsibly unlocking the potential of the Earth and its people, ensuring the prosperity of those who rely on us.
We know it's going to take many forms of energy to meet the world's needs while creating a cleaner future for all. At Chevron, we're lowering the carbon emissions intensity of our operations, investing in lower carbon technologies, and exploring renewable fuels of the future. We work hard to care for the homes we love, but it's only human to protect the one we share.
An excellence pursuer, a partner forever. China Construction Bank, CCB, was established in 1954, evolving from a policy bank, a specialized bank, a state-owned commercial bank, to a large-scale state-owned joint stock commercial bank. CCB has been continuously expanding its business scope and exploring new financial service offerings. With 65 years development, CCB has consistently been ranked among the world's top banks with its sound operating indicators. And its total assets have remained the second on a global scale for many consecutive years. In the year of 2014, when CCB celebrated its 60th anniversary, President Xi Jinping instructed the bank to improve the capabilities to serve national development, mitigate financial risks, and improve competitiveness in the international arena. CCB remains true to its original aspiration and keeps its mission firmly in mind, focusing on enhancing three capabilities, and puts forward the new finance concept centered on fulfilling the people's yearning for a good living. With the continuous deepening of new finance concept exploration, CCB serves national development more precisely and firmly, mitigates financial risks more actively and effectively, and engage in international cooperation more openly and confidently. At present, CCB's global network covers 30 countries and regions, including major international financial centers and prominent economies along the Belt and Road. The offshore RMB business grows rapidly. CCB London branches' accumulative RMB clearing volume reached nearly 40 trillion RMB, making London the largest offshore RMB business hub outside Asia. Cross-time zone, cross-region, multi-currency, and 24-hour non-stop financial services are provided globally. In its efforts to follow the opening up policy and better serve the real economy, CCB proactively offers services to Going Global and the Belt and Road clients and projects, strengthens collaboration with other financial institutions, participates in major international events, and cultivates and attracts globally competitive talents, so as to boost the bank's internationalization process. With rapid development of the Chinese economy and the Belt and Road Initiative, CCB will never stop its pursuit for better services and its commitment to making tremendous contributions.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for those of you who joined this session online. Thank you very much for everyone being in the room. I know there's a reception in parallel, so I'm very grateful you made it to our discussion. I hope it will be worthwhile for you, or I'm sure it will be worthwhile to you. The session today is about the role of international financial centers in promoting sustainable finance. It's a very timely debate, not only because of the geopolitical developments, but also in the fight against climate change, in the transition towards net zero. My name is Jochen Biedermann. I'm the Managing Director of the World Alliance of International Financial Centers. The World Alliance is a non-profit association. We are based in Belgium, in Brussels, comprising 19 leading international financial centers across 4 continents. The Astana International Financial Centers, our host today, is one of our founding members, but also among our membership are Casablanca Finance City, Frankfurt Main Finance, and Paris Euroclass, all represented in the panel today. We organize a collaboration between leading financial centers worldwide. We run projects together, we exchange best practices, and we jointly promote the vital role of financial centers in financing the economy. Sustainable finance, of course, is an essential issue for us and for all of our members. Before I hand over for the introduction, please allow me to introduce my panelists briefly. On the video screen, and he will show up hopefully in a minute, is Murat Fatala. He is the manager for strategy at the Casablanca Finance City. Then we have, to my left, Hubertus Sved, the managing director of Frankfurt Main Finance. We have James Martin next to him, which is IFC's chief investment officer. And online, we have Olivier Vignard, who is the deputy CEO of Paris Euroclass. So many thanks to all of them for joining the discussion. But now it's high time to introduce Stilpo Nestor, the executive chairman of Nestor Advisors, a Moro Sodali company. He was the head of the corporate affairs division at the OECD and led the team which produced the global corporate governance benchmark, the OECD Principles of Corporate Governance. Stilpo, the floor is yours. We are very much looking for your presentation.
Thank you for this introduction, and thanks very much to the organizers for inviting me. It's very nice to be in a real conference again after this hiatus of COVID, where we were all on the screen. So it's a great pleasure to be here. Now, I'm asked to speak about sustainability in financial markets, and I will take a slightly, I would say, provocative view of it, with the hope that this can generate discussion and a little bit more thinking about what we're talking about. And indeed, we're talking about sustainability, which is one of the most critical challenges we face as economies, as companies, as societies. But you have heard enough, I think, of by all the white men like me speaking about how important it is. So I will rather focus on the challenges ahead and where there are failures in our approach of ESG today. So I will not discuss green finance. I will leave that to the experts. I will not discuss the role of exchanges, which I am sure, and financial centers, which I'm sure our colleagues here are much better placed to discuss. I will discuss a question, which is that after all these years of spectacular rise in prominence in the financial markets ecosystem, has ESG, as we know it, run its course? Has it run out of steam? And why? What can we do to continue the sustainability agenda in a more cogent, more focused way? In this short presentation, I will essentially draw upon our experience with clients, and I've personally worked with a number of large banks and large financial institutions on their governance side. We're governance consultants. Moro Sodali works a lot on the interface between companies and investors, so we are very close to the institutional investor community, which, as we'll see, is one of the drivers. And I will also draw on some preliminary conclusions of our study that is upcoming of the governance of sustainability of the 30 largest banks in the world. Now, a few words about how has ESG emerged, really, the concept of environment social governance. Because it is a strange, I would say, fusion, and some would say generating confusion, of three critically important elements in the non-financial areas of corporate engagement. I'll take them backwards. Governance. Governance is an old story, but an important story. Governance is the how of decision-making. It is about how we make decisions, how we organize ourselves to make decisions, how we get information to make decisions, and how do we align companies, financial institutions, any type of organizations in order to make decisions that address all stakeholders. The OECD, an organization that I've worked for in the past, calls corporate governance the system of stakeholder relationships with the board at its center. The board is, in other words, the fulcrum of corporate governance. So corporate governance is the how. Now let's go to the social, working backwards. Social is a vast, indeterminate field. It's almost a catch-all for many things. And I've seen so many different things being thrown into the social bucket. I think in order to analyze it a bit better, I would split it in three categories. One is the engagement with proximate stakeholders, with people that are in continuous interaction with the firm and shape its future. And these are the employees, of course, and most importantly, its customers. And I would argue that even though that does touch upon the how, the governance part, this is mostly about the commercial strategy of the company and the HR strategy of the company. These are the what, not the how. Engagement with communities is the second category of social, and that we used to call corporate social responsibility, CSR. And this is also linked to a firm's strategy. These are strategic issues. They're important issues as to how we relate with our communities, but they are strategic issues. Finally, it's engagements with society as a whole in a dizzying number of issues, and that includes critical issues from gender and non-discrimination, human rights, but many others. Again, an issue of what, not how. Now, moving to the E, the environment, things are much clearer there. This is all about strategy and risk. When you're on a board, it's all about strategy and risk, because there are very, very significant risks related to physical risks by climate change and transition risks which can occur, can be realized in the course of a company's business because of the changes in the environment to a cleaner, to a greener economy. And there are, of course, huge opportunities. Green finance, new asset management products, new banking products in the financial industry. Now, why did we put all this together? I have a fairly cynical take on this. It's kind of a marriage of convenience. Investors, in the beginning at least, did not want to expand too many resources on these areas. So they grouped all the non-financial issues in one little bucket, and they had a few people managing them, hence ESG. On the other hand, regulators also wanted to put it that way, kill a few birds with one stone. So ESG was a convenient umbrella. But this umbrella, I think, has started to disintegrate, and like most marriages of convenience, it will not last, is my own prediction, because it cannot stand the test of implementation over time. And we're starting to see it bursting as the seams as we speak. So let me go very quickly through the three drivers of both ESG, and I would argue also its demise in search of a better system to address sustainability. The investors is driver number one, and there has been a green tsunami there. Investors' proposals for ESG actions have grown exponentially through the decade. Just looking at 2022 resolutions in American companies, which is where we have most of the data today, they grew by 30% ESG-related, they grew by 30% compared to 2021. And this was after a lull between 2020 and 2021, this has been a constant growth there. Academics now talk not about shareholder value, but about shareholder welfare concepts, sort of shareholder utility rather than pure value, because there's so much out there that is not captured, in a sense, by the value, or that is the theory. But let me tell you that the tide there is ebbing. The success rate of investor proposals is actually going down. And among only 6 resolutions on non-governance issues were really passed in the proxy season of this year, up until now. The rest were actually governance resolutions, which actually illustrate the point why there's so much obscurity as to what it means to be under the ESG umbrella. Governance, this is like stuff that has been around for many, many years. It's about remuneration, it's about director capabilities, it's about declassification of boards, and so on and so forth. Many large investors have made it very clear this year, after being for years the poster children of ESG, like BlackRock. They made it very clear that they will not vote for anything that is too prescriptive, and when it comes to climate change, they will not vote for anything that does not imply an orderly transition, with a focus on orderly. From a bank and asset management perspective, financial institutions, there's a big tension developing between ones who want divestment or no funding for certain brown industries and the ones that want engagement. And from our own banking study, the first results are that most banks are for engagement. So they single out the sectors, they develop strategies on the requirements that they want to see from the companies they lend to, their clients, in their transition. So what they require is essentially a transition plan. In very few cases, we see hard stops. Of course, there are, from the past, from the early years of the century, frameworks for managing project management climate risk, the Equator Principles, that is working actually quite well, and it has developed quite well. But in general, it's all about engagement, less about divestment. The second driver is companies, and I know I have to hurry a bit to leave some time for everybody else. And here the big watershed was, of course, the watershed year was 2018, when we had the UK Corporate Governance Code for the first time enshrine the concept of purpose, and purpose is the purpose of a company serving all of its stakeholders. And we had in the Business Roundtable in the US changed the focus from shareholder value to addressing all stakeholder interests. Now, if one sees the practical implementations of this is all very good, and it is indeed the case that in the future, good companies have to address all the stakeholders' interests. And in fact, in the past, good companies did do that, and that's how they created value. But the practical implementation of the purpose principle has been less than stellar, I would say. Most purpose statements that I read, and I read a lot of them, are platitudes. There are very few purpose statements that can be used for communicating to your stakeholder universe exactly what you want to do in the future. What has happened is that there's been an enormous amount of disclosures that are coming out, which have created a lot of noise. And this disclosure, the number of pages in annual reports has doubled essentially in the last 10 years from large banks again. It has doubled, and most of it is non-financial disclosures. On the other hand, more hardwired changes have not happened in any part, in any sector. The changing companies from shareholding companies to what we call B corporations, which have whose benefits accrue to more than shareholders legally has not happened, has happened to a very, very limited extent only. Now, the third group of people is, the third driver is regulators and supervisors. And here we have a huge, again, push, especially in the European Union, in the disclosure space, where we had the non-financial disclosures regulations, which created a taxonomy for ESG and a double materiality principles, which in theory is a very good principle. It's to disclose how the company impacts on its environment and how changes in the environment impact on the company. All of this is wonderful. In practice, again, disclosures, I'm sorry to say, are mostly platitudes in this area. In the banking space, the supervisors have pushed for disclosure and management of climate risk, but only climate. ESG has not yet, and that's only in Europe and in the UK, I mean in the EU and in the UK, not in America. So what does the future hold? I think markets are far from managing risks in the areas, in these critical areas. And the reason for that is that the ESG platform is simply too general. And it is very confusing and generates a lot of noise. My own prescription would be to move away from ESG and break it down to discrete chunks that allow implementation by all the three drivers that I mentioned. Governance issues should be kept aside. This is the how-to, not the what. One should focus on specific elements, few specific elements, and develop standards that are comparable across the board, and we don't have that now. By the way, banks have at least employ 4 rating agencies each, and the ratings are largely disparate. There's a huge variance on the ratings. And also they try to use at least 3.5 is our average on this standards of disclosure. So there's total confusion out there. They're very different, actually. The creation of these standards will lead to the creation of KPIs that we can follow and compare. And finally, mandatory disclosure should be limited to these areas, thus lowering the noise. So I think we are at a place where the players and the drivers that I mentioned are starting to realize the limits of this first approach that created the tsunami, the welcome tsunami, but is now not appropriate in dealing with the future challenges of making this a reality. I think the trimming of sails that we're seeing, and we're going to see more of it, will have a lot of opportunities for international financial centers because they can actually leapfrog to a degree regulation and sort of market standards in these areas. But I will leave the discussion for that to my esteemed colleagues in the panel, and sorry for taken a little longer.
Stilpon, not at all. Thank you very much for all your insights. I think it's an excellent start for the discussion we will have. Also very helpful to you remind us E, S, and G, the different objectives, also different urgencies, different levels of urgencies, why climate change, which is only part of E is more than climate change, is something very urgent, but we cannot really speak that the S and the G are urgent because we have it for decades, right? So, why suddenly, we have to do all these actions, right? So on that matter. So from that point of view, very much appreciated. And you have given us a real challenge to discuss it now in the panel. I would like to start with Murat, and can we see him on the screen? Murat, can you hear us?
I can hear you.
Okay, perfect. Welcome, Murat. Murat, we are in the middle between COP26 in Glasgow. It feels like it was yesterday, but 7 months have passed, and COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh, right? On the other hand, global warming is on the rise. Casablanca Finance City, which you represent, is a role model in the fight for sustainable development goals and climate change. So in your opinion, what can financial centers do to support a sustainable future?
Thank you, Johan. First, I would like to start by thanking our institutional partners from Astana International Financial Center for the kind invitation. Unfortunately, due to our conflicting agendas, I was not able to join you physically this time, but I still have very vivid memories of the IFC launch ceremony back in July 2018. And on behalf of Casablanca Finance City, I would like on this occasion to warmly congratulate the IFC team for the great achievements so far and wish them sincerely all the best in their ongoing and upcoming endeavors. Now back to your question, Johan. Well, yes, financial centers around the world can play a role to foster the development of sustainable finance. Naturally, it goes without saying that for each player, the scope and the scale of its contribution will depend on multiple intrinsic dimensions. Think about the depth, the maturity, the geographic reach, the level of specialization, and so on. Having said that, all financial centers have, I believe, in common a clustering effect, I would say. In fact, financial centers, if you think about it, are the place where stakeholders of the industry meet. Financial institutions such as banks, insurance companies, funds, but also professional services providers, regulators, ecosystem builders, and so on. And by bringing together all these protagonists, collective intelligence is potentially made possible for the good of the planet, people, and of course of the profit. On the other hand, financial centers are also great marketplaces where the demand side meets the offer. And therefore, our hubs play a tremendous role when it comes to capital allocation, channeling, massifying investment flows, and so on. And obviously, positive externalities can happen, such as cross-fertilization, smart allocation, financing, scale-up, and so on. But in order for these externalities to happen, optimal conditions should be put in place. I mean, for instance, by this, the regulatory frameworks that should be in place, such as standards, labels, taxonomies, and so on, but also the conducive environment. Think about all the incentives, green tax incentives, subsidies, guarantees, and so on. And last but not least, well-trained talent pool. Another category which I believe is important and where financial centers can contribute is the advocacy and promotion. And this conference is a good example, I believe. In fact, by showcasing the upsides of sustainability and green, by showing that companies, but also institutions can do well by doing good, can help build positive momentum and an awareness at various levels, at the financial and business industry levels, of course, but also and importantly to the general public. And this is an important aspect that awareness can play. So to wrap up, I believe these are some of the levers that financial centers can activate to shape and create more sustainable finance. First, the cluster effect. Then second, on the meta level, I would say, by setting up the right frame conditions. And the last but not least is about advocacy and awareness. Thank you.
Murat, this sounds like Casablanca is not running out of steam. This is good news. Now let's move from Casablanca a little bit to the north, to Paris. And let's see whether Olivier is on the line. Olivier, can you hear us?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, perfect. So,
okay.
Welcome. Olivier, we are 2 weeks before your big annual conference in Paris, Paris Europlace International Financial Forum. And this year's theme is towards a sustainable European autonomy. So I don't know whether you heard Stilpon's comments on Europe. What kind of discussion do you expect at your conference? Are sustainable developments in Europe speeding up, or are they doomed?
Okay, many thanks, Jochen. And as Murat did, I would like first to thank all the organizers for this kind invitation. I'm very pleased to participate to this panelist team, even if I was not able to be there in person. So regarding your very good question, and after this excellent introduction, I would like just to perhaps focus on the initiatives we try to launch, we try to present, and we will present in 2 weeks in our International Financial Forum. I think what has been said in introduction is very important, because indeed, in our view, the main condition for succeeding in traveling towards a net zero economy is to first measure our commitments. That means all commitments taken by not only the financial industry, but also all companies, all stakeholders. So of course, banks, insurance companies, asset managers, but also all the ecosystem. This is why our first initiative has been to set up an observatory gathering all commitments taken by companies and firms to commit towards reaching a net zero economy by at least 2050. Our second, perhaps what is also important, and that may be developed further in 2 weeks, our second initiative is to have some work on the impact. As said in the introduction, the double materiality is indeed very important in our view, because this double materiality means that a company has, of course, a strong influence on its environment, but conversely, the environment also impacts the way a company is expanding. So we try here in Paris to first define concretely and precisely, depending on the economic sectors, what is an impact. Because for the financial sector, that may be a bit tricky. And how to define, and then how to measure, and how to reduce the negative impact. Of course, there are some very positive impact in both sense for the society and for a company, but what is perhaps more difficult is to maximize the positive impact and to reduce, of course, the negative impact. And the third and last initiative we try to have is to engage all players in a just coalition. This word coalition is very important in our view, because without a close dialogue between all companies, it seems that may be very difficult to impose compulsory standards, compulsory methodologies to all sectors. So we try to have very tailored, dedicated methodology analysis to make all decision-making boards aware of this necessity to integrate this new, this new analysis within their loans, their investment portfolios, to share this strategy in a very large way within each company, and to train people, to train the staff in order for this objective to be very largely shared. So we will have in 2 weeks this international financial forum here in Paris in an hybrid mode, and then in October you are of course invited to join our infra rig, because infrastructure are very important also to show our engagement towards sustainability. And at the end of October, we will have our Climate Finance Day. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Olivier. Hubertus, there's a new kid on the block in Frankfurt, the International Sustainable Standards Board of the IFRS Foundation. What is their role, and will this be a nucleus of an even stronger German push in sustainable finance?
It certainly will. Thank you, Jochen. But I'd like to go back to the opening remarks of Stephen, which I quite liked. So calling ESG as a marriage of convenience reminded me actually of the term BRICS. Some of you may remember Brazil, Russia, India, and China. It became convenient, it became popular, it became an investment scene. It probably didn't help performance that much over the medium term, as developments have been quite disparate over the time, and rarely these days somebody speaks. Maybe this acronym is going to go the same way, Steve. I do have a little bit of sympathy for that. Let me get back to ISSB and Jochen's question, because it's directly related to it. We're a strong believer in what you measure is what you get. And when you measure platitudes, you get platitudes. And hence, there are clearly not enough precise definitions of what we want to get. Stephen mentioned that, and I always quote that as well. If you look at sustainability ratings, the correlation between the various raters are about 0.44, 0.36. If you're a statistician, you know it's fairly poor. If you look at traditional credit ratings, you have correlations of 0.96, 0.98. That's what we aim for. And only when we reach that level, we know our definitions are anywhere near practicality. Having said that, Germany is the industrial heart of Europe. And this industrial heart has to undergo the transformation. Again, something Stephen mentioned. And only once that transformation succeeds, we will succeed in the various objectives. And let me probably focus on what I think is the most key element of it, the net zero topic. Because if we don't get things right, and we're probably not on the trajectory to get it right yet, we'll have issues, various issues. And that's why Frankfurt focused on getting the ISSB into Frankfurt. What does ISSB stand for? The International Sustainability Standards Board. It's a sister organization to the IFRS, so anybody who has read annual reports, who is in accounting. So that's basically what we are aiming for, to have a rigid definition of what sustainability is all about, getting the right numbers for various industries, like the SASB system is going to be integrated. So the key performance indicator in terms of sustainability will be defined across various sectors of industries. That's what we've been focused on. That's why we believe that's the issue to really help the transformation and also make it measurable in a non-platitude attitude from our point of view. And let me conclude, Steve, by saying that we have only that one option to get it right. And if we don't understand that E, S, and G are very different beasts, like you rightly pointed out, which are not free of conflicts, interesting conflicts. The S and the E do have substantial conflicts. The G, by the way, and I think here I'm very much aligned with you, the G is key because it basically helps to implement within the organization the whole system to truly regulate. That's why, again, we believe besides a rigorous, reduced number of key performance indicators, the implementation in governments is absolutely key to succeed. Thank you.
Hubertus, thank you very much. James, coming to you. For Kazakhstan as a financial and trading hub between major economic blocks, of course, standards like taxonomy, of utmost importance. How do you see those global developments? What is the role of AFC in that respect, and where you see opportunities to attract further growth here?
Well, look, I mean, I would like to also comment on the opening sort of keynote. I agree with the essence of what's trying to be said, but I would like to also wrap it from a more emerging market, frontier market. We all agree that governance has to be a key foundation, how we make decisions and what those decisions are based on. However, for us in emerging markets, it's very important that we must realize that we don't quite have the advanced governance structures that we have in other parts of the world. We still need to focus on this very, very much. It will not only help in social matters, it will help in increasing foreign direct investment as well. So that's very, very key for us. So I'd like to talk about, Kazakhstan from our own perspective, but also we can sort of extrapolate that. And I think the end of the keynote was very, very key. And obviously, Hubertus, my esteemed colleague, has mentioned it as well. But it's all about the transition. The fact that these reports have gone, company reports, from 200, 300, 400 pages is really quite frightening. That just stifles sustainability. Because if you sit on a corporate board and you have to go through all these differences, we have the same, I worked for an American listed company for 16 years, you've got IFRS, you have US GAAP, we're falling down this same rabbit hole again. So we in Kazakhstan, we in the emerging markets need to obviously look, and as the phrase was mentioned, to be able to leapfrog to see where we're going. But if you look at the whole green, sustainable area, we're talking all about it. There's no international standards, and I commend Frankfurt for creating this board because we need it. And the problem is that it's like we had in Islamic finance. Some people think Sharia compliance, everyone creates their own board, and we're trying to get, standards on that front as well. So in the essence of time, what I would like to start off by saying is we had the Management Council this morning, which is presided over by His Excellency President Tokayev. And he said the specific words that we have been dwelling and we will continue to dwell on sustainable economics in Kazakhstan. What he mentioned was quite a frightening number, but it's a great example. In the last year alone, sustainable finance has grown over 500 times here. Now, it's grown to 250 million, and we are proud in AFC to say that we have been involved in 58% of that, not through only capital raising, but verification. Why verification? Because again, we need to have some sort of stamp to show that it's there. So taxonomy is very, very key for us. However, it's about realistic transition. We're sort of focusing a lot in emerging markets on E, and to a lesser extent, the social ramifications of that. If it's not realistic, and I have these discussions with our supranational investment partners, EBRD, ADB, they have to be realistic in how we can address the sustainability. Sustainability not only from a large corporate perspective, as the esteemed colleague mentioned in the keynote, but the SMEs. The SMEs, we have to make sure they are not stifled. We have to make sure we have small and medium cap opportunities for capital raise. We have to make sure we perhaps have different ESG standards, because we're not going to meet them all. In Kazakhstan, we are one of the worst polluters when it comes to raising energy. We realize that, we are being honest about that. We are the 11th largest users of energy in the world. We're the 5th largest users of carbon, because 70% of our energy comes from coal. However, to the social aspect, if we should suddenly try and go to new transitions overnight, like with the industrial industry in the heartland of Europe and Germany, that will not work socially. We have to make sure it's done in a responsible manner. Sustainability, because it has to be there for the long term. So with us, it's very much about the social impact with regards to, in Kazakhstan, the job creation. We have a very young population, still under the ages of 29, 2030. So we have to make sure job creation, that is key from the president all the way down through AIFC. Here we have many factors. We joined the Paris Agreement. We last year implemented a new ecology code, and that's very key. What that does is not the full Western standard of ecology, but it is a great step towards this. Again, we cannot jump to carbon neutrality. That leads to tech, job creation, advanced technologies. How can we do water waste management here? That's very, very key for us. We need technology, creates job, and so on and so forth. That we are harboring here through our tech hub, and then through the courts, we obviously create comfort for the international players coming. And then finally, we're very proud that we have worked with OECD and others in creating governance, international standards that we as AFC are looking to roll out onto Kazakhstan shores, but also wider field as well. I think I'll stop there because I know we're running out of time, Jochen, and I'm sure you have some interesting insights.
Thank you very much, James. Can we have the one slide up on display we have prepared? And while the slide is coming up, after the next question, I will open the floor for a question from you. So think about what you want to ask this distinguished panel. And also, I want a little bit later a hand sign from Stilpon, whether he's a little bit more optimistic after listening to us. think about this. Back to Murat, if you're still around. During the pandemic, in preparation for the economic recovery, the IFC, our organization, we have issued a paper with recommendation for sustainable finance. And they're here on that slide and on display. And my question to you, Murat, is in Casablanca, are you on track? And in which areas you need to spend more efforts? For instance, what is about expertise and capacity building, which is surely also a big topic here in Nur Sultan?
Well, thank you, Jochen. This is a very relevant question. Maybe let me start first by mentioning an interesting external tool that has been developed a few years ago by another international network. It's the annual assessment program designed by UNDP Financial Centers for Sustainability Network. And indeed, its personalized report turned out to be very instrumental in several ways. I mean, in fact, these assessment programs report aggregated qualitative but also quantitative data on the development of green and sustainable finance in various verticals, banking, insurance, capital markets, you name it. And hence, it's quite useful to measure the level of maturity reached by each sector to spot strengths, but also anticipate opportunities for business, identify potential bottlenecks and growth edges, and interestingly enough, it helps us track the progress in a path-dependent manner, I would say, and from one edition to the other. So this crowdsourced tool is also complementary to what I would call the domestic toolkit. I mean, just a brief note here. 6 years ago, as part of COP22 in Marrakesh, the key stakeholders of the Moroccan financial industry joined forces to elaborate an overarching blueprint for the emergence and scale-up of sustainable finance in Morocco. So the roadmap is by essence multidimensional. It covers several aspects: policy making, market development, promotion, awareness, capacity building, and so on. And therefore, on a regular basis, we have the opportunity to get in touch with the various protagonists, collect some of the latest development and updates from the industry. And as a consequence, we are able to track the trajectory, reassess priorities, sometimes pivot into new direction, and hopefully better navigate the complex environment we are facing. So the key takeaway here is that, as mentioned previously by Hubertus, measurement is what you get. Clearly, progress has been made, as for instance, central bank released a new directive on climate-related risk and disclosure. The Capital Market Authority has been publishing guidelines related to ESG, to grain, to sustainability bonds, and so on. There is also a growing momentum from market participants. We are clearly assessing here that there is market sophistication. More ESG funds are coming to play, sustainability-linked loans, green bonds, green fintechs, I can call them this way. But yet we need to be aware that bottlenecks are still hindering the development of green and sustainable finance in the market. Clearly here we can mention few such as the lack of clear taxonomies and standards, also awareness among some of the market participants, the lack of green incentives to encourage further the development of the market and asset classes. But however, having said that, I would say that the overall context has some sort of silver lining. And clearly the COVID wake-up call and the VUCA times that we are lately living show us that there is a need for more sustainability, for more inclusion in our development pathways. And I believe this is another insight from the crisis. So clearly we can debate about ESG and so on, but clearly one of the key takeaways for us, there is this need for more S, more social ESG. And this is something that our industry should be keeping in mind. I believe also that these turbulent times have at least the benefit of making us think very concretely about the energy, about the climate, about the digital transformation and transition. And it will help us shape the future of it.
Murat.
Having said that, yes.
Thank you very much. We are running out of time, and I really don't want to miss asking whether there's a question in the audience here. I hope for your understanding. Are there any questions? Stilpon, are you more optimistic now, or still?
Oh, I'm not pessimistic. I just think we need to deal with narrowing down the scope, as everybody said, I think, in the panel. So I'm optimistic that we will do this. Actually, when I first started dealing in governance issues, there was not even a word for it. Now this is in everybody's lips, so I'm optimistic, Johan, yes.
Thank you very much. It's a good start, at least, to have a name for something. We are at the end of our event. Unfortunately, there's not much more time for asking questions, but if one of you want to briefly comment on Stilpon in 1 or 2 sentences, that's maybe possible. Hubertus, James?
I'd like to echo Steve again. He said he started the whole, knew what to talk about it. Get started about ESG, whatever you pick, the E, the S, or the G, or the combination of all of them. Get started. It's an interesting and it's an absolutely crucial journey.
Olivier, any comment from Paris, very briefly?
I share what has been said. The main challenge in our view is to have the same rules, the same concept, the same methodology, and in order to run at the same speed. So convincing people, convincing the whole society are essential topics for all international financial centers.
Thank you very much. Let's wrap up a really exciting discussion. So please join me giving a big round of applause, first for Stilpur and for all my panelists, Olivier, James, Hubertus, and Murat. Thank you very much.
Your base for business expansion. The Astana International Financial Center is a unique jurisdiction in Central Asia that offers a familiar ecosystem and preferences for global business. We endeavor to make use of the opportunities presented by our modern era. Eurasia is the beginning phase of long-term economic expansion, which opens up new opportunities for businesses, governments, and individuals on their path to wealth. Capital markets, creating a fully fledged and dynamic financial marketplace in Central Asia. Fintech, fostering innovation of new technologies in the banking, mobile, and personal finance. Green finance, encouraging and supporting sustainable investment opportunities. Islamic finance, reintroducing an alternative to traditional finance according to ethical principles. Common law, adapting the best practices of the world in Nur-Sultan, Kazakhstan. Private banking, offering a reliable ecosystem for the creation of family offices and personalized strategies. Visit our website, register your business, enjoy your privilege.
So I guess we can start. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the session, US-Kazakhstan Cooperation, Opportunities for Women and Business. My name is Aynur Kuatov. I'm the CEO of Kazna Capital Management, and it's a great honor for me to moderate today's session with such a strong list of panelists. I would like to remind that we have simultaneous interpretation into Kazakh and Russian languages. The purpose of this session that we're hosting today is to discuss how to shift from traditional horizon on women's contribution to long-term development and dive into possible ways of supporting and encouraging women's active inclusion in the economy. Today, we will learn about new and exciting opportunities that are available for women in Kazakhstan, whether they are established entrepreneurs or just started their path to setting up their own businesses. It's obvious that creation of favorable conditions and expansion of women's economic participation and decision-making opportunities can become one of the key drivers for building a strong and mature civil society, sustainable community, and as a result, a competitive economy. And I look forward to hearing insights that our excellent panel of speakers has to share. So now let us begin our session, and I'd like to invite to deliver welcome remarks His Excellency Ambassador of Kazakhstan to the United States, Yerzhan Ashikpaev. Please, Ambassador Ashikpaev, we're honored to have you here with us today. Could you please tell us about US-Kazakhstan cooperation in the field of women empowerment?
Thank you so much, Madam Moderator. Very good evening to everyone in Kazakhstan, and very good morning to our US-American partners here in the United States. Let me first and foremost use this opportunity to congratulate all women in diplomacy with their first international professional holiday, which was established just last week this year on June 24th. And today's event is a bright example of activeness on women in the field of diplomacy. Allow me also to extend my sincere gratitude to all of our distinguished guests for joining us today. And we very much appreciate the continued support of the US government for its efforts to build strong bilateral ties in the area of women empowerment. We have fruitful, productive cooperation with the State and Commerce Departments and many other US agencies, and delighted to have their highly regarded representatives with us today. My special thanks are to the Deputy of Majlis of the Parliament of Kazakhstan, Ms. Lizat Ramazanova, for supporting today's initiative and being a strong advocate on promoting women's rights in Kazakhstan and across Central Asian region. Let me also thank the Governor of Astana International Financial Center, Dr. Kelimbetov, for co-hosting the event today. And we highly appreciate the big contribution of AIFC Women Economic Empowerment, Education and Entrepreneurship Center, We4E, and its efforts to establishing trustful cooperation with our American partners. Women empowerment overall is one of the priorities in President Kassym-Jomart Tokayev's political transformation agenda. A year ago, Mr. President signed a decree on further human rights measures with gender equality as one of its major focus areas. On Generation Equality Forum, he announced the practical commitments of Kazakhstan to empower women. On top of that, the issue of gender equality and women's safety was included into the list of the latest historical political reforms announced this past March. So, taking into account the current state of the world economy in post-pandemic era, as well as exacerbation of, unfortunately, of geopolitical tension, specifically in our part of the world, empowering and taking care of women at this moment can make a profound difference to the well-being of the world. In the past few years, Kazakhstan demonstrated consistency in supporting the US leadership in its noble cause of empowering women. My country jointly joined the call to action on women's economic empowerment initiated by the US in 2020. And lately, Kazakhstan has introduced a mandatory 30% quota for the participation of women and youth in party lists during parliamentary elections and abolished the list of prohibited professions for women. Apart from systemic legislative changes, Kazakhstan has undertaken practical initiative to strengthen women's economic position. Through IFC last year, Kazakhstan became the first country in Central Asia to join Closing the Gender Gap Accelerator of WEF, which will help to create a practical platform for cooperation between the public and private sector to eliminate gender gaps. The Coca-Cola was the first entity from the private space which supported Kazakhstan in this endeavor. And last year, we praised the US Embassy in Kazakhstan initiative on conducting an impactful artisans empowerment project, Born Nomad, which helped to link Kazakh artisan women with foreign buyers. And it also, of course, promoted our traditional crafts in international market. We were also delighted to know that due to our active political collaboration throughout last year, IAFC got an approval to become an implementation partner of the US State Department on the expansion of AWI, American Academy for Women Entrepreneurs, in Kazakhstan. Through this valuable partnership, 100 women from Kazakhstan will get free education in business management. But as I always reiterate, our ambition is much larger than Kazakhstan. So we very much look forward to translating this success to entire Central Asia and beyond. And currently we are working on exploring the possibilities to introduce prominent program of the US Department of Commerce Summit for the Kazakhstani women entrepreneurs, connecting basically the two aforementioned programs. So we have more ideas and great desire to do all we can to create bilateral partnerships and alliances which will help boost opportunities and generate momentum for women of the region to stand out and reach their dreams and true potential. I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Kazakhstan Embassy to the US has been actively engaging in women's economic empowerment agenda and putting a lot of efforts in building cooperation in this field between two countries. Thank you for your remarks and for supporting this session. To continue our discussion on US-Kazakhstan cooperation in the field of women empowerment, as well as to hear about the policies and key strategies of the US on gender issues, I would like to give the floor to our distinguished speaker, Mr. Panel, who will deliver Ms. Vogelstein's prepared remarks. Ms. Rachel Vogelstein is Senior Advisor, White House Gender Policy Council. Please, Mr. Panel, we're excited to have you here, to have you with us today.
Thank you, and thank you, Ambassador Ashikbayev, for the opportunity to join you all today. It is my pleasure to join my esteemed colleagues, fellow panelists, and all of you who are attending the virtual event across multiple time zones. My name is Mark Pinnell, as you heard, and I'm the Senior Advisor and Director of Operations at the Secretary's Office of Global Women's Issues. And I have to say, when I joined the office about a year ago, the first event I attended outside the embassy was at the Kazakhstan Embassy, met the then ambassador, and we talked about the Academy of Women's Entrepreneurs. So for me, it's a very special treat to be here today, and I'm delighted to speak with you on this topic that advances our collective shared priorities, including women's economic security and opportunities for women in business. I would like to thank the Kazakhstani government for this opportunity to speak today with the leadership of Ambassador Ashikbayev and his team, as well as Mazili's parliamentary deputy, Lazat Ramazanova, and her team. This work is timely with our countries and the world recovering from COVID-19 and building and strengthening critical infrastructure to ensure that our economies, our communities, and our businesses are able to thrive and meet the needs of our global society. The Biden-Harris administration recognizes gender equity and equality as a domestic and foreign policy priority and has charged federal agencies and departments to integrate this priority into operations and business conduct, and to partner with stakeholders across government, private sector, and civil society on concrete action. I imagine many of you are aware of recent events in our court system. Let me assure you that the Supreme Court ruling in Dobbs versus Jackson does not change the commitment of President Biden and this administration to advancing sexual and reproductive health and rights at home and abroad. Let me be clear. The United States will continue to support sexual and reproductive health and rights and provide assistance for global health, gender equity and equality, and women's empowerment. We will also continue to support evidence-based policies and programs that advance public health, respect and promote human rights, and put gender equity and equality at the forefront of our foreign policy engagement. As I speak, the United States federal government is developing action plans. Each agency is involved to implement our national strategy on gender equity and equality. Concurrently, we are putting final touches on our forthcoming Global Women's Economic Security Strategy, which mobilizes our agencies and departments to strategically prioritize women's economic agency, contribution, and leadership around the world. The United States supports women advancing to leadership positions in trade, labor, entrepreneurship, financial inclusion, agriculture and food security, science, technology, engineering and mathematics, and the digital economy, environment and climate change, and gender equality. We also work to eliminate barriers to women's economic progress, including the gender pay gap, unpaid or underpaid care responsibilities, limited infrastructure and discriminatory laws, and the lack of legal protections for women, gender-based violence, harassment, and other societal barriers. Last December, the United States and Kazakhstan renewed our commitment to gender equality and equity under the U.S.-Kazakhstan Enhanced Strategic Partnership Dialogue. Our governments expressed their mutual interest in further expanding cooperation in promoting respect on multiple issues, including upholding freedom of religion or belief, combating human trafficking, eradicating torture, protecting refugees, promoting respect for women's rights, advancing women's empowerment, and above all, advancing women's economic security. We celebrate Kazakhstan's recent legal reform to remove restrictions for women's employment in all sectors. All these issues are interconnected and together create a foundation where we can together advance women's leadership in all spaces, including in business. We enter this work with like-minded partners, some of whom you will hear from shortly. Together, we support an array of innovative public-private partnerships and dialogues to enable women-owned businesses to flourish. For example, through the Women and Girls Empowered, or WAGE project, launched by Secretary of State Blinken during the C5+1 ministerial in March 2021, we are working with champions in civil society and the private sector in Kazakhstan and across Central Asia to develop national women's business agendas, hearing directly from women business leaders on what they need and their vision for business growth and development. Women entrepreneurs face challenges at all stages of their businesses, from accessing information on how to start or grow a business and connecting to networks along their value chain, to linkages to seed capital and investors, and reaching customers in both physical and digital platforms. These challenges have been exacerbated by the pandemic, global supply shortages, and myriad other obstacles. The United States engages in strategic efforts to promote women's entrepreneurship, from the innovative programming under the State Department's Academy for Women Entrepreneurs program, providing women entrepreneurs the knowledge, networks, and access they need to launch or scale their businesses, the Department of Commerce's efforts under the Special American Business Internship Training Program to increase access to training and technical assistance for business professionals, and the U.S. Development Finance Corporation's innovative financing to support women's businesses. We are utilizing diverse resources and expertise across the federal government to support women's business endeavors. We are grateful for the work of our private sector partners who have also found that this work makes smart business sense. We are grateful for the partnership of the government of Kazakhstan on these and other initiatives, and look forward to many more ways for us to work together to advance opportunities for women, businesses, and our joint economic resilience and prosperity. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak with you today, and I look forward to our continued engagement on these issues. Today's program is an excellent example of the impact that can be made as we work together collectively to advance women's economic empowerment and gender equity and equality more broadly. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Panel, for the valuable points that you have raised in your powerful speech, and thank you for your input. Now I would like to shift our discussion to focus on the education of women entrepreneurs. And we are honored to have Ms. Stacy White from the Bureau of Educational Cultural Affairs, U.S. State Department, as our speaker today, to hear about various global initiatives of the ECA, especially the AWE program. I would like to remind our audience that the Academy for Women Entrepreneurs in the U.S. State Department program that is being implemented around the world, and most recently the new call for applications for this year cohort was launched last week in Kazakhstan. This year, the program is being implemented by the Astana International Financial Center. Dear Ms. White, please tell us more about this truly global initiative. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Ms. Kotova. Good morning. It's a beautiful day here in Washington, D.C., and I hope you're having a lovely evening in Astana, Kazakhstan, and across Central Asia. Thank you, Ms. Kotova, for the introduction, and thank you, Ambassador Avshikbayev, Ms. Ramazanova, and Dr. Kelimbetov, and the Astana International Finance Center for hosting this event. As you heard, I'm Stacy White, and I'm one of the leaders of the Bureau of the State Department that conducts a variety of international exchange programs, academic, such as Fulbright, teaching English language, including business English, cultural, sports, youth programs, and in fact, sending Americans abroad as well to learn from people around the world. Well, I'm thrilled to participate in the Astana Financial Day to share how we work to empower women through our bureau. In our exchange bureau, we focus on public diplomacy through people-to-people exchanges, programs, and activities. We work with women and girls around the world to develop their leadership potential, create supportive networks, and empower them to make real change in their communities. We're particularly proud of our Academy for Women Entrepreneurs, which we endearingly call AWE, for all the awesome rising leaders who participate. AWE supports women to scale their businesses successfully by equipping them with the skills and networks they need to succeed. AWE launched in Kazakhstan just last year. Our U.S. Embassy has partnered with Eurasian Innovation University to develop the resources and networks of 30 women entrepreneurs in the Pavlodar region. For 2022, the Embassy has established an agreement with Astana International Finance Center to implement AWE, and we anticipate that this program will triple in size to serve 100 women this year. I'd like to thank Governor Kelimbetov and Ambassador Avshikbayev for all of your work in this collaboration. This collaboration is sure to lead to significant results, as we've seen around the world. Last year alone, AWE equipped 7,000 women globally with the tools to grow their businesses, generating increased income and job creation in 80 countries. And 90% of all alumni say that the program helped build their confidence, making them better strategic partners and planners and more independent decision makers. That's real empowerment. But of course, to make this program a success, we need to have partners with the right networks, resources, and know-how. And that's why we're proud and grateful to partner with AIFC, the Coca-Cola Company, and Chevron Eurasia to support all and women's economic empowerment. We're also very grateful for the large network of alumni from U.S. government-sponsored exchange programs in Kazakhstan and across Central Asia, who serve as much valued mentors to all participants. As you heard from Mark, we know that advancing gender equality and women's empowerment is a major driver of global GDP and economic growth. And it is also a major part of the U.S. national security strategy and the Biden-Harris administration's national strategy on gender equity and equality. You know, at the Summit of the Americas just earlier this month, Vice President Harris said so succinctly, when you lift up the economic status of women, you lift up the economic status of families, of her community, and when women succeed, all of society benefits. We see this in our all communities every day. And we see Kazakhstan's AW program as a great example of how public and private partnerships and networks of exchange program alumni can lead to the advancement of women across many fields, including entrepreneurship. We look forward to continued collaboration and partnership to grow this program in Kazakhstan and globally. Thank you for having me with you today.
Thank you, Ms. White. Your initiatives have a tremendous potential for empowering women entrepreneurs in Kazakhstan. I believe this project will be efficient and have an impact on supporting women in business, and we'll be looking forward to hearing on the project results next year at the AFD forum. Now, let me move to the next speaker, Ms. Lezat Ramazanova, who is the member of the Parliament of the Republic of Kazakhstan, to learn more about gender initiatives and actions taken in Kazakhstan. Lezat Ramazanova is an active supporter and advocate for promoting women's economic empowerment, not just in Kazakhstan, but in the wider region. Most recently, Ms. Ramazanova chaired the Turkpa Women Parliamentarians Group. Please, the floor is yours.
Көп рахмет. Ең біріншіден мынау
Thank you very much. When I started speaking to you during this panel session, I saw that the room was half empty. And I thought, such a great audience, and the room is only half full, and you cannot see the eyes, and you cannot see the thoughts of people. But now I can see that the room is full. There are lots of people in the room because half population of Kazakhstan are women. This is probably why the room is so full. The women want to have new opportunities, want to have inspiration. That's why they all came to this room. 2 years ago, the embassy of Kazakhstan in US, Mr. Kazakhanov, contacted me and said, let us launch the joint project between Kazakhstan and US that would be useful for women. And last March, our new ambassador, Mr. Ashikbayev, who has just spoken to you, completed this work, and he said that we will definitely embark on this program. And the Department of State of the United States was very helpful and provided all necessary advice and support in having this project and program started as quickly as possible. Many people did not believe, but I would like to congratulate today the IFC for this program and this project. Business Academy is opening its doors today. We have to do a lot of work. This is just the beginning of the process. And under this project, we managed to put together the ladies and women and girls who have issues, who have dreams. Why do we need this business academy? The thoughts may come to you, and even such questions would be raised. But you know what is happening in Kazakhstan. We are very much dependent on the neighboring countries and on the trends and changes happening in the region. Geopolitics is not that easy as well. But the launch of the academy coincided with pandemic. And today in this room, we can see Dina, who 2 years ago, when pandemic only started, we carried out a study, and at this study, the women in the regions were studied through the questionnaire, and we asked them whether they are aware of any preferences, or such as tax preferences or state support measures. Have they received any support measures? The questions of the questionnaire were very simple, but after processing these questionnaires, we were surprised that the women-led businesses are very special. The woman would believe in herself and will spend the savings not only for herself but for the family, for the household, and she doesn't want to be a burden to the state. 67% of the entrepreneurial women were not aware of any preferences or benefits, but they didn't close their businesses. They used their savings and other funds to pay for the labor and to assist other families in hardships because of pandemic. And we, as civil society representatives, we raised this issue. Why don't we launch a special program, especially now in 2022, and many issues are still open? So 20 years ago, in 2002, when Kazakhstan defined its priorities, it chose women entrepreneurship as a priority and provided the support. And what kind of outcomes did we achieve during these 20 years? Among all the countries in Central Asia, the entrepreneurial woman in Kazakhstan is a kind of an example or a benchmark, because the term entrepreneurial woman was emerged thanks to Kazakhstan, because 2/3 of SMEs, including micro businesses, are led by women. Speaking about micro and small businesses, women, above 73% are led by women. And this is the result that we achieved during 20 years. And Mr. Ashikbayev, when he spoke before me, he said that this is thanks to the forward-looking policy. 2 years ago, Mr. Tokayev said that he's defining 30% quota that has to be specifically provided. Of course, we could not reach 30% in Majlis, but our quota in Majlis for women is 27%, and the new membership gets 27% of women as parliamentarians. And all this is achieved. Why should you put the woman to the highest possible place in the Kazakh steppe? Because the woman already plays a good role, but a good indicator of a gender quota is best practice. And when we look at what we achieved during 20 years and what we are going to do with that, the president said that the 30% quota should not be only for the party lists, but they have to be separate mandates. look at the nice changes the country is undergoing. Everything that was achieved during 30 years should turn from quantity to quality. In the economy of Kazakhstan, if we look at it, the majority are the quasi-state companies, which is 70%. And what is the employment of women in Samruk Kazina or in the energy sector? I can see my colleagues, women working there. Tell me, how easy was it for you to achieve that post? It wasn't easy, because it's not only getting a quota, but you have to express your thoughts, your professional visions, and you should always demonstrate that we are competitive. And tell me, did you feel any pressure? Yes, of course, you cannot always speak openly. And now, under the guidelines of the president, we would like to achieve this 30% proportion. I would like to share a thought. Tell me who was the one who opposed most in my task. They were men. No, men are supportive, but women do not support each other, and we have to recognize it. The woman would impede the further development and further growth. Women should help each other. And we are saying that you cannot do the politics alone. You have to do it in a team. And for us to operate a team, we need to have the capacity, we need to expand and improve our skills and knowledge. And Business Academy is a good way of using the best experience, best knowledge of women who have already proven to be successful, and how we are going to use their knowledge, their experience, what we are lacking. We have to study that carefully. Each woman should ask a question: what else do I need? What else do I need to learn in politics, in economics, and in any other sector? Then our steps will be sure. And during these 3 days, not during one platform, but during many platforms, you are going to participate. Please speak and explain the specifics of the women entrepreneurship. Women participate in various plenary sessions, and we have to be given the opportunity to express our views, and I am prepared to participate in the development of this academy. And obviously, you would need to have the examples to follow in the energy sector, in finance sector, so that you could also become the benchmarks. And there are many women like that in Kazakhstan. And this academy will serve as a kind of a platform to see those women, to be able to speak to them. And there are several initiatives. And the president also said that in every region, in every oblast, the centers for supporting entrepreneurial women will be opened. And who is going to work there? We are saying that every second company in Kazakhstan is led by a woman. And in each region, there are women who work well, and they're prepared to provide advice and to share their expertise. And these centers for the support to entrepreneurial women are prepared to provide support to the development of the academy. Not only Atomicen, not only public bodies, but we are all ready to use the international experience. Mr. Kalimbetov, you keep supporting our initiatives. Quite often we are dependent upon not so much the assistance, but rather a support by men, because this helps us getting a better assuredness and confidence. And I wish all of you fruitful discussions during these 3 days. And I wish you good luck in these discussions. I'm always ready to take your questions. I was approached by girls who asked additional questions, and I'm always at your disposal and open for such questions.
And for your strong support for the Academy for Women Entrepreneurs. So far during our session, we have heard perspectives on women and business from the government representatives, and now I would like us to turn to the corporate world's perspective. Unfortunately, today we have with us some of the largest private companies as well. I would like to invite Ms. Gulzira Utitileova, General Manager on Strategy and Business Performance at Chevron Eurasia Business Unit. Ms. Utitileova, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kuatova. Dear Ambassador Ashikbayev, dear honorable guests, participants of today's session, I'm joining you today from the sunny Atro, and I'm here on a business trip and only have 1/3 of my usual digital tools, and so therefore you're only seeing 1/3 of my screen. In any way, it is a great pleasure to greet you today on behalf of Chevron in Kazakhstan. Chevron is one of the leading energy companies in the world and a committed partner to the people and the government of Kazakhstan. We have been fostering our partnership with the country since 1993. Chevron's mission is to contribute to the economic development of Kazakhstan by ensuring operational excellence in everything we do, by developing human capital and striking effective partnerships. As part of our corporate social responsibility and in partnership with international and Kazakhstani organizations, we implement a variety of social projects in Kazakhstan. Since 2010, we have invested more than 270 million in community projects in the realm of education, health, and economic development. Women are amongst one of the priority groups for Chevron social investment projects. At Chevron, we believe that by providing opportunities for women to grow, develop knowledge and skills, we help the entire nation and the world to become prosperous and thriving, as women create direct legacy with children and communities. Since 1993, Chevron has partnered with several Kazakhstani and international organizations to train women in jobs, help grow their businesses, and expand their potential. I'm going to list a few examples. With the Association of Business Women, we had more than 2,500 unemployed women retrained during the period from 2009 through 2013. They received microloans and started small businesses. In 3 years, from 2014 through 2016, together with the Union of Kazakhstan's Women Entrepreneurs, we conducted a series of trainings for women from rural areas, developed a mobile application where women could advertise their goods and businesses. With Mama Space in Nur-Sultan, we reached out to 20 women leaders of medium-sized businesses to help them scale up and grow into true multinationals through mentorship and networking. Our current educational portfolio helps female students develop STEM skills and become scientists, engineers, IT specialists. In addition to our social programs in support of women, at Chevron, we continue to build an inclusive and diverse workplace. We have development programs that specifically target our female employees who aspire to be future leaders. Our women's employee network includes thousands of female and male employees who regularly conduct sessions to discuss the role of women play at work and at home, provide resources, training and mentorship opportunities, and serve as an important platform for exchange of ideas and best practices and promoting an inclusive work environment. We take special pride in being able to continue to boost women's potential in Kazakhstan. And we're happy to be part of this program, Academy for Women's Entrepreneurs, and as I learned today, all that is organized in partnership with the US Department of State and the Astana International Finance Center. Today's event is a testament to the power of partnership, something that we at Chevron strongly believe in. Together, we mark our commitment to make the women of Kazakhstan more powerful and active in decision-making and economic development in the country. Let me take this opportunity to thank our partners and the participants for the energy you bring into the programs, for your partnership and shared vision. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tilova, and many thanks to Chevron for its generous support for the program. I'm quite sure that with an active engagement and support of private sector, our society will succeed in further women's inclusion into economic activities and promote women's leadership. Let me give the floor to our next speaker, Ms. Ackerman, representing the private sector as well. I believe that Coca-Cola is one of the pioneers in Kazakhstan and the region on supporting women initiatives with its signature program, Coca-Cola Bilisteri, supporting women in rural areas for 10 years by now. Furthermore, Coca-Cola is also co-chair in the World Economic Forum's Closing the Gender Gap Accelerator. Ms. Ackerman, please, the floor is yours.
Hello, distinguished speakers, dear guests. It is an honor to be speaking here today, representing the company that Ambassador Ashikbayev named as one of the very first supporters of women empowerment initiatives in Kazakhstan. Thank you very much for this acknowledgement, Mr. Ashikbayev. We do believe that we have been doing some good things and doing them right. This year is very special for us, as Ms. Kuatova has mentioned. It marks the 10th anniversary of our Women Empowerment Program, Coca-Cola Bilisteri, which has so far trained more than 50,000 women in the basics of entrepreneurship, as well as some very particular examples of conducting businesses, especially in rural areas. 97 business ideas have won grants for developing or creating these businesses. And these 97 brave women have created more than 300 workplaces in the country. It is nice to celebrate the progress, but it's important not to stop and keep going. So I'm very happy to announce and reiterate our support to the OE program, where we will contribute with grants to women who successfully pass the trainings and decide to join the ranks of Bilisteri women starting their own business or developing their existing ones. Moreover, to celebrate the anniversary of our program, we decided also to support women not only in business, but in art as well. And very soon, one of these days, we will announce the launch of a very special music album prepared by women, women directors, women sound engineers, with participation of female singers, the rising stars of Kazakhstan's modern music arena. So please look forward to the launch of the album. I think it will be a very nice initiative to celebrate. Thank you very much for your attention, and I hope that the OE program will be as successful as Bilisteri in Kazakhstan and even more. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ackerman, for your speech. It's an inspirational example for private companies to launch their own social initiatives and support the ones implemented jointly with the public sector. I think we're all very much looking forward to seeing next year's top 10 participants of AWE Kazakhstan program who will become recipients of grants. And with that, I would like to invite our next speaker, Ms. Tracy Rollins, Director of the Special American Business Internship Training Program, or shortly SABIT. SABIT program has a wide and strong alumni network in Kazakhstan already. Please, Ms. Rollins, share with us and our audience further insights about the program and its success stories.
Thank you so much for inviting me to participate this evening.
And I want to thank especially Ambassador Ashikbayev for his continued support for the program. I congratulate the AIFC and the State Department on the launch of the Academy for Women Entrepreneurs. And we see SABIT sees great potential in cooperating with AW and hope that many new women entrepreneurs are created and encouraged through our partnership. Briefly, the SABIT program has been around for 30 years and has trained more than 7,000 businessmen and women across the world. Our goal is to work with private sector to encourage them with meetings with U.S. private sector companies, with educational institutions, associations, and other organizations that promote U.S. best practices and general best practices across the private sector. As mentioned, we have a large alumni network across Kazakhstan and across the region, and we encourage them to continue to work together and produce alumni events for them virtually as well as in person. I am also pleased to announce that that the SABIT program will be hosting a dedicated information session for all participants to talk about what our partnership will look like in the next year. We anticipate creating virtual events this year for them, as well as in 2023. And we encourage all participants, as well as anyone who's interested, to participate in any of our virtual webinars that we hold periodically for various industry sectors. And we encourage people to apply for our in-person US-based programs, which will be restarting this fall with clean energy in September, cold chain in October, and supply chain in November. Next year, we will have a full year of programming, and all of that information can be found on our website. We will, like I said, work closely with AIFC and the AW team to create specific webinars in 2023 for the AW participants. And we hope to invite them to participate in in-person events in the new year. Potential topics are dependent on the participants. We don't have off-the-shelf programming, as we say. We produce programs that are beneficial to the participants and to the U.S. Industry sectors. But potential topics include agribusiness, clean energy, regional economic development, airport development, supply chain, and again, cold chain. Again, all of our information for our regular programming can be found on our website, and I encourage everyone to visit our social media as well on Facebook and LinkedIn. But again, thank you so much for having me participate, and I really look forward to working with the AW team in the new year. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tracy. A lot of Kazakhstan citizens have been a part of SABIT training program, and that resulted in the creation of a strong alumni base here in Kazakhstan. So thank you again for this speech. I would like to thank all of our speakers for your insights, and now we're going to proceed with the award ceremony. Special AFC Award is presented to Academy for Women Entrepreneurs for creating initiative designed to empower women worldwide to fulfill their economic potential and grow as business leaders. And we now invite Dr. Kairat Kilimbetov, the governor of the AFC, to present Special AFC Award. Special AFC Award is presented to UN Women Kazakhstan for making impact on women's rights and gender equality through the implementation of diverse programs from political participation to economic empowerment. UN Women Kazakhstan is represented by its deputy head, Ms. Dina Amrisheva, who is here with us today.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great honor for me to be here in this discussion. I think, so first of all, maybe I will little bit raise context where we are today in these terms, so especially for our foreign part of our conference. So you probably know that the President Tokayev announced huge democratic, political and constitutional reform. So he announced in March these reforms focusing on inclusive model of economic growth, so fighting with favoritism and nepotism. And I think part of this is also inclusivity is the development of a human capital. And to enhance human capital is impossible without closing the gender gap. That's why I think this agenda is very much important for everyone in Kazakhstan. I hope that today's speakers, especially Ms. Ramazanova, mentioned it many times, and you know what is a policy in Kazakhstan, and I think that Kazakhstan is in the right way to really deliver this agenda of the closing gender gap. So we have a huge support from outside in order to, let's say, to understand what is the best international practice and how to help our women, especially in the business community, to achieve a great success. I would like, as all speakers said, that to first of all, to appreciate today's speakers, not just for the speaking today, but really day-to-day helping us. First of all, Ambassador Ashikbayev, Ambassador of Kazakhstan to US. I would like to thanks to all US authorities, US White House, US State Department, also Department of Commerce and Development Finance Corporation. So we know that how big role of this and other organization in helping us in this program, especially development program of women for Academy for Women Entrepreneurs. So we decided that we will launch initiative jointly with the State Department, AFC, for supporting women from south of Kazakhstan, more than 100 ladies, to help them really to become a business leader. I think in these terms, AFC will play a significant role as a good training center in many terms, in finance, in digital, and in many other aspects which were important for the development and success of any type of businesses. In these terms, I would like again to appreciate for US authorities, but also for our private partners and private leaders from Chevron Corporation and Coca-Cola Corporation. So today we heard from them, and they are really doing a great job. They are understanding like global standards, and we are doing some joint work in order to implement these standards here in Kazakhstan. Just to remind you that we also have a very important program with the World Economic Forum in Davos. So we have we create also the special accelerator for closing gender gap jointly with World Economic Forum. So we established it after we studied the best practice, especially best experience recently in Egypt. So I hope that we will also develop it further. We already finalized a master plan of the further development roadmap, so we understand what to do. Here we appreciate for our partners, Kazana Capital Management from Kazakhstan and Coca-Cola. All these private leaders help us also to help and to navigate us in a further policy. So let me stop here, and I would like again to express my appreciation to all the people who are, let's say, joining this movement. I see that a lot of ladies here, but not only ladies. I hope that all the leaders from the rest of the world also will join us, and we will achieve great results. And congratulations to your organization. So I think that you've been benchmark for many institutions here, and we will all follow your successful experience. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Kilimbetov. What a pleasant surprise, huh? This has been, I think, very interesting and insightful session. Thank you all for contributing to today's discussion and sharing your knowledge, experience, and inputs on the importance of women's financial independence, political, social, and economic engagement. The launch of the Academy for Women Entrepreneurs program in South Kazakhstan is a great opportunity that showcases the result of joint work of all of us today. Again, I encourage our audience to participate in the program and spread the word about it. I believe the special IFC award and examples of Coca-Cola and Chevron will become a benchmark for private companies from Kazakhstan and the region to commit to promote and support gender equality and women empowerment in their communities. So with this, I'm closing our session, and thank you very much. Have a wonderful evening. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I apologize very much to Ms. Monique Voidano. The floor is yours. I'm very sorry.
No apologies necessary, Ms. Kotova. I'll try to make my comments very brief. Good evening to everyone, as I know you are heading out for your evening, but I just wanted to take a few minutes to, first of all, thank you to Ambassador Ashbakayev and to the AIFC and the Embassy of Kazakhstan for inviting us to highlight the efforts of the U.S. International Development Finance Corporation, or the DFC, in supporting women's economic empowerment. It's a real honor to join my colleagues and all of you participating from Astana this evening. Perhaps I will shorten, but still provide a very quick overview for those who are not familiar with our agency. DFC is the U.S. government's development finance institution. We offer growth capital financing to provide businesses in emerging markets spanning a wide range of sectors, including health, agriculture, food security, infrastructure, education, digital technology, and renewable energy. And we make these investments in order to tackle critical development challenges and also to advance the US government's development priorities, especially in emerging markets. Our investments range from $1 million to $1 billion US dollars. And we typically work with companies that have at least 3 years of operating history and around 1 million in assets or revenues. So to get to the heart of why we feel that this particular panel was incredibly relevant to our work, one of DFC's top priorities is investing to advance gender equity and women's economic empowerment, and specifically supporting women entrepreneurs. Since the inception of our 2X Women's Initiative in 2018, we have prioritized investments in companies that are owned or led by women, that create quality jobs for women, and that provide products or services that disproportionately benefit women. To date, DFC has invested over $8 billion US dollars in gender-inclusive businesses across over 160 transactions around the world. And last year, we committed to mobilizing an additional $12 billion US dollars by 2025, and to reaching 15 million women and girls, directing more of our investment capital to women entrepreneurs and facilitating access to loans and other sources of financing. DFC prioritizes investment in women not only because we value gender equity, but also because it makes good business sense. As some of my colleagues on the panel have shared, we know that when women participate in the global economy, it has incredible benefits, not just for global GDP, but also for long-term outcomes in education, in health, for families, for communities, as well as for economic stability and security. But despite all of these benefits, in almost every country in the world, women entrepreneurs are underserved and have a hard time accessing capital. And the global financing gap is estimated at around 1.7 trillion US dollars globally. So DFC is determined to change this picture and to really take some active steps to promote women's empowerment, and also women's agency, as Mr. Fennell highlighted. Through 2X, we have emphasized the incorporation of gender considerations across all of our transactions and encouraging our partners to invest in women entrepreneurs. In addition to supporting specific businesses, I noted earlier, we also work directly with financial institutions to encourage expanding their portfolios by investing themselves in women-owned and led businesses. And fortunately, we're not alone in this work. We're part of the 2X Collaborative, a global coalition of investors, banks, and peer finance institutions who see the potential of women entrepreneurs and are inspired to collaborate in directing capital towards them. As a final note, I want to highlight that the importance of supporting women entrepreneurs became even clearer for DFC in the context of the COVID pandemic and the recognition that women will play a critical role in fostering economic regrowth. So just to sum up, DFC recognizes the critical role of women-led businesses in catalyzing growth and supporting economic stability across the globe. And through our 2X Women's Initiative and with our partners in the collaborative, and of course, across the entire US government, we seek to leverage the significant investment opportunities women represent and to close the finance gap. So thank you very much for your continued attention at the end of this session. And thank you for this incredible event. Much appreciated, and have a good evening.
Thank you, Ms. Vidiona, for such a wonderful closing speech. I apologize for this mess. I owe you big time. I know the address of DFC in DC, so I'll send a nice bottle of wine over there. Thank you again for participating in this session. Have a nice evening.
Әлем қарқынды дамуда. Технологиялық ілгерілеу үшін металдар мен электр энергиясының түрлі көздері қажет. ENG әлемді осындай ресурстармен қамтамасыз етеді. ENG кәсіпорындары әлемнің 15 елінде жұмыс істейді. Қуаты кәсіпорындардың дені Қазақстанда шоғырланған. Компанияның соңғы 5 жылда елдің жалпы ішкі өнімге қосқан үлесі 5 триллион теңге. Қазақстандағы жоғары маркалы бастапқы алюминий және глинозем өндіретін алғашқы және жалғыз кәсіпорын ENG құрамында. Электр энергиясының 17%-ын ENG-дің электр энергетикалық активтері өндіріп тұр. Шетелге өнім өткізудің негізгі нарықтары Европа елдері, Қытай, Ресей, Жапония. Осы жетістіктердің барлығы біздің қызметкерлеріміздің еңселі еңбегінің жемісі. Компанияның басты құндылығы адам. ENG жердің және адамзаттың әлеуетін ұқыпты пайдалана отырып, өзіне сенім артқандардың өркендеуін қамтамасыз етіп келеді.
We know it's going to take many forms of energy to meet the world's needs while creating a cleaner future for all. At Chevron, we're lowering the carbon emissions intensity of our operations, investing in lower carbon technologies, and exploring renewable fuels of the future. We work hard to care for the homes we love, but it's only human to protect the one we share.
An excellence pursuer, a partner forever. China Construction Bank, CCB, was established in 1954, evolving from a policy bank, a specialized bank, a state-owned commercial bank, to a large-scale state-owned joint stock commercial bank. CCB has been continuously expanding its business scope and exploring new financial service offerings. With 65 years development, CCB has consistently been ranked among the world's top banks with its sound operating indicators. And its total assets have remained the second on a global scale for many consecutive years. In the year of 2014, when CCB celebrated its 60th anniversary, President Xi Jinping instructed the bank to improve the capabilities to serve national development, mitigate financial risks, and improve competitiveness in the international arena. CCB remains true to its original aspiration and keeps its mission firmly in mind, focusing on enhancing three capabilities, and puts forward the new finance concept centered on fulfilling the people's yearning for a good living. With the continuous deepening of new finance concept exploration, CCB serves national development more precisely and firmly, mitigates financial risks more actively and effectively, and engage in international cooperation more openly and confidently. At present, CCB's global network covers 30 countries and regions, including major international financial centers and prominent economies along the Belt and Road. The offshore RMB business grows rapidly. CCB London branches' accumulative RMB clearing volume reached nearly 40 trillion RMB, making London the largest offshore RMB business hub outside Asia. Cross-time zone, cross-region, multi-currency, and 24-hour non-stop financial services are provided globally. In its efforts to follow the opening up policy and better serve the real economy, CCB proactively offers services to Going Global and the Belt and Road clients and projects, strengthens collaboration with other financial institutions, participates in major international events, and cultivates and attracts globally competitive talents, so as to boost the bank's internationalization process. With rapid development of the Chinese economy and the Belt and Road Initiative, CCB will never stop its pursuit for better services and its commitment to making tremendous contributions.
Thank you for your patience. I think we will be starting soon. Okay, I think we can get started now. Thank you for your patience and apologies that we're starting a little bit late, but let me welcome you and let me welcome also our distinguished panelists who are going to appear shortly on the screen and all the people who are tuning in to watch this session online. So welcome to all of you. We have an opportunity for the next 50 minutes to have a conversation about a topic that it's really a very important issue in economics. It's an important issue socially. It's an important issue politically. And that is the question of inequality. Inequality amongst countries, so between different countries in the world. Inequality within countries and what has been happening to this. And if you look back at the last 40 years, what you see is that globally there has been a reduction in inequality because many countries have been, developing countries have been growing faster than the countries that were richer. And so there has been a process of what economists like to call convergence, that their income's getting a little bit closer. But we've also seen that in many countries, over the same period, inequality has risen within the countries, between people. And so as you measure this in different ways, this has been increasing. But the experience has not been the same in every region or in every country. And that's why we have with us today really a very distinguished panelists, group of panelists. And we have, and let me just introduce them briefly, and then I will turn to them. We have Albert Park, who is the Chief Economist and the Director General of the Economic Research and Regional Cooperation at the Asian Development Bank. This is a multilateral bank, as you know, and it deals with a number of countries in Asia, including Kazakhstan. Then we go from Asia to Latin America, and we have Eric Parado, who is the Chief Economist and also the General Manager of the Research Department of the Inter-American Development Bank, which is looking at the countries in Latin America, Central America, and the Caribbean. Then we have Eric Bergloff. Eric Bergloff is the Chief Economist of the AIIB, the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, which is based in Beijing. It's a very recent addition to the family of multilateral and regional development banks, but it's already become very active and distinguished itself. And one of the secrets of its success has been to recruit very good people like Eric as its first chief economist. And Eric was also, for many years, the chief economist of the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development. So he was very intimately involved in helping the countries of the former Soviet Union and of Eastern Europe transition towards a market economy. And finally, we have Rolf Strack, who is the Chief Economist and member of the Management Board of the European Stability Mechanism. And I'm very glad that Rolf has also joined this panel, because what we will see is that the issue of inequality is not an issue only for developing countries or transition economies, but in many ways is just as important an economic and social and, as I said, political issue in European countries and in rich countries around the world. So that's the distinguished panel. What I was hoping we might do is have one round where I ask each of our panelists to give a little bit their perspective, looking at it from the countries in their region, because the experience across the regions varies. What lessons can we draw about inequality? What can we say from that perspective? Then, hopefully, if they're as quick in reality as they promise to be when we discuss this, then we will also have time for a second round, which will be to drill down a little bit more on what can be done to address some of these issues, including by international institutions. So that's a little bit the plan. And I know that Rolf wants to use a couple of slides when he talks about that, but hopefully that'll all work with the technology. So with that, and without the benefit myself of being able to see any of these panelists, so I am speaking on faith that they are all indeed here, let me ask Albert Park to lead off, please, and give us a little bit the perspective of what's been happening in the countries and the region that he is most familiar with. So, Albert, if you are online, could I turn to you now to take 5 minutes and give us your perspective?
Yes, I'm here. I hope people can hear me.
We can hear you very clearly.
I'm assuming it. Excellent. Okay. So it's a very challenging time in Asia, as it is throughout the globe. We know that the pandemic increased inequality both across countries and especially within countries. And so one of the key features in Asia is that the recovery has been very uneven, although overall has been reasonably robust. Although we're pretty concerned this year that a lot of the growth projections are heading downward. But within countries too, there was a huge impact. We know that workers in the informal sector, women, young people were more impacted by the pandemic, people who were not digitally connected in general. And governments have been trying to respond to those shocks with redistributionary policies, but now with inflation hitting, with the Russian invasion in Ukraine, heightened commodity prices, and several years of extensive spending, I think everyone's feeling the pinch and the difficulty to continue addressing some of these inequality issues while also maintaining macro stability, meeting debt burdens, etc. So it's a very challenging time. So leaders are going to have to make very difficult choices and need to be very smart in how they target the resources that they can spend to continue helping the most vulnerable groups, which we think, of course, continues to be extremely important. I wanted to, another thing I wanted to emphasize in terms of the shocks is, you know, we've been doing quite a lot of work in our research plan about the learning losses affecting children in Asia. And in Asia, schools were closed for much longer than most of the rest of the world, and there was a lot of variation. And so we project that there's quite a bit of lost learning that will affect future labor productivity and even aggregate growth if these issues are not addressed with some urgency across the region. I wanted to, though, point to a couple of areas which I think are really important for Asia and I think globally to put a very high priority on moving forward, both to address issues related to pandemic recovery and dealing with high commodity prices, but also just more generally thinking, looking through these crises to the medium and longer term. The first is globalization. As you know, there's been a lot of discussion recently about deglobalization, reshoring, friendshoring, having political clubs, you know, trade with each other. We know we've had sanctions, first US-China trade war, and now sanctions against Russia. And so there's a lot of concern about globalization. In Asia, of course, countries have really benefited historically from globalization through export-led growth and development. And at the ADB, we're very committed to doubling down on globalization and both regional economic integration and global integration. And in Central Asia, of course, we've been a partner for some years in the Central Asia Regional Cooperation Program, the CARIC program, which we think is a very important one. And one of the reasons I think globalization is really important is that both in terms of inter-country inequality, global value chains really provide an opportunity for the poorest countries to get a foothold into global markets by entering value chains in the areas that they can produce efficiently. Maybe at the beginning it's simple processing, but as they gain capacities, they can encompass increasingly large shares of the global value chain. It's a very important way for poorer countries to get engaged and to increase their productivity. But also, globalization can promote growth broadly, and that can, if it's done smartly, can also produce jobs for less skilled workers in export-oriented economies, and especially with digital platforms, small and medium firms can also access these opportunities. So it can actually also reduce inequality within countries if the countries are doing the right things. And so that leads to my, second and third areas. What else do countries need to do? One thing is to really invest in digitalization and make sure that digital divides do not leave large vulnerable groups behind. Because if people can get access to digital economic activity, if poor people can do that in services or whatever, it can really be a boon. And also, especially for small and medium scale firms, if they can enter digital platforms, it can be a huge boost. We know that digital services trade is growing the fastest among services trade, and services are growing faster than manufacturing. So it really is the trend of the future. And it's interesting that both digitalization and globalization, if you look at the experience during the pandemic, they've made countries more resilient as well. In other words, if you are more integrated into global value chains, and if you were more digitally developed or had a higher amount of digital services trade, these countries fared better when big economic shocks hit. They were more resilient. So there's none of this kind of concern, I think, that globalization is kind of creating less resilience. In fact, I think globalization increases resilience. And of course, to go along with all of that is the importance of investing in human capital, which is really very complementary to both digitalization and globalization. So let me just stop there with those thoughts. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Albert. I think we will come back on your point about digitalization. I think Eric will probably want to pick up a little bit on that. And I'd also like in the second round, if I may, to come back to your robust defense of globalization, because there are many people now, certainly in the political sphere, who think that globalization, the process of globalization as it has unfolded, has actually resulted in an increase in intra-country inequality, that inequality has risen within countries in part. And I think it's important to give a response to that, because for all the reasons that you set out. So we might drill down a little bit more on that in the second round. Let me go, as I said, from Asia now all the way across to Latin America and ask Eric Parado, if you're online, Eric, to please give us a little bit your perspective. Now, I should say that you work on a region that has traditionally had very high levels of inequality within countries. And it'll be interesting to get your sense of whether there are any special lessons one can draw from that, but also how recent events and the unfolding of the pandemic and then subsequent food and energy crisis is playing into the existing inequality problems in the region. So Eric, over to you.
Thank you very much, Masoud, for your introduction. And thank you very much for the Astana International Financial Center invitation, and a special thanks to Governor Kalimbetov and his team for organizing the Astana Finance Days. Of course, I would have preferred to be in Astana with my colleagues talking about the challenges of several regions in the world. Before answering your question, let me give you some context from the Latin American and the Caribbean perspective. Because of the COVID-19 pandemic, the region suffered what we call a triple sudden stop, not only a stop on capital flows, but also a stop on trade and also in mobility. So that was a special crisis that we suffered in 2020. And that's why we have a really severe economic recession. If you compare the world average in terms of economic growth and also in terms of how to deal with the COVID-19 health crisis, we didn't do a good job in 2020. Governments, despite that, reacted rapidly with fiscal support as well as active monetary and financial policies to mitigate the crisis. While the loss in GDP was the largest in a single year in recorded history in 2020, these policies, together with successes in fighting the virus, set the stage for faster recovery in 2021. In the months before the Russia-Ukraine war, GDP was rebounding while employment was lagging. Job losses had been particularly acute for women, workers in the informal sector, and those with less education. As a result, poverty and inequality had grown and are unlikely to resume the declining trend enjoyed during the 2003-2013 commodity boom. While higher commodity prices are generally associated with lower poverty and inequality in the region, lower growth and higher inflation will likely reduce the real income of poorer households. And let me give you some numbers. The bottom 50% earn 27 times less than the top 10% in Latin America and the Caribbean. If you compare to Europe, that number is 9 times instead of 27. While wages were the main driver of inequality reductions before the pandemic, employment was the key driver of the increasing inequality because of the COVID-19 impact. So now governments should focus on programs to mitigate the impact of the crisis on both inequality and poverty, looking at the labor markets. And that's an important message that we're trying to transmit in the recent months. The good thing is that to offset the shock of the COVID-19 crisis, governments rapidly put in place almost 200 income support policy, the majority cash transfer programs to help poorer households and to complement existing programs. However, the existing safety net had been designed to deal with the structural poverty and not with transitory shocks that affected vulnerable households above the poverty line. So this is another challenge that we have, I would say, in our particular region. The COVID-19 crisis pushed many of these families back into poverty, in part of this limited coverage of the transfers and the relatively short duration of the response. The expansion of income support policies is estimated to have reduced the incidence of poverty by 2 percentage points, while recent data suggests extreme poverty have begun to fall, but other measures of poverty remain above the pre-crisis level. And I have to say that the evidence was also emerging of persistent job losses in the sectors most vulnerable to automation. I think this is common in different regions. And apparently the crisis accelerated the trend towards adopting new technology, which impacted, of course, labor markets. And at the same time, the region was emerging from the COVID-19 crisis with more debt, less fiscal space, and higher inflation. So ammunitions from the public sectors are low, so we're calling for an active role from the private sector. And let me finish just to say that we are suffering like 5 crises at the same time. We have a COVID-19 crisis, a geopolitical crisis, a climate change crisis, a food crisis, and also a trust crisis. So we have so many challenges ahead, and I think it's important to have this type of dialogue with other multilaterals to learn from other regions and try to implement the policy reforms that our citizens require. Thank you very much, Masood.
Thank you very much, Eric. I think it's really quite striking, the picture that Eric paints. You know, we start off from a really difficult situation in terms of inequality in the region. And as he said, you know, the richest 10% earn 27 times of the poorest 50% average income. And now it's got worse for all of these crises. So I think a question I'll come back to, Eric, maybe in a second round is, on current policies in the region and on current prospects, if we look forward 5 years from now and 10 years from now, do you think that there's any likelihood of inequality in the region being any less severe than it is now? Do you think things are going to get better on current policies, or do the countries need to change their policies to get a better outcome in 5 years and 10 years' time? So I'd like to put you a little bit on the spot and ask you that. Let me now turn to Eric, the other Eric, with a K now. So Eric Bergloff. And Eric, I know you wanted to talk a little bit about the lessons that you had drawn about how to balance the desire for efficiency and growth with the concerns about inequality. And I wanted to give you a chance to talk about that, but also if you wanted to reflect a bit on your history in the transition economies, where inequality grew quite rapidly in some of them after they tried to become market economies. It'd be great, I'm sure, for the audience to get your perspective. So Eric, over to you.
Thank you, Masood, and thank you for your general introduction before, and very honored to be part of this group and of course to be part of this event, and many greetings to Kairat Kelimbeto. So I worked, as you said, for a long time at the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, and that bank was set up to deal with the issue of transition from planned economies to market economies, and in many ways it was about breaking up some of these often very inefficient but still very important social arrangements that were there in place at the time, and where enterprises were responsible for basically everything in people's lives, and that was of course not the best way to organize social welfare and get the best economic growth either, and often didn't provide the right incentives. So, but that all really and the emphasis was very much on getting growth going, becoming more efficient, getting rid of all those value reducing activities and so on, and that experience shaped the EBRD in the early years also. So there wasn't so much attention to this issue that you very rightly raised, that what really happened in terms of inequality was in some cases really staggering. If you look at what happened in the early years in Russia, what happened in Ukraine, and actually also what happened in China. So there was a lot to be thought about, but it wasn't actually until EBRD was drawn into first Turkey and then North Africa that the attention to these issues, it was mostly about inclusion, but it was also about inequality in a more general sense. And I thought I would give you sort of 5 lessons that I drew from that experience, and I think I've tried to use them now when I think about how can infrastructure be part of transforming communities and bridging this gap between the rich and the poor. And so the first one is that when we use the word inequality, we should really talk about inequalities, because inequality comes, economic inequality does not come alone. It comes with inequality of access to health, of access to education. It comes often with other forms of deprivation as well. So I think that's a very important insight when we are trying to so it's not often it's not enough just to raise people's income, and certainly when we want to improve people's well-being and life satisfaction, we need to think about a much broader range of issues. And actually, one thing that we had a chance to do during my time at EBRD was to start a combined household and attitudinal survey called the Life in Transition Survey. We kind of mapped out these connections, and I think it's for me that was a very important insight, and that we need to think of this as a sort of cluster of inequalities. The second thing that I took away from that experience was that, of course, both equality of outcome and equality of opportunity are very important. But actually, when you try as a development institution, or maybe even more generally, try to address inequality, it's easier to make progress when you talk about inequality of opportunity, because that's something that everyone sort of across the spectrum, the idea that things that you have no control over, where you were born, what gender you have, what ethnic background you have, and so who are your parents, that shouldn't have an impact on your outcome in life. And that, I think, was really, it was when we had that equality opportunity that we managed to change the direction of EBRD in this space. It was really the equality opportunity. It became an efficiency issue. It was an issue that, if you have so many people outside the labor force, like we saw, particularly when we came into Turkey and North Africa, where 80% of women were outside the official labor force, that is an enormous waste of resources. And of course, anything that sort of prevents people with disabilities or whatever from participating actively in the economy is inefficiency, and that is, I think, is a very important insight. But it's not only that it's a sort of the logic is better, and that can bring me to the third lesson. It's also that it's actually quite easy to substantiate. It's easy to measure both at the micro level and to integrate it into project outcomes, and also at the macro level. So we know how to measure this. What is the degree of inequality of opportunity in different countries? It's much easier to really have an agreement on that. Of course, we have many measures also for inequality of outcome, but still, I think the really important issues around equality of opportunity we have better handle on. The fourth lesson, and I will be brief, is that it's not only that inequality is a very multidimensional concept that involves both equality of opportunity and outcome, but it's also about a political and social process, and that people are part of shaping these economies and having influence over their lives. And this is a very important aspect of inclusion and inequality, when people feel that they are being deprived from participation. And that's something that I think we can do through the project, how we design them, how we involve communities when we design them. And I think that is also the way that and that brings my fifth lesson and the last lesson is that, that's the way that we create a sense of fairness, because people are actually willing, surprisingly perhaps, but to accept quite a lot of inequality of outcome and even of opportunity if the process is perceived to be fair. The fact that people can be part of shaping in various ways, shaping the society, shaping their immediate communities and so on, and being part of shaping the kind of infrastructure that you are going to develop. And there are a lot of examples of this, and I can maybe, if there is time for a second round, I would like to show some examples how digital technology can be part of really addressing these and helping us to get bridging the gap between the poor and the rich. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Eric. And I think Eric made a very important point that I remember we go back 15 years and you had a conversation about this topic. Many people would say, our concern is to help people who are poor. We need to reduce the level of people who are living in absolute poverty, whether it's under $1 a day or $2 a day. And as long as our programs and our efforts are achieving that, in a way, what's happening above that income level is not as relevant for people to think about. So the focus was on poverty rather than on inequality. And now, I think we discovered that that was only a part